Under the pale glow of the moon, the white demon castle looms in silence until a woman cloaked in dark purple energy hovers above, her voice cold as she declares that Chenbai's failure has left her displeased, and he must perish. Standing below, he pleads for mercy, asking her to remember his past achievements and grant another chance, but she dismisses him, saying humans have no right to beg and that his white demon castle will be swallowed by darkness. The castle begins to crumble as he grits his teeth, the waves of dark energy dragging him down. He thinks bitterly of the countless tasks he has completed for her, only to face death over a single failure, resenting the fate of being branded a lowly human and vowing not to submit. Stones tear through his body as he falls into the lake, bloodied and broken, yet he laughs in defiance, raising his middle finger and hurling one last insult before she descends to finish him off with a brutal kick, plunging him into endless darkness. But on his neck, the hourglass pendant begins to glow, time itself reversing. Suddenly he wakes in his bed, still holding his middle finger aloft, stunned to find himself alive. Confusion strikes as he wonders why he is not dead, why he seems to be back in his college days, and how the decades of harsh trials could have been just a dream. His gaze falls on the hourglass necklace, an artifact he remembers obtaining 20 years after the arrival of the Universal Will when the trials began, and he realizes something impossible has happened. The hourglass is the most unique item he has ever seen, showing no attributes and proving indestructible, so he has always kept it close. He remembers the sand once resting motionless at the bottom, never flowing even when flipped, yet now it streams steadily from the top, reversing time itself. The date is June 5, 2032, exactly 10 days before the Universal Will's arrival and the start of the trial. On June 15th, over 90% of humanity will perish as survivors mutate into zombies and monsters while conventional weapons become useless, bringing the world to ruin overnight. Yet within the chaos lies opportunity, for survivors awaken innate abilities and powerful items descend alongside the Universal Will, drawing even gods who, though unable to interfere directly, lure humans under the guise of protection to profit from the trial. In his past life, he was too weak, eventually pledging himself to Helios, completing countless tasks in desperation to rise, only to be erased after one failed mission. His grim thoughts are interrupted by a message claiming that patients in Jiangnan First Hospital have gone berserk, attacking people like rabid creatures, while even a corpse in the medical examiner's office has stirred. Reading this, he resolves firmly that this time he will grow strong enough to depend on no one, strong enough to crush even gods beneath his feet, swearing vengeance on Helios. He recalls that a decade into the trials, someone revealed the only method to upgrade innate abilities. 10 days before the trial begins, these powers awaken and can be cultivated if discovered early. Pulling on a mask and hoodie, he heads into the hospital, remembering that in his last life his innate ability was nothing more than an E-rank resistance to viruses. Chen reasons that to upgrade his innate ability, he must trigger it in advance using the virus itself. Hiding behind a wall in the hospital, he overhears a doctor marvel at the strange condition of a patient, and a nurse nervously compare it to a movie. Slipping inside, he finds the patient bound tightly, even the mouth gagged, with dark veins coursing visibly across the body. He mutters that this is indeed a zombie, and the only way to train his virus resistance is to use it. Without hesitation, he pierces a vein with a syringe, drawing out the thick purple fluid and quietly noting it should be enough to awaken his ability. Returning to his empty dorm, he steels himself, thinking that if the theory is wrong, this could be his end. Resolute, he injects the fluid into his own vein, recalling how in his last life he endured decades as a weakling before gaining anything at all. If he were to awaken only an E-rank ability again, even with knowledge of the future, he would remain powerless and doomed to repeat the same fate. Agonizing pain rips through his body as his veins bulge and he collapses to the floor, struggling for breath. A vision of Helios appears, taunting him to surrender and embrace the darkness, saying that such a fate is all a lowly human deserves. Gritting his teeth, he forces himself upright, declaring he will never fall and will conquer her instead. Moments later, the dorm door opens and students scream at the sight of him in a zombie-like state, one even raising a mop to strike, but he simply stands eerily, and says he only needs to wash his face. Bewildered, they watch him retreat to the bathroom where he stares at his reflection, then bursts into laughter, realizing the theory worked. The zombie virus failed to kill him and his innate ability has successfully advanced. A glowing screen appears before him, congratulating him on being selected as a pioneer, awakening in advance, and he recognizes the voice of the Universal Will itself. Reading further, he learns that pioneers are those who awaken and train abilities before the trial begins, gaining attribute bonuses, his own enhanced by 5%. Calling it the perfect title, he opens his innate ability panel and sees the words Virus Monarch, SSS rank. At once, a deep purple aura surges around him, wrapping his body in its sinister glow. Chinbai tested his new ability and noted that for now he could only absorb viruses within a short range, so he needed far more of them to strengthen himself, and the hospital was the ideal place to find such a source. As he approached the building, chaos greeted him. Crowds were fleeing in terror, shouting for help as zombies pursued them. One panicked man even warned him that the world was ending, but Chinbai only smirked, recalling tales from his past life about 3 strange events before the trial, one being the sealed hospital. Instead of retreating, he charged forward, seizing a zombie by the face and slamming it into the ground before activating Virus Monarch's talent skill, absorbing the virus and gaining a point he could use to grow stronger. Thrilled by the result, he declared that none of the creatures would escape him that day as more zombies swarmed. Meanwhile, on the hospital's 4th floor, a restroom stall was under siege, its doors shaking under the blows of a zombie. Inside, a terrified man cried out that the end had come and laughed wildly as he glanced at the girl cowering nearby. He was Director Lu Feng, and in his madness he revealed that he had long pursued her, demanding that since they were about to die she should finally give in. Horrified, she questioned his sanity, but before she could react, a zombie's hand broke through the door. The girl's eyes widened as the creature shattered its way inside, yet Lu Feng panicked and dragged her forward as a shield, screaming that he did not want to die. Abandoning her, he bolted for the window, muttering that it was only the 4th floor, but in his desperation he stumbled, crashing out as the zombie lunged after him, both of them plummeting into the darkness below. Lu Feng hung half-conscious and bleeding on the window's edge while minutes later, the ground outside was littered with fallen zombies, all cut down by Chinbai. Among the wreckage, he found the girl whom Lu Feng had sacrificed earlier, her body twitching as she began turning. Seeing her state, Chinbai noted it was fortunate she had only just been bitten and decided to act quickly. Using virus absorption, he drew the infection from her body, reasoning that the military would soon seal the hospital, and he needed someone familiar with the layout to guide him. He focused hard, pulling as much of the virus as possible, hoping to halt her transformation. Slowly, color returned to her eyes, and she bolted upright in shock. Relieved, Chinbai confirmed it had worked, and she gratefully thanked him. Realizing she was still aware, he took her hand firmly, telling her he needed her assistance right away. Embarrassed, she muttered about changing first, but he dismissed the idea, insisting there was no time and demanding she lead him to where the hospital stored the most viruses. She brought him to the laboratory, explaining that all patient samples were kept there. Chinbai seized several vials, assuring himself they would suffice, and began pouring them into a beaker. Startled, the girl asked what he intended, but he simply told her to stay quiet. Placing his hand over the beaker, he unleashed virus absorption again, drawing in pathogens one after another, the hepatitis virus, influenza, herpes, and even HIV, each adding points to his strength. Once finished, he considered the next step, deciding to merge these with the zombie virus. New options appeared before him: the dark light virus, ancestor virus, T-virus, and cocci virus. Studying the dark light virus, he found it granted the ability to evolve and devour, boosting all attributes by 10 and self-healing by 200%, a tempting prospect. Just as he weighed the choice, the girl cried out that more zombies were breaking in. He turned sharply, telling her to stay put, and rushed forward, seizing one creature by the neck. To his surprise, his movements were faster than before, and though the zombie weighed at least 150 pounds, it felt light in his grip, proof of how far his power had already advanced. Chinbai decided it was the perfect chance to test his new ability. As he tightened his grip, dark cracks opened across his skin and a sinister aura seeped out, forming massive vine-like tendrils that lashed out and coiled around the zombie. Suspended in the air by one hand, he unleashed Evolution Devour, watching as the writhing vines wrapped tighter until the creature was swallowed whole. When the feeding ended, the tendrils hissed and withdrew back into his hands, leaving only silence. Stretching his shoulders with satisfaction, he noted how quickly the ability worked, how it even restored some of his stamina. The girl shrank back in fear, her eyes fixed on the faint rustling aura still lingering at his fingertips. Noticing her unease, he calmly asked what troubled her. She steadied herself with a deep breath, admitting that since he had saved her, she would trust him and promise to keep his secret. Relieved, he offered his hand and introduced himself, and she gave her name as Sushin. Before they could speak further, guttural growls echoed from outside. Chinbai realized the military and police had arrived to seal off the hospital and urged they needed to escape. Dragging Sushin along the corridor, he demanded she take him to the rooftop, but she hesitated, questioning why they couldn't just walk out since they hadn't turned. He insisted there was no time for quarantine, unaware of the danger above until his instincts flared. A zombie dropped from the ceiling with a roar, and he quickly raised his arms to shield himself as claws tore into his flesh, blood spraying across the floor. Sushin screamed in terror at the sight of the massive creature, far larger than any they had faced so far, its savage roar shaking the hall as it loomed menacingly over them. Chinbai glanced at his bleeding arm but smirked, intrigued that he was facing a mutant. He wondered how the dark light virus might evolve if absorbed. The creature suddenly leapt, slamming down with immense force, but he braced himself and sprang upward, narrowly avoiding the strike. Twisting midair, he kicked the mutant's head, but it reacted quickly, swinging its claws as he landed. He bent back, narrowly dodging, then seized another zombie by the head, draining it to recover strength. Watching the mutant bare its fangs and roar, he muttered that its quality seemed to rival his own. Launching forward, he unleashed his writhing aura vines and struck with a powerful punch that drove the mutant into the wall, denting its chest. Skidding back, he noted how tough it was as it broke free, eyes glowing with fury. Healing his wounds, he realized his attacks weren't enough to bring it down quickly. Just then, glass shattered as Sushin broke an emergency case. Though trembling, she grabbed the fire axe, called out to him, and hurled it. At the same moment, the mutant lunged. Chenbai dodged with a leap, snatched the spinning weapon midair, and praised her quick thinking. Using the monster's shoulder as a foothold, he urged it to come at him and declared they should end this fast. Axe and claws clashed, sparks flying as both inflicted wounds on each other. Their speed blurred as blows were exchanged. With a fierce step, he swung the axe with full force, shouting for it to die. The mutant barreled toward him, and he threw the weapon. Their collision shook the hall as the axe buried deep in its skull. Grinning, he remarked at its tenacity, then planted a boot on its head to wrench the weapon free. Advising that wounds should never be left untreated, he warned it grimly about its death anniversary. The zombie's eyes suddenly flared red, veins bulging as rage consumed it. Before he could react, it seized him and smashed him against the wall, blood spurting from his mouth. Terrified, Sushin recoiled as the axe clattered beside her. Even as claws ripped into his abdomen, Chinbai laughed inwardly, thinking that being forced to the edge of death was what made life thrilling. With a fearless grin, he taunted the beast, asking if it truly intended to tear him apart. The mutant zombie froze, startled by Chinbai's reaction, when dark vines suddenly burst from his abdomen and coiled around its arm. The creature struggled frantically, but the tendrils spread at a terrifying pace, wrapping its entire body. Activating his evolution devour skill, Chinbai hovered over it and mocked if it was afraid now, declaring that it was already too late. Sushin, horrified yet relieved, cheered him on as the vines consumed the mutant completely. A system prompt confirmed the devour was complete. He had absorbed a second-stage clawed zombie. Landing back on the ground, Chinbai received another notification: black light transformation in progress. His hands morphed into sharp, dark claws as he gained a new ability, bone claws. Delighted, he admired his growing strength, satisfied that choosing the black light virus had been the right path. Suddenly, soldiers stormed the area, weapons aimed at him and Sushin. Questioning if they were human, they ordered them to raise their hands and began counting down. Startled, Chinbai grabbed Sushin and dashed away. As the countdown ended, a hail of bullets followed. Sushin directed him toward a safe route to the rooftop, though some bullets struck him along the way. She panicked, pointing out his wounds, but he brushed it off calmly, telling her to stay still. Reaching the rooftop, he kicked the door open and carrying her, asked where her home was. Though surprised, she gave the address: Rongfing Neighborhood, North 4th Road, Nanbei Street, and he confirmed before leaping off the rooftop with her in his arms. She clung tightly as he sped across the city. Arriving at her home, she hurried him inside and directed him toward the bathroom, insisting on tending to his wounds. He dismissed her concern, saying the bullets hadn't lodged and were already healing, but she pressed the matter until he relented with a faint smile. As he removed his clothes, leaving his shirt and jacket on the floor, she grew flustered yet managed to point out lingering traces of injury on his hands. Sushin grew even more flustered when she noticed the wounds on his stomach and chest hadn't healed fully. Chenbai asked if she really thought he would recover instantly, teasing her about whether she was willing to sacrifice herself. Blushing, she stammered that he wouldn't eat her, since if he had intended to, he already would have. But leaning closer, he startled her by correcting that the only reason he hadn't was because the setting earlier wasn't suitable. To her shock, he tore her clothes and remarked that this environment was better, repeating his question about whether she was willing to be eaten to aid his recovery. Embarrassed, Sushin looked away and softly said she would clean herself first so she'd be ready. Chenbai agreed, then bent down and pressed a sudden kiss on her lips. Under the running shower, the two shared a heated kiss. Meanwhile, outside the bathroom, his phone buzzed with unread notifications. One was from Zhao Mu, asking where he was since Song Ji, the school beauty, was searching for him. Another came from Song Ji herself, bluntly questioning if he was dead because his roommate had said he went to Jiangqing First Hospital. While carrying groceries down the street, Chenbai recalled the strange events that had happened in Jiangqing before the trial began: the sealed hospital, the suburban bombing, and the monster slaughterhouse. But he knew little about them. He muttered that there was too little information on what truly occurred before the trial's arrival, and people rarely cared, mentioning it only in casual talk, which was giving him a headache. Suddenly, Sushin called, and as he picked up, he quickly told her he had bought breakfast and would return soon. But Sushin reported that two men had come looking for him, saying that Song Ziqiang wanted to meet him, which left him intrigued. Watching them through the peephole, Sushin admitted they didn't look trustworthy and suspected it was a scam since Song Ziqiang was known as the Queen of Jiangqing. Troubled, she asked what she should do, and Chenbai told her they weren't lying, so she should let them wait outside. She agreed, though uneasy. Chenbai then reflected that Song Ziqiang was the mother of Song Ji, a classmate who had a complicated history with him, and he noticed her repeated calls and messages, worriedly asking if he was alive. He figured Song Ji must have gone to her mother, which was interesting, and since Ziqiang had traced her way to Sushin's place, she clearly knew something. He decided it was necessary to meet her. Later, at the suburban freezer warehouse, a car pulled up with Chenbai inside. As he was led in, he recalled that Song Ziqiang had risen from nothing to become the wealthiest person in Jian, thriving in both legitimate and underground dealings. After the trial's arrival, she awakened as a high-level talent, quickly establishing dominance and ultimately unifying Jiangqing amid a fierce three-way struggle. Truly, she had earned her title as the Queen of Jiangqing, someone he had only been able to look up to in his past life. But now things were different. If he could win her over, there was much he could accomplish before the trial advanced. As he walked through the warehouse corridor, a woman stood before him. The man escorting him bowed and greeted Song Ziqiang, announcing Chenbai's arrival. She immediately apologized for calling him there, explaining she hadn't been able to leave. Without delay, Chenbai asked what business she had with him. Song Ziqiang explained she had called him because Song Ji rushed home in distress after losing contact with him at Jiangqing First Hospital and asked her for help. She admitted she also wanted to see for herself what kind of man could make her daughter so nervous and what was so captivating about him. But Chenbai, unconvinced, pressed her to reveal her true purpose. Amused by his directness, Song Ziqiang dropped the pretense and told him plainly she wanted him for herself, adding that if he liked Song Ji, becoming her son-in-law was not out of the question. Chenbai questioned why someone of her stature would want him, but she replied that anyone who had witnessed his heroic display at the hospital would naturally be drawn to him. Startled, Chenbai immediately demanded how she knew about what happened there, recalling he had destroyed the surveillance and power supply. With a smirk as the elevator doors opened, Song Ziqiang warned him not to underestimate her reach, explaining that even in the brief time between the lobby and the monitoring room, her people could still trace him. She then revealed her phone, showing a string of messages from a girl named Alan, who was begging for help while trapped in Ward 523 on the 5th floor of the hospital. But as Song Ziqiang explained she had already sent someone to rescue Alan, the girl messaged back that she was safe because a super powerful man had killed all the zombies, though at first Song Ziqiang thought she was joking. Then Alan sent a video as proof, showing Chenbai and Sushin running together through the hospital corridor. Intrigued, Song Ziqiang remarked that his luck was impressive, since among the survivors evacuated by the troops that morning, she had come across someone familiar, Lu Fang, a colleague of Sushin. Hearing the name, Chenbai recalled the night before at Sushin's house when she confirmed to him that the man in the bathroom, Lu Fang, not only tried to assault her but even pushed her toward zombies. She told him that after shoving her, Lu Fan had attempted to flee by leaping from a window, only to be seized by the undead and smashed headfirst through the glass, left motionless. Chunbai remembered the body hanging on the window and admitted he had considered him already dead. With anger, Sushin said she wished he was, since she despised him. Chunbai agreed, but when she flusteredly suggested they continue, he proposed they let it go, confessing he hadn't expected her to be inexperienced and that her earlier scream was pitiful. Embarrassed, Sushin apologized, but he assured her it was fine, that there would be time later. Still, she climbed on top of him, insisting she wanted to repay her savior that very day. Meanwhile, back at the suburban freezer warehouse by the freight elevator, Chunbai asked Song Zicheong where the isolated survivors were. She replied she would tell him, if he agreed to be hers. He scoffed at the offer, and when she suggested his abilities alone weren't enough to bargain, he interrupted, saying she misunderstood. What he meant, he clarified, was that she knew far too little about him, and if she knew more, she would understand why he could never belong to her. Unveiling his bone claws, Chunbai told her it was she who should be his. Alarmed, Alan stepped forward to shield Zicheong, while Song Zicheong, intrigued, wondered if his power came from a mutation of the zombie virus. Calmly, Chunbai corrected her and offered to explain if she agreed to be his woman. But Song Zicheong simply advanced with confidence, causing Alan to tense, and she teased him for underestimating her, adding that claws alone weren't enough to win her over, especially when he already had a young, pretty nurse by his side, so why would he be interested in an older woman like her? Chunbai studied Song Zicheong's face and admitted that no man could remain unmoved by such a stunning married woman. He added that everyone had their strengths and weaknesses, and compared to Sushin, before the apocalypse there was much more she could offer him. Hearing him mention the apocalypse, Song Zicheong was doubtful, insisting it was only a few zombies. But he corrected her, saying those creatures weren't even worthy of being called a warm-up. Impressed, she noted how much he seemed to know, and he revealed it was far beyond what she imagined. Declaring that they were not the type to bow easily, she proposed cooperation, her support in exchange for his knowledge, and stretched out her hand. After a pause, Chunbai agreed and shook it, remarking that conquering the queen of Jiangqing would not be easy. She replied it was only natural, then leaned in close and teased that she actually longed to meet a man capable of conquering her, so he had better keep trying. Their tense moment was abruptly broken when sudden gunshots rang out, startling everyone. Song Zicheong recalled how Commander Hong of the Zhangchang military region had sent Captain Zhao the night before to negotiate with her, requisitioning several refrigerated warehouses to confine both captured zombies and survivors taken from the isolation hospitals. She reasoned the sudden gunfire must have erupted from that site, though she doubted anything serious could occur since only 30 frozen zombies were stored there with half a platoon guarding them. Yet Chunbai admitted he had underestimated how quickly they might be discovered. In such extreme cold, ordinary people wouldn't realize the risk of mutations rising sharply, and as he connected the dots between the suburban freezer and the infamous bombing, a troubling thought struck him. This might be the very place tied to that disaster. Startled, Zicheong and Alan listened as he suggested they head there at once, his voice edged with curiosity, as he wondered aloud what kind of mutation awaited them. Meanwhile, inside the warehouse, chaos had already unfolded. Soldiers shouted orders, urging grenades to be hurled into the gaping maw of a monstrous zombie. Explosions thundered, smoke swallowed the field, yet when the haze thinned, the behemoth stood unscathed, roaring as it crushed a man in its fist. Captain Zhao barked that their weapons were useless and commanded his troops to scatter in groups, drawing the creature off to buy time until reinforcements could arrive. Just then, Zicheong appeared, calmly ordering him to halt the barrage and pull his men back. Stunned, Captain Zhao demanded her meaning. She explained that brute force would only waste lives, instructing him instead to focus on securing her warehouse workers and the rescued patients. He argued no one could escape without someone stalling the beast, and as if to prove him right, a warehouse employee named Lu was already on the verge of being snatched up by the mutated giant. Song Zicheong ordered the troops to follow her lead and leave the monster to someone else. At that moment, Chunbai emerged, latching onto the mutant's massive hand with his bone claws while soldiers hurried to pull Lu to safety. He muttered that what felt like a simple grip nearly wrenched his arm out, proof of how far the creature had grown beyond brute control. The giant swung wildly to swat him aside, yet he blurred past its strike, carving deep gashes into its arm before landing lightly on the ground, standing firm as if daring it to come again. The beast staggered, then hurled another blow that missed and shattered the warehouse wall, slabs of meat and concrete raining everywhere. Watching tensely, Captain Zhao turned to Ziqiang, demanding if this man was even human or some monster she had raised. She replied coldly that he was human, and her chosen partner. On the battlefield, Qinbai perched on the mound of scattered flesh, barring the mutant from feeding on it. Calling it wasteful, he invoked his evolution devour, absorbing the meat himself. The monster bellowed in fury as he consumed everything, then launched a crushing punch that sent a shockwave past Ziqiang and Captain Zhao. But Qinbai leapt clear of the strike, soaring into the air just as his system chimed. The vast stock of frozen beef had been absorbed, advancing the black light virus within him. Strength and endurance surged, energy refilled, and with a wry thought he admitted it truly was premium beef. Below, the mutant strained for meat of its own, its movements betraying exhaustion. As the mutant thrashed within the ruins, Qinbai spun through the air, landing behind it with bone claws drawn, declaring its end had come. The creature flinched, sensing death, yet failed to dodge as his strike split into its head, sending the hulking body crashing down. Both Ziqiang and Captain Zhao stared wide-eyed as he stood atop its skull, claws buried deep. But when the beast's massive hands still twitched to crush him, he only grinned, claiming the timing was perfect. A surge of vine-like aura coiled outward, binding its arms in a tightening snare. Captain Zhao recoiled in disbelief, muttering this was beyond possible. Then Qinbai invoked his devour, the aura wrapping fully around the beast as it writhed beneath him. Watching closely, Zhao whispered that such power couldn't belong to a human, while Song noticed the way he phrased it, hinting at some hidden scheme. As Xiao panicked, he barked into the radio for reinforcements, readying to give missile coordinates. Yet before he could finish, a hand pressed his shoulder. He turned, paling when he saw Ziqiang and Alan staring him down. With calm menace, Ziqiang told him to think carefully. Qinbai was saving them, not dooming them. She warned that one rash command would drag them all into ruin. 10 minutes later, rifles clicked as reinforcements arrived, surrounding Qinbai and Song Ziqiang in a tense circle. Alarmed, Song Ziqiang rushed to Captain Zhao, reminding him of his earlier words. He assured her he remembered, if Qinbai stayed calm, his men would hold their fire. Meanwhile, Qinbai stood with eyes closed, absorbing the fallen mutant. The system chimed, declaring the first devourer of the Flesh Mountain variant had granted him strength form, 500 virus points, and a new talent, virus injection. Opening his eyes, he felt the surge as the black light virus leapt to new heights. Testing his evolved bone claws, he sliced the air, then raised his other arm as the system announced a fresh ability, Heavy Hammer. A massive force condensed in his left hand, pulsing with destructive weight. Staring at his sharpened claws and the new weapon, Qinbai admitted this evolution was extraordinary. With pride, he flexed claw and hammer, marveling at the raw power coursing through him. Though eager to test it, no enemy remained. The heavy hammer faded as he reached into his pocket, pulling out the Flesh Mountain core. He studied it with a sharp gaze, remarking it was an exceptionally rare material, one that could forge equipment or, under control, give rise to a flesh wall capable of endless growth. Qinbai briefly considered feeding the core to spawn another Flesh Mountain, just to test his new strength, but quickly hid it away when Song Ziqiang called to him. With a graceful gesture, she introduced him to Lu, who approached wearing a bright smile. At once, Qinbai recognized her as a well-known journalist in Zhangkang and a minor internet celebrity. Curious, he asked if she was the one secretly filming him at the hospital. Lu admitted it was true, thanking him for saving her twice. He dismissed it as coincidence but pressed her on whether she recorded the Flesh Mountain battle. Apologetic, Lu confessed it was out of habit but promised to delete it if he wished. Instead, Qinbai told her to keep the footage but not release it, hinting he had use for it, and she agreed. Soon after, Captain Zhao relayed that their commander, Commander Huang, wished to hear everything he knew and explain himself to the military. Hearing the name, Qinbai froze in thought, remembering Commander Huang Xingchu, a figure impossible to forget. In his past life, after the trials began, Huang exploited the weak awakened, treating them like livestock. At first, he cloaked cruelty with patriotism and duty, but it soon devolved into beatings, humiliation, and starvation. Qinbai recalled being one of those broken under his rule, trapped with no escape, branded a traitor and hunted when he tried to leave Jiangqing. Snapping back to the present, he quietly asked Song Ziqiang if he should comply. She sharply told him no, she herself knew nothing yet. Amused, Qinbai smiled faintly, trying to reason further, but she silenced him, insisting he leave it to her. Striding toward Captain Zhao, she listened as he reminded them both of their duty as citizens of Luo. Captain Zhao was about to continue when Song Ziqiang stepped forward, standing firm in front of him. With a sharp tone, she dismissed his words as nonsense, reminding him he was merely a platoon leader and not qualified to speak with such authority. She ordered him to tell Huang Xingchu that if he had something to say, he should come face her directly. Her defiance left Captain Zhao speechless. Just then, a soldier rushed over, reporting that the isolated personnel were stirring up trouble and asked for instructions. The mention caught Chenbai's attention, and he immediately asked if someone named Lu Fang was among them. The soldier confirmed, even adding that Lu Fang was the one causing the most problems. Stepping in, Chenbai requested to see him, and Captain Zhao ordered the soldier to bring Lu Fang over at once. Moments later, Lu Fang appeared. Spotting the captain, he smugly asked if he was being summoned by his father's orders, boasting that his father was none other than Lu Heng, vice president of the first hospital. Before he could continue, a hand tapped his shoulder. Turning, he found Chenbai, who swiftly used his virus injection ability, infecting him with the zombie virus. Calmly, Chenbai explained that he sought him out only to deliver a message. Shocked, Lu Fang demanded to know who he was. Leaning closer, Chenbai whispered that Suxin had spoken to him the previous night, confessing that after what Lu Fang did to her with the zombies, she wished for his death. When Lu Fang heard the name, his face twisted with fear as he demanded how Chenbai knew and shouted that Suxin couldn't possibly still be alive. Chenbai stepped back, warning everyone to clear the area because Lu Fang was about to turn. Panicked, Lu Fang accused him instead, insisting Chenbai was the one turning into a zombie and yelling that this had to be a trick. His rage only deepened until dark veins began crawling across his head, spreading rapidly as his body convulsed. Screaming that Chenbai would die, he lost all control, his voice breaking into guttural growls as he lunged forward, already half consumed by the virus. Chenbai met the charge without hesitation, summoning his heavy hammer and driving his fist into him with devastating force, shattering him in a single blow. The sight left Captain Zhao frozen in shock, his uniform splattered with blood as he stared at the broken body, whispering to himself if Chenbai was even human anymore. Unbothered, Chenbai flexed his fist, calmly noting the skill was stronger than expected. He turned to Song Ziqiang, who stiffened when he remarked that she had done well, so he might share some information with her later. Stepping closer, she suggested he could simply call her Ziqiang or Song Jia from now on, which caught his interest. When he asked why, she admitted she didn't think being his partner was worth it but wondered if she could at least be counted among those who still wished to stand with him, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Chenbai replied that it all depended on her value and performance. A white car rolled down the empty street with Alan at the wheel, while Luli, Song Ziqiang, and he rode along. She took the chance to say it was the perfect time and invited him to dinner at her place. He told her not to bother him until they arrived, and she nodded. Shifting his focus, he declared it was time for the lottery draw to see what rewards came from defeating the Flesh Mountain. Opening his inventory, he was surprised to find 2 skill books and remarked that his luck wasn't bad. The first contained an active skill, Rampage Bloodlust, that boosted all attributes for 10 minutes but left the user weakened during its cooldown. He dismissed it as useless to him. The second was a passive ability, Muscle Enhancement, that increased growth in strength and constitution but at the cost of flexibility, turning users into muscle-bound hulks. He shook his head, deciding it wasn't worth it for himself, though he admitted both skills had real value in the early stages of the trials, especially for building a faction or rallying followers. That thought made him pause. If he wanted to lay foundations before the trial, now was the time. Checking his funds, he found the reward for slaying the Flesh Mountain amounted to 6 gold coins, just enough to open a chat group. With it, he could draw in pioneers and prepare them for what lay ahead. As his finger hovered to confirm the purchase, memories of the tangled factions from his past life's trials came back to him. Early relationships in the trial were crucial. The system notified him that a new chat group was being created and prompted him to name it, but he dismissed the option, letting it default to Group 1. As the words appeared before his eyes, he thought of Heloise and swore that one day he would rebuild White Emperor City, turning it into a divine kingdom, while Heloise would be reduced to the lowest of dogs beneath his feet. 3 hours later, they arrived at her private villa. Along the way, She remarked that in the cosmic trial more than 90% of humanity would become monsters or gifted evolvers, while firearms and most electronics would soon be useless. He told her that was all the information he could share for now, and asked if it was enough for her to gain an advantage. She disagreed, urging him to get straight to the point, and asked how she could truly become his. He answered that the first condition was ability. He had no need for the useless, and the second was loyalty, absolute and unwavering, like a dog to its master. Without hesitation, she proclaimed she could give both. She proudly listed her influence, wealth, and status in Junkin, claiming none could compare, but he countered that once the trial began, all of that would become worthless, good only for making the thought of enslaving her more enticing. A chill crept over her as she imagined herself and her sister bound on stage, paraded as the queen and princess of Zhangchang to be sold off like trophies. Trembling, she asked what difference there was between being someone's loyal hound and being reduced to a plaything. He told her that under him, she would have a stage to wield her strength freely, because her master would never fear her, he would always stand above. Feeling the weight of his words, she realized that hesitation would cost her something irreplaceable. She sank to her knees, bowing low, and pledged herself to him as her master, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. He admitted that her reputation and status made the emotional value she could offer unusually high, which was thrilling. Lifting her chin, he told her to show him that charm in person and added that he had some tasks for her. Moments later, Alan and Lilu received a message. Song Zicheong had instructed Alan to send Chen's video to her, take her home to rest after the exhausting days she had endured, and afterward post his messages prominently on major forums under the title, "To the Pioneers," with the ID Pioneer White Emperor. Alan told Lilu about the instructions, and when Lilu asked if there was anything more she could do, Alan relayed that Song wanted her to rest and recover. Lilu agreed, noting that despite nearly dying at the hands of zombies, the shock didn't feel as intense as when she first encountered one. Thinking of how Chenbai had saved her, she realized she either accepted the possibility of dying or felt comforted by his strength. Soon after, a call came in on a registered number. Holding the phone, he recognized it was Song Ji. Answering, she asked about her mother. When he revealed it was him, she was surprised, questioning why he had her mother's phone and where she was. With a sly grin, he explained that her mother was busy with work and meals and that it was urgent she come home to talk. Xiao insisted he wait, complaining about the many unanswered messages, only to find the call had already ended. Embarrassed, she cursed him and swore she would make him kneel under her pomegranate skirt one day. Meanwhile, her mother remained kneeling before him, calling him master and asking if he could protect her daughter as well. He criticized her daughter for lacking ability, spoiled by indulgence, but assured that with enough effort, she would most likely avoid becoming a monster. When the trial arrived, Song Zicheong looked pleased and thanked him sincerely. The next day, at a suburban secret warehouse, the place was deserted. In the car, Song Ji questioned whether her mother was being deceived by him, doubting how she could believe something so absurd. Calmly, her mother explained she had stopped her from searching for him the other night for that very reason, instructing her to remain silent and obedient after stepping out, which surprised Song Ji. Outside, he stood before the warehouse with Alan reporting behind him. She had scouted all the rumored zombie and monster locations in the city the previous day, and only this warehouse fit the description. Once an underground casino, it and the gamblers inside had become zombies, numbering around 160, though none were extraordinary like Meat Mountain. He wondered if it could be the so-called zombie slaughterhouse, but dismissed it, noting the hospital's indoor zombies and Meat Mountain's difficulty to kill made those cases unique, and the warehouse's remoteness meant incidents would be hard to trace. Confirming that Alan had visited every rumored site with the same result, he speculated that someone was collecting zombies, making the warehouse a likely hub. Whether a curious adventurer or a well-informed pioneer, he found the development thrilling. Chenbai braced himself, signaling they should open the door. Two men strained at the heavy frame, and the moment it swung, a horde of fierce zombies surged forward. The man pulling the door froze in terror as the creatures fought among themselves, desperate to be the first to strike. Chenbai met the lead zombie with a swift kick, scattering it across the floor. Sushin flinched behind her camera while Song Ji watched, wide-eyed and horrified. Chenbai moved with precision, absorbing the virus from one zombie after another, systematically reducing the mass of writhing bodies. By the time the last one fell, the system congratulated him. Title acquired, Zombie Hunter, after over 300 kills. His attributes had increased by 5, and his damage against zombies rose by 5%. He had also collected 500 virus samples, unlocking the ability to craft the zombie virus serum formula. A grin spread across Chenbai's face. This formula wasn't just a trophy, it was a tool even awakened talents would struggle against. The thought of wielding it sent a thrill down his spine. As Chenbai unlocked the formula for 300 virus points, he remarked that not everyone had talents immune to viruses or an ultra-strong physique. Chenbai called Song Ziqiang over, reminding her to gather everyone and check if they remembered his instructions before the trial. She nodded confidently, while Alan and Sushin looked anxious, and Song Ji turned pale, looking ready to be sick. Sushin gripped her bat and explained that fighting zombies with cold weapons minimized the chance of them turning into monsters, and killing them without harm would prevent it entirely. Chenbai grabbed a zombie by the neck, challenging them to show their strength and asking who would go first. Alan slipped on her gloves and volunteered, charging forward the moment he released the creature. She twisted its arm, hoisted it into the air, and slammed it down. Its neck snapped with a wet crack, and blood splattered. Chenbai noted her speed, ruthlessness, and precision. Next, Song Ziqiang swung her bat at another zombie's head, toppling it. A follow-up strike finished it, but Chenbai observed that while she could knock one down in a hit, it took over 10 blows to fully kill it. Moments later, Sushin faced her target. Exhausted and pinned beneath it, she relied on her knowledge of human anatomy to strike the killing blow. Chenbai shook his head slightly, noting her strength was lacking, but her skill carried her through. Song Ziqiang announced it was Song Ji's turn, and terror overtook her. Tears streamed down her face as she gripped the bat, and suddenly she lost control, wetting herself. She sank to the ground, admitting she couldn't do it. Ziqiang knelt beside her, offering comfort, while Chenbai shook his head and remarked that fear had already defeated her. He called Ziqiang over and reported that Alan had scouted all rumored zombie and monster locations but found nothing, which was suspicious, so she needed a thorough investigation. Despite still worrying about Song Ji, Ziqiang agreed. Song Ziqiang tried to bring up Song Ji again, but Chenbai cut her off, noting there was no time for slow training, especially for her, and insisted that she arrange Song Ji's practice. She protested, pointing out the virus hadn't been eliminated yet. He gave her a paper, startling her. When she saw it, she realized it was the zombie virus serum formula and commented on its complexity. Chenbai explained she could combine the materials herself to produce it, a testament to the value of such potion formulas. Ziqiang bowed deeply, promising to safeguard the formula and complete the task entrusted to her. Chenbai ordered her to begin and have someone send him back. She agreed immediately, suggesting Shuinger her handle it. Moments later, Chenbai checked his phone, muttering about his post, wondering if anyone had contacted him. Scrolling through, he saw dozens of comments, mostly nonsense. One even asked which mental hospital he had escaped from and if he planned to write a novel. Chenbai stared, appalled, muttering at the absurdity of it. Suddenly, something drew Chenbai's attention. A private message popped up from someone named I'm Not a Shill, claiming to be a pioneer. He asked why Chenbai hadn't replied and whether he had seen his earlier messages. Chenbai noticed not everyone here was from Lizi, realizing there were unexpected allies. I'm Not a Shill pressed for details about what a pioneer was and urged a response. Chenbai asked his talent, and the sender admitted it was S-level mental control, though he immediately panicked, asking if he could take it back. Chenbai refused but reassured him it wouldn't be disclosed, noting that pioneers unlocked special communication on the panel. He directed him to chat group 1, where basic instructions were explained, and anyone could ask questions after reading them. Chenbai noticed the chat welcomed someone named Han Xiao and raised an eyebrow. Han Xiao explained there was an existing name conflict, and promised to rename the group, asking if Chenbai could invite someone. Chenbai inquired who, and Han Xiao mentioned Shuichuan, who had contacted him privately since he couldn't reach Chenbai. Shuichuan had tried asking what he knew, but Han Xiao ignored him. Seeing the name, Chenbai froze, instantly recognizing the emperor-level powerhouse Suikuin, and a triumphant smile spread across his face. He eagerly typed back, agreeing and telling Han Xiao to invite any other pioneers he noticed. The chat group soon welcomed Shuichuan, and Chenbai laughed triumphantly. At 7:30 p.m., Siki called Lilu to check on the investigation results. She confirmed the Jiang Cheng's forces were behind the zombie collection, sending all captured zombies to the Mankai container yard near the Jiang Cheng wharf. Someone had been sent to gather more details but hadn't returned, and she decided there was no point in waiting any longer. Suddenly, 2 bodies fell in front of her, and she quickly covered her mouth to stifle a scream, trembling from shock. A man observed her from above, laughing and waving as she flinched. She realized she had been discovered, her voice trembling in panic. Meanwhile, at the mansion, things were calm. Lu Huai messaged Chenbai, mentioning he had just joined the group and read the documents, but some instructions for his talent were unclear. Chenbai asked him to send the details. It was the Yinwood body, the most Yin of woods, a source of endless life. When the Yin soul entered the body, it became a land of eternal life. Chenbai noted it was SS level, but warned that activating the ability demanded a high cost. Normal initial abilities lasted only 3 minutes at 5 points. Lu Huai understood why he had hesitated. Chenbai explained that the constitution is the foundation. He shouldn't be a glass cannon. With 5 spirit, Lu Huai thanked him and prepared to proceed. Suddenly, someone rushed toward Chenbai, Song Ziqiang, her face etched with worry. Seeing her hurry, he asked what had happened. She explained that Lilu had discovered all the captured zombies were sent to the Manhwa container yard, but Lilu was caught, and they wanted her to negotiate. Chenbai rose, his sharp question about whether the captors had contacted her startling her. When he asked if Lilu had betrayed them, she bowed quickly, insisting she had raised Lilu herself and was certain of her loyalty. The real issue lay with those she had sent to investigate. Chenbai decided then to rescue Lilu, and Song Ziqiang breathed a quiet thanks. Meanwhile, at Manhwa Container Yard Zone B, Lilu struggled against her restraints as the man who had tied her, Xing Meng, warned her she underestimated the situation, explaining that out of respect for Song Ziqiang he hadn't touched her, but if she didn't submit, they would all become his playthings. He handed her a drink, suggesting she let him toast her and not refuse so recklessly, but she turned away firmly. Suddenly, a calm voice remarked that it was only a toast, not punishment wine, slicing steak leisurely. The speaker was Chenbai. He noted that there was no grace in forcing it, and perhaps she simply didn't like drinking. Both Xing Meng and Lilu froze, surprised by his sudden presence. Xing Meng looked bewildered as Chenbai calmly took a seat. He asked Lilu if she was hungry and handed her a slice of steak, noting she seemed to enjoy it despite still being tied up. Xing Meng, cautious, demanded to know who Chenbai was. Chenbai simply explained that he had come to take her home. While she savored the steak, the ropes binding her fell away to the floor. Xing Meng, still wary, asked if Song Ziqiang had sent him, but Chenbai shook his head, observing that anyone who could get this close unnoticed must be a pioneer. Chenbai instructed Lilu to go ahead to the car where Song Ziqiang waited, and she nodded. Xing Meng remarked with growing curiosity that Song Ziqiang appeared to already be under Chenbai's influence, and Chenbai confirmed it. Rising, Xing Meng chuckled, noting it was impressive. If he had subdued the Lord and Chenbai the Queen, only the commander remained. Pouring wine into 2 glasses, he suggested exchanging ideas, proposing that Chenbai assist him in becoming king of Zhangchun, to which Chenbai firmly refused. Xing Meng froze in shock at Chenbai's declaration, so stunned that he dropped the 2 wine glasses he held, shattering them on the floor. He reassured Chenbai not to worry, noting his S-level talent, and teasing whether he wanted punishment wine. Chenbai reflected that before arriving, he had seen Xing Meng not only collecting zombies but also creating them from living people. Such a dangerous but ultimately limited ability made him unworthy of Chenbai's assistance, whose talent was SSS level. Xing Meng laughed, extending sharp claws and explaining that his power, slaughter progression, permanently absorbs attributes from slain targets, growing endlessly. Observing that S level was top for normal abilities while Chenbai's was SSS, he arrogantly asked if Chenbai feared instantly becoming a god. Chenbai thought it close enough but kept silent, noting the unlimited growth and pure combat nature of Xing Meng's talent, and that the claws were likely equipment. With a sneer, Xing Meng charged, calling Chenbai an arrogant kid and warning him not to disappoint after his death. Their powers clashed midair as Chenbai used his bone claws to counter, and Xing Meng's muscles swelled violently, shredding his shirt. Chenbai recognized his shape-shifting ability, but the strength was still uncertain. He noticed Xing Meng had hidden other skills, realizing he needed caution. Leaping to strike again, Xing Meng shouted for Chenbai to go to hell, while Chenbai prepared his heavy hammer, their collision erupting with such force that a visible field of energy surrounded them. At the Manhwa container yard, Chenbai charged with his bone claws, sending Xing Meng soaring into the air, though he landed safely. Grabbing Chenbai's arm, the two prepared to exchange blows again. But Xing Meng suddenly opened his fist, stopping Chenbai's strike with his palm and asking if he was unharmed, noting he hadn't expected Chenbai to have much strength left. As they pushed against each other, Xing Meng urged him to stop hiding his power and show his true strength. Chenbai calmly replied that he was already using his talent. It was Xing Meng who hadn't realized it. Frustrated, Xing Meng swung his claws, hurling Chenbai toward a container while boasting that his own strength, agility, and physique surpassed Chenbai's, and that the young fighter's tricks were meaningless before absolute power. But Xing Meng faltered as his hands trembled, coughing up blood, system notices bombarding him. Multiple viruses had exceeded his immunity limits, weakening him with negative effects including fear of light and water, abnormal body temperature, sluggish thinking and movement, and increased stamina consumption. Emerging from the wreckage, Chenbai noted that Xing Meng's body was indeed formidable, which had delayed the virus's effect, and mockingly asked how it felt to be overwhelmed by so many ailments. Enraged, Xing Meng charged, calling him a sneaky bastard, but Chenbai easily impaled him with bone claws, activating his skill evolution Devour. He boasted that he had warned Xing Meng he was different, and now the vine-like aura fully enveloped him. Chenbai declared he would absorb him and claimed the spoils later, ensuring no disappointment. As Xing Meng's claws sank into the ground, system notifications confirmed that the evolved human had been absorbed, and the black light virus completed its initial awakening, greatly enhancing attributes and becoming the foundation of the virus monarch's own body. The system notified Chenbai that the black light devouring ability had evolved, granting him the chance to glimpse fragments of his target's memories and a small probability of acquiring their mastered skills. He noted that the attribute bonuses from the black light virus had shifted from active use to base stats, a huge advantage, and checked the exact increases: strength, agility, and physique up by 50, spirit by 40, and life regeneration doubled. Viewing his profile as the #1 evolved human, he saw each element had grown by 20 points, fully integrated into his basic attributes. Picking up Xing Meng's fallen claw, he realized ordinary humans with attributes under 5 were now far too fragile to pose any threat. Scanning the system, he observed that Xing Meng had been lucky to acquire such equipment, blueprints, and consumables from killing mutant zombies. Otherwise, he could never have exceeded Chenbai's own stats. Chenbai now claimed the zombie claws, an E-level weapon, and the biohazard disaster, a C-level production blueprint, noting that Xing Meng's luck attribute must have been extremely high, and declared all of it now his. Under the crescent moon shining over the damaged containers, Chenbai walked away, reflecting that his talent had risen from E to SSS and that the strange events he'd survived had been immensely rewarding. Having secured Song Zijiang's loyalty, he saw the future Lord, Lilu, and Song Zijiang approaching. Song Zijiang opened the car doors, urging him inside. Chenbai, confident in his current power, decided it was no longer worth chasing the random monsters that had appeared before the trial, and that the remaining days should be spent organizing and preparing for what would come. A few days later, night fell quietly over Song Zijiang's villa. Chenbai stood before the large glass windows, gazing at the city below, sensing that the trial would soon descend. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts, and he called out that they could come in. The door creaked open as Luli, Sushin, and Song Zijiang stepped inside. Song Zijiang reported that they had completed everything Chenbai had assigned in time. Luli proudly added that the terrain and population of the Peak Villa area had been fully surveyed, ensuring they could assert control and dominate when doomsday arrived. Sushin glanced at her notes, confirming that all materials had been purchased and the list compiled and sent to Chenbai. Acknowledging their efforts, Chenbai noted that the pre-arrangements were in order. Song Zijiang reminded him that time was nearly up and asked if there was anything else to do. Checking his phone, Chenbai said nothing further was needed, instructing them to lay all the information on the table. He then messaged the group, warning that the trials would descend in 10 minutes, and despite their early advantages and rare talents, they must remain vigilant. Calmness was key, he stressed, for the trials would bring dangers beyond imagination, and he did not want anyone to vanish in the next 10 minutes. One member of the group thanked him for the reminder. Another member praised Chenbai and noted 9 minutes remained, while another called out 8, barely able to wait. A third urged calm with 7 minutes left, and a fourth, counting 6, admitted to Chenbai that she was nervous. Master of Lightning reminded everyone with 5 minutes left that there was no need to fear, since the group was together, while Crow reported 4 minutes and expressed anticipation. Tintin stayed silent, lost in thought. Song Zijiang's attention snapped to Qinbai as he urged everyone to look outside. With 9 seconds remaining, Qinbai remarked that the city's quiet and peaceful scene would soon be history. 7 seconds left, he declared the world's end was near. Song Ji trembled, calling to Alan with 5 seconds left, confessing her fear, and Alan reassured her. With 4 seconds remaining, Sushin and Song Zijiang anxiously watched outside. 3 seconds, Lilu's unease was evident. 2 seconds, Chen Bai's excitement surged. The moment the clock struck 0 on June 15th, the trial began. The entire city turned red and collapsed in an instant. The surviving humans had evolved, each awakening innate abilities that could grow stronger through experience, while other races born from the trial also entered this brutal game of life and death. The blue planet itself became a proving ground, scattered with secret realms and world rifts, leaving it to them to judge danger or opportunity. Qinbai watched in disbelief as the city descended into chaos and a plane threatened to crash, only to be startled when a system notification confirmed that the hourglass of time had been recognized and was now binding to him. Panic struck him momentarily, worried the others in the room might notice, and he urged them to leave, but froze in shock at what he saw. Everyone else was suspended in time, completely still, and Qinbai turned to the window to witness the world halted. Even the crashing airplane hung motionless in midair. Around the hourglass, small energy orbs began to glow and swarm toward him, drawn into the timepiece as the system announced its successful binding. This soul-binding artifact now possessed the power to return to any past moment and erase everything from the vanished timeline, its cooldown fixed at 72 years, 6 months, and 7 days, unalterable by any skill or equipment. Qinbai's astonishment deepened as he realized he alone moved within a frozen world, the hourglass now fully attuned to him, holding a power unlike anything before. As Qinbai glanced at the notification, it struck him that the hourglass might be the reason he was reborn. He was stunned to discover the skills status save and status red. The first marks his current physical, mental, and skill state without any cooldown, while the latter reads that saved status, leaving items and memories untouched, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Both require soul binding. A grin spread across his face at the sheer life-saving potential packed into a skill with only a 1-hour delay. When time resumed, Song Ziqiang remarked that it felt as if Qinbai had called them and asked if she had heard him correctly. He confirmed she had and instructed that they immediately check the safety of their villa, stressing the night's danger and ordering everyone on alert to start securing the area at first light. Song Ziqiang, Susan, and Lilu all nodded in agreement. The following day, the city lay in ruins, with fires burning across multiple districts. At Song Ziqiang's villa, a wave of zombies charged toward her, and she activated her S-class ability, the Amethyst Eyes, which could transform objects into amethyst or illuminate them offensively or defensively, amplifying power with her mental strength to summon a sword and strike forward. Using Insight Crystal to read her target's attributes, she assessed a standard adult male zombie, noting its virus-laced scratches and bites and that its head was the weak point, then swiftly decapitated it. On higher ground behind the horde, Alan prepared to strike. The assassin's class talent rendered her breath invisible and undetectable, while granting enhanced agility in shadows and a first-hit attack speed boost. With precision, she leapt from her perch, ready to descend upon the unsuspecting horde. Alan cut down every zombie in her path with swift, precise slashes of her knife. Meanwhile, in the lobby of Song Ziqiang's villa, a bodyguard arrived carrying an injured man, announcing that they had found wounded survivors. Susan, wielding her B-class high-speed recovery talent that accelerated healing and stamina for herself and others, immediately tended to the injured, then advised the bodyguard to administer the zombie serum so she could continue treatment. As evening settled, the villa exuded an air of calm. Qinbai approached Lilu, noting that everything seemed under control, and she agreed, adding that thanks to his prior planning, they now had both the territory and the people fully organized. Observing the guards standing vigilant, Lilu confirmed no incidents had occurred, and Qinbai assured her he would leave the matter in her hands, having more pressing concerns elsewhere, which left her momentarily surprised but compliant. A sudden gust of wind from Qinbai's abrupt leap sent Lilu's skirt fluttering as he vanished from sight. Moments later, on Jiangcheng Mountain Road, he raced at incredible speed, reflecting that early in the Doomsday trial, limitations like unusable vehicles and firearms had been a major obstacle. Yet now his enhanced speed would allow him to reach his destination on time. He recalled the first day of the trial when a mysterious sign appeared above Jiangqing City University, a symbol he had struggled to interpret in time, but regrets were useless now as he pressed forward toward what awaited. Chen Bai's determination burned brightly as he resolved to seize the opportunity before him. Moments later, he arrived at Jiangqing University, cutting down multiple zombies with precision using his abilities. Glancing skyward, he noted the approaching light, the long-awaited sign that all evolvers had been desperate to witness. The avatar of God was descending, its presence drawing near. While running, someone called out, asking him to pause. The man grinned and remarked that few were as strong as Chen Bai in these early days of the trial, then introduced himself as a merchant and offered a chance for business. Chen Bai smiled, accepting the offer with respect, and the man modestly downplayed it, saying there was nothing to be honored about. Yet Chen Bai felt privileged merely to know the man's name, and seeing his symbol, had been anticipating this meeting. He praised him as kind, fair, generous, wealthy, and powerful, bowing in respect before confidently addressing him as the god of trading, Lord Lido. Lord Lido simply grinned in response, pleased by the recognition, his expression calm yet commanding. Jiangqing University stood in a state of decay, its ruins reflecting the chaos of the early trial days. Lido handed Chen Bai a card, claiming it was a meeting gift, expressing that their encounter seemed destined. It was a gold membership card for the Goblin Chamber of Commerce, granting Chen Bai a 12% discount on purchases. Reflecting on his previous life, Chen Bai recalled being immune to flattery, but this time he responded quickly, thanking Lido and noting his generosity and kindness. The merchant then presented his wares, first, the S-rank Thunder Walker Scroll, a profession skill channeling thunder to devastate enemies with lethal melee capabilities, priced at 500 W gold coins. Second, the S-rank Reaper Touch, a legendary sniper rifle crafted by a dwarf god, accessible only to firearm users. Chen Bai's eyes widened as he recognized the Thunder Walker Scroll from his past life, recalling that he had once dreamed of acquiring these rare profession items, but lacked the means. Apologizing, he admitted he couldn't afford them yet, and Lido, understanding the struggles of early trial evolvers, reminded him that the items were far from worthless and encouraged him to work hard and grow wealthy for future trades. As Lido began to leave, Chen Bai stopped him, speculating that since gods couldn't participate directly in the trials, they must invest in evolved beings to profit, and asked if that was his intention. Lido, amused and calling Chen Bai a little guy, confirmed he understood well and asked if Chen Bai was interested in receiving his investment. Chen Bai told Lido that he had heard of a treasure in his possession coveted by all gods, irresistible even to evolvers, and that if invested in him, it would not be wasted. Lido materialized a seat, explaining that an investment must yield profit, and asked what made Chen Bai think he could offer more than it was worth. Looking closely at him, he added that even an admirer would not sway him into a loss. Without hesitation, Chen Bai activated his skills, summoning bone claws on his right hand and wielding a heavy hammer on his left, revealing his SSS-class talent to demonstrate his true capabilities. Lido applauded, impressed by the extraordinary talent, unlike anything he had encountered before, and commented that the Blue Star trial ground was tempting, yet he had no intention to invest so early. Rising, he decided to give Chen Bai a rare chance, emphasizing that if it weren't for his innate gift and the lack of a divine aura, he would not have agreed. Ecstatic, Chen Bai asked if he could secure the coveted investment. Lido waved a finger, warning that talent alone did not guarantee the future, and that among the gods, even those with lesser abilities could surpass expectations. To earn the high-level investment, Chen Bai had to prove his worth through strength and growth. At that moment, the system issued him a mission notice. The god of goblins and trading, Lido, had granted him an SSS-ranked mission, the ultimate investment, and asked if he would accept. Without pause, Chen Bai agreed, flicking a coin in his direction. Lido explained that completing the mission would allow Chen Bai to summon his shadow, and hoped he would not delay. Catching the coin effortlessly, Chen Bai requested to see the legendary treasure coveted by all gods. Smiling, Lido revealed an SSS-grade dual profession scroll, enabling the user to wield two professions simultaneously, enjoy attribute bonuses and skill growth for both, and activate all effects at once. Chen Bai's eyes gleamed with excitement at the incredible potential of mastering dual professions. Lido announced the transaction was complete, and that it was time for him to depart, noting that the day's harvest had been satisfying and expressing hope that Chen Bai would successfully complete the mission. Once Lido vanished, Chen Bai activated his mission panel, revealing the details. To earn the ultimate investment from the cunning goblin and god of trade, he would need to prove himself. The objective was to locate a special secret realm hidden within Jiangqing University, defeat the creature Leto coveted, and deliver a part of its body to him, with the final reward entirely at Leto's discretion. Chinbai marveled at how fitting it was that a god of trade determined the reward, recalling Leto's impeccable reputation from his previous life and feeling confident that completing the task would bring no loss. He also noted that if the university truly housed a secret realm, it must have been exceptionally well hidden, as he had never heard of it before, and began considering where to start searching. Meanwhile, in the gymnasium of university, the door was barricaded with numerous objects, and inside, 3 people were tormenting others. A large, muscular man raged, striking those around him, while a man and a woman stood behind him, guarding his back. He demanded that the victims strip and plead to become his slaves in a way that satisfied him, leaving the women anxious and the men bruised on the floor. He threatened to kill them if they disobeyed, mocking them as lowly monkeys, which only fueled the anger of the beaten men. One spat back, calling him a white pig bastard and insisting it would never happen, only for the muscular man, Tom, to grin darkly and warn that since they wished to die, he would grant them that fate, but not quickly. A voluptuous woman at his back cautioned him that he was going too far, prompting Tom to slap her and dismiss her harshly. Suddenly, the gymnasium door exploded inward, sending dust and debris flying as the barricade shattered, startling everyone. Chenbai appeared, calling Tom a foreigner and questioning his cruelty toward the students. Tom scoffed, demanding what Chenbai planned to do about it, unaware that Chenbai had already vanished. In an instant, Chenbai reappeared before him, claws of bone forming on his right hand, and lunged, driving Tom toward death with a single command. Another man charged from behind, only to be met with a gush of blood, some of it splattering the horrified woman beside him. Still gripping the attacker's head with his bone claws, Chenbai called out for anyone familiar with the medical faculty to assist him, signaling the urgency of the situation. At Jiangqing University's gymnasium, the students slowly got back on their feet, murmuring among themselves. One asked if anyone was from the medical facility. One replied he was a civil engineer, while another said he studied foreign languages. Suddenly, someone pointed toward the woman with Tom, recalling she belonged to the medical facility. Chenbai turned to look at her. She froze, begging him not to kill her, insisting she hadn't harmed anyone and expressing her admiration for the Dragon Nation. Her words left him momentarily speechless, and while the male students chuckled, one female student looked away, embarrassed. The woman pleaded for mercy, promising to do anything, and the same female student defended her, insisting she hadn't attacked anyone and had even tried to stop the chaos. Chenbai acknowledged this and, moments later, led them out of the gymnasium, instructing that the woman remain behind while the students were free to leave. He explained that once outside, they should follow the trail of zombie corpses to Villa and report his name as Chenbai, as the people there would take them in. A student hesitated, questioning if it was safe to leave with zombies still roaming and if Villa was far, which another confirmed. Chenbai reassured them that he had cleared most of the zombies along the route, so danger would be minimal, and reminded them that surviving this ordeal meant they were gifted evolvers. He then asked them how they would respond when zombies and monsters multiplied if they were already hesitant to face the current threat. When Chenbai warned that they would be as good as dead, the gymnasium fell silent. A female student finally spoke, thanking him and confirming they understood, so they left immediately. Once the students had vanished, the woman asked why she couldn't go with them and why he was keeping her behind, leaving Chenbai momentarily speechless. Flustered and blushing, she guessed that he kept her because students in the Dragon Kingdom favored foreign girls, and so did he, insisting he shouldn't use force since she would be his. Wild horse. Chenbai clarified that she had misunderstood, saying he had no interest in such things and reminded her that he needed help finding something in the medical department. Embarrassed, the woman apologized, admitting fear had kept her from listening earlier, but she protested that he couldn't insult her, asserting she hadn't been ridden by anyone and could prove it. Amused, Chenbai acknowledged her claim. Moments later, as they exited Jiangqing University Stadium, she complained of exhaustion and pain, asking for a break, but he refused, grabbing her by the waist and insisting they keep moving. Startled, she screamed as her shirt snagged, but he ignored her protests and continued until they reached the medical department research building. Out of breath, she sulked, complaining about his pushiness and nearly losing her shirt, while Chenbai focused on locating the building. She explained that only professors could access the third-floor research room, which contained numerous samples and information on bacteria and viruses. Pointing out that the side entrance led underground to Mr. Ashiai's house and the incinerator, she speculated it might hide anything secret in the medical department. Chinbai agreed and instructed her to follow as they entered a laboratory brimming with machines and samples, ready to begin their search. Chinbai stepped into the Jiangqing University Virus Research Laboratory, eyes widening with astonishment as he took in the treasure trove before him, remarking he never expected the school to hold such valuable samples. As he began absorbing vials, the system notified him that he had acquired a temperature-sensitive mutated influenza D virus for the first time, earning 5 virus points. More notifications followed as he collected different influenza variations, each granting small points, and he observed wryly that most were flu viruses, unsurprising for a school setting. Suddenly, the system indicated he had gathered enough influenza viruses to reduce the points needed to upgrade it into a skill. Amused, Chenbai decided to try, and the system confirmed the upgrade. He had gained the skill Influenza, capable of releasing a virus to infect targets within range, reducing their attributes and applying a negative condition called Sneeze, which interrupts chance accumulations and aiming when triggered, though the effects varied with the target's race and physical condition. Excited, he cursed silently, marveling at the skill's strength and control potential, realizing he had underestimated the importance of virus reality when navigating the talent tree before. Recognizing the terror of an SSS-level talent, he noted that his remaining virus points should be used carefully, especially with Lord Leto's trial likely to be difficult. Opening the Black Light virus skill tree, he unlocked passive upgrades like flying, which allowed him to cling to any surface, dramatically enhancing balance, spatial awareness, concentration, dynamic vision, reflexes, and even doubling his control over all muscles in the body, further preparing him for the challenges ahead. Chinbai raised his fist, feeling his muscles vibrate with newfound control, astonished at the precision he now possessed. Testing it, he extended his arm, and cracked spiderwebbed across the laboratory wall, leaving the woman with him wide-eyed in shock, recalling how fortunate she was that he hadn't used this power earlier, or she might have been killed. Chinbai realized that mastering every muscle meant even a fraction of a millimeter could deliver a full power strike, no matter the target's size. Noticing her reaction as he walked past, he teased her about blushing, but when she denied it, he dismissed the matter and directed them toward Mr. Ashi's place. Soon, they were underground in the virus research laboratory at the teacher's repository. The woman nervously called out that it was pitch dark without electricity, and Chenbai warned her to stay still, sensing danger. She stumbled into his back, and they arrived before the incineration room. Opening the doors, Chenbai instructed her to remain outside, though she admitted her fear. Ignoring her protests, he approached an array, and the system asked if he was sure about entering the dungeon, the cold incinerator with a recommended level of 510. He confirmed, and in an instant, he was transported to a room lined with beds. The system notified him that he had entered a special dungeon, the cold incinerator, which would persist if successfully cleared but vanish permanently if not completed within 2 days. As he absorbed this, the bodies under the blankets began to move, and Chinbai readied his skill, Bone Claws, bracing for the mutant zombies emerging before him, some with multiple limbs clinging to the ceiling. One mutant zombie hung from the ceiling, lunging down at Chinbai while another charged straight at him. He unleashed a flurry of slashing attacks with Bone Claws, quickly dispatching the one on the ground. The system notified him of a level 5 resurrected body defeated and 400 experience points gained. The ceiling zombie drew energy into its mouth and fired a powerful whirlwind at him, but Chinbai dodged effortlessly. Observing its slow forward thrust, he commented on the tactic before leaping and striking with his heavy hammer skill, smashing it back into the ceiling. The system confirmed the kill of a level 7 Splicer Infant Spider, awarding 1,000 experience points. Landing amid the carnage, Chinbai marveled at the dungeon's rich rewards and grinned as more mutant zombies stirred from their beds. Excited by the challenge, he attacked mercilessly, alternating gains of 400 and 1,000 experience points, until the system announced he had leveled up to 4 and earned 2 free attribute points. Suddenly, a loud banging came from the incinerator door. Chinbai taunted the unseen foe, mocking its dead minions, only for the door to explode inward. A massive blob of flesh emerged, limbs forming as it grew, and Chinbai realized the danger instinctively. Attempting to strike, he found its limbs instantly blocked him. He unleashed his evolved flu virus, which only caused the blob to develop a torso, and the system reported his skill had no effect. The monstrous mass lunged, striking him and sending him flying, forcing him to prepare for the next overwhelming assault. Chinbai crashed into the ceiling, clicking his tongue as the effects of his flu virus began to fade. He faced a biomaniac, a creature capable of rapid self-healing, and as it leapt to attack, he charged to meet it, exchanging brutal blows. Each strike he landed was quickly repaired by the monster's high-speed regeneration. Chinbai noted that he hadn't fought with full strength since being reborn, his hands and feet stiffening with disuse, and decided to use the biomaniac to restore a bit of his own power. Hours passed as he observed its endless regeneration, testing the limits with his status read skill and the hourglass of time renewing his body to peak condition, curious to see if the creature truly was immortal. After an hour, a limb was lost, and as the healing slowed, he wondered if it would eventually stop. Another hour passed, and the biomaniac trembled and collapsed. Chinbai lamented not having fought harder. Finally, the creature reverted to its previous form, seemingly unable to recover further. Satisfied, Chinbai pressed the advantage, stamping the blob of flesh until it was flattened, and the system confirmed he had slain the level 8 boss biomaniac, granting 10,000 experience points and leveling him to 5 with 2 free attribute points. The dungeon was now cleared and permanent, with a 3-day cooldown, and the system offered to upload the clearance as a paid video guide, allowing him to hide his identity and appearance. Chinbai agreed, setting it to upload anonymously. Meanwhile, at Dongshin Villa, Sushin received healing from Song Zicheon, the quiet calm of their recovery contrasting with the chaos Chinbai had just left behind. Song Zicheon was surprised to notice something unusual, which puzzled Sushin, when an announcement popped up in their group chat. Evolver White had released the nightmare-level mystery dungeon, cooled incinerator clearance video for 1 copper coin. Both agreed to watch it immediately, and other Evolvers in Chinbai's chat joined in. Reactions varied, some were thrilled, others anxious. Alan was astonished by the speed and had to slow it down to follow the fight, while a young man cheered at the intensity. A muscular member criticized the monster's recovery, questioning if it was fair for Chinbai to face it. A young woman expressed relief that Chinbai had fully recovered. Messages poured into the group. The heir to the 5 lightning whips praised him fervently. Leaf admitted her shortcomings and asked when he would arrive at Yongchang. Tyrant marveled at Chinbai's seemingly limitless instant recovery, and Crow wondered if SS and SSS rank talents differed that much, noting their struggle with 10 zombies. Another member questioned the strength of the level 5-10 bosses, and one called the only trash in the group speculated if there was an alternate way to clear the dungeon. True Void agreed that Chinbai was simply too powerful to follow conventional rules. Meanwhile, inside the cooled incinerator, Chinbai finished absorbing the mutant zombies he had defeated, and the system confirmed he had consumed a special complex mutant. Chinbai gained 300 Black Light Virus evolution points and explained that these points were separate from regular virus talent points, used solely to evolve the abilities and skills of the Black Light Virus, which was already impressive. The system notified him that the virus had evolved, boosting recovery speed by 300% and triggering its passive ability, unlocking the biomaniac skill, Greatest Cell Regeneration. The system explained that this passive skill allowed him to use stamina or other energy to rapidly regenerate, even severed limbs, with the ability to toggle it on or off. Chinbai noted how valuable it was, since passive skills were rare and this one remained at a low-level skill. With that, he turned his attention to checking what the nightmare-level boss would drop next. Chinbai approached the 3 shining items left on the floor. One was a level-unique Biodemon Professional Scroll, an evil profession that absorbs other living beings to enhance its own strength and recovery, though excessive absorption could lead to gene disintegration or mutation with unknown consequences. It required Evolver level 10 and at least 15 physique. Chinbai noted it was a high-risk, high-reward profession, but he already had the Black Light Virus. Another item was a Grade C genetic essence, a perfect vial that could significantly improve physical condition, usable only once per Evolver. Chinbai drank it, and the system confirmed permanent increases of +2 strength, +6 physique, and +3 agility. The last item he picked up was unusual. The system identified it as a Grade D Special Defense Faceless Skin, a multi-gene product offering excellent defense, improving agility, physique, and defense by 10 each, with long-term wear enhancing body shape or dynamic skin that allowed color and shape changes at will. Chinbai paused, finding the dynamic skin description slightly ambiguous, unsure if it counted as body alteration or equipment. He stored it in his inventory and remembered the ordinary equipment dropped by other monsters, noting they could serve as inner armor. He also found a D-rank skill book, Active Cells, which temporarily boosted cell activity and recovery with a 10-hour cooldown, though it was redundant since he already had the advanced cell regeneration skill. Jinbai remarked it didn't matter, as such skill books could be traded in the chat room. Picking up the blob of meat, he decided it was nearly time to leave. Handing over that part of the boss to Lord Leto would complete the mission, and he muttered that the Lord surely hadn't imagined it would be done this quickly. Jinbai reached for the system screen but paused, thinking about the goblins and the god of trade. The system asked if he wanted to leave the dungeon, and Jinbai immediately sensed something was off. Lord Leto wasn't a wandering trader moving aimlessly, he had a purpose. He recalled Leto mentioning he was an unexpected bonus, so the god's original goal must have been this special dungeon. Yet, with the rewards Jinbai was getting, there was no reason for a divine avatar to intervene, which made him wonder if Leto's real objective was unrelated or if he had missed something. His attention shifted to the incinerator nearby. He crouched through its door, noting iron sheets, fire outlets, and walls slick with oil and grease, nothing unusual. A huge hole above caught his eye, hinting that the pipes above might hold something unseen. Jinbai leapt into the pipes, running along their surprising length that far exceeded the room's height. Suddenly, his path seemed blocked. Testing the metal, he realized it wasn't a dead end, but then a golden face appeared before him. He instinctively punched it, only to be stunned when the system identified it as an unknown mask, the main cause of the incinerator's anomaly, with miraculous functions. Jinbai marveled at the item, noting its name was unspecified, likely an SSS-class fragment, or a divine-related artifact. He inspected it carefully, realizing this was probably what Lord Leto had been aiming for and determined to keep it. Evening had fallen when he exited the Jiangqing University underground incinerator, where a woman awaited. She ran to him excitedly, praising his strength after watching his video. Jinbai asked about copper coins, and she explained that others were fighting zombies and she had a last-ditch attack. Wondering how many viewers he had, he noticed the system showing 869 gold coins, 93 silver, and 15 copper, gradually increasing to 912 gold, 75 silver, and 32 copper. Still, it wasn't enough. He needed 1,000 coins to unlock storage. Jinbai realized the storage was protected by the universe's will, completely undetectable and the safest way to secure items, so he decided to wait before turning in his mission. A short while later, he and the woman returned to Jiangqing University Medical Faculty, and she asked if they were heading to the Dongshan Villa area, but Jinbai declined, warning of unknown dangers at night and suggesting they find a safe place to stay. She mentioned a few high-class hotels nearby that would be mostly empty since it wasn't a holiday, and Jinbai agreed, letting her lead the way. They arrived at a love hotel and entered a room where the woman first changed into a nurse outfit, which Jinbai rejected, prompting her to try a police outfit, then a teacher's outfit, then a school uniform, all of which he found unsuitable for various reasons. Finally, she changed into a revealing cat costume, and Jinbai, after a moment of thought, seemed satisfied, declaring she would be his pet for the night. Once she fell asleep, Jinbai enabled the storage function. The system confirmed the space had opened at the cost of 1,000 gold coins, completely private and undetectable, and stored the unknown mask safely. With that secured, Jinbai declared it was time to proceed to the next part of the mission. He flicked the coin Lord Leto had given him, and midair it created an array, signaling the summoning of the god of goblins and trade, with Jinbai eagerly anticipating Lord Leto's arrival. At a love hotel near Jiangqing University, Jinbai stood outside on the street, preparing to summon Lord Leto. He recalled a saying from his previous life: when trading with Leto, emotions are part of the bargaining, meaning Leto would adjust rewards to account for the feelings of the one completing the task, provided he held enough value in Leto's eyes. Jinbai took out the lump of meat from his pocket as proof, and, when Lord Leto arrived, he was surprised Jinbai had summoned him so soon and asked if the task had been completed. Jinbai confirmed and threw the piece of the dungeon creature toward him. Lord Leto paused, noting the meat was wizened, not fresh, and questioned why Jinbai hadn't called immediately, leaving him momentarily speechless. With a sinister smile, Leto asked if he hadn't wanted the scroll badly, and Jinbai admitted he couldn't figure it out at first, explaining he admired and respected Leto and was frustrated that the dungeon's difficulty had been hidden. He detailed how the dungeon was a nightmare level and that without tricks, he would have died. Leto acknowledged the frustration but explained it was part of the test, as no treasure would be given to someone unprepared for the unexpected. Chenbai sighed and confirmed he understood, then asked about his reward and the next task. Lido admitted it had been wrong to conceal the information initially, but Chenbai had proven himself. Lord Lido revealed that the reward for Chenbai's mission was for him to choose, and that the next task would be the final round. When Lido asked how Chenbai felt about it, he bowed and expressed gratitude for the god's understanding and generosity. Lido invited him to select from the highest quality B-rank items as the upper limit, and Chenbai was startled as countless B-rank item cards surrounded him. He picked a scroll of recovery, which Lido recognized as a production blueprint, praising Chenbai for his knowledge and clarity of purpose before assigning the final task. Chenbai's astonishment grew as the system alerted him. The god of goblins and trade had issued an SSS-level task, the ultimate investment, requiring him to obtain 2 SSS-level profession scrolls. Shocked at the difficulty, he protested that even gods were not born with SSS-level professions, but Lido grinned, acknowledging this and insisting that his best treasure must go to the best hands. Chenbai agreed, seeing no choice but to accept. Meanwhile, in the Dongshin Villa area, a colossal mutant giant rat, level 5, carried a man's body as it roamed the neighborhood, wreaking havoc. Hiding behind destroyed walls, Alan remarked on its enormous size, reporting that 2 teams had already been wiped out, while Song Ziqiang noted its attributes were 3 to 4 times higher than theirs. Alan asked what they should do, and Song Ziqiang commanded that the people avoid confrontation for now but keep the creature under constant observation. Suddenly, Alan noticed a mutant giant rat had found them, and as it charged to destroy the walls, she moved to shield Song Ziqiang, warning everyone to get clear, but it was too late as the creature crashed down, sending the men flying. She helped Song Ziqiang up, urging immediate escape, but he lamented it was futile. The rat was too fast. Just then, it appeared above them, ferocious, only for a portal crackling with electricity to open and Chenbai to descend, kicking the beast to the ground effortlessly. Song Ziqiang breathed relief at his arrival, calling his name, while Chenbai surveyed the area and noted it seemed he had returned in time. He instructed Alan to rally the men to clean the battlefield and ensure compensation for the fallen, while Song Ziqiang would come with him to explain the situation. Back at her villa, Chenbai reviewed reports. Zombies had been cleared, but mutant rats had surged from the east, destroying 6 warehouses and causing over 100 casualties. Girl handed him a detailed list and apologized for the losses, but Chenbai commended her efforts and advised her to rest while he cleaned up the remaining rats and investigated their source. Song Ziqiang thanked him but insisted someone should remain nearby to care for him, and Chenbai agreed to her suggestion. Song called someone named Qin Lingyu, and the doors slowly opened as a woman stepped in. She was Linghu, rescued during the villa cleanup, and someone Song had known for a long time. Song explained she was a lawyer who could assist Chenbai with the rules, and she agreed to join his side. Chenbai allowed her to stay, letting everyone else go rest. After a few moments, only Chenbai and Linghu remained in the room. She blushed slightly and offered that he could ask her to do anything he needed. He, recalling that she was known for being sharp-tongued in her profession, raised an eyebrow and asked if she could demonstrate it for him. Lingyu knelt before him, calling him master and thanking him for the reward, and he praised her technique, expressing satisfaction with her skill. Standing by the massive glass window, Chenbai instructed her to come closer, explaining he wanted to say a few words about the rules they were making, but he was startled to see her bending forward, seemingly requesting something. Confused, he asked what she wanted and why she assumed that posture, and whether she had missed his earlier words. She apologized, explaining that her B-level skill focus, which sharpens thinking speed and sensory sensitivity while concentrating, had blocked out his instructions. He clarified that he had asked her over because from there she could see all 3 areas of Donghua, including villas, high-end hillside residences, and lower mountain neighborhoods, and he needed her to create rules tailored to each area. She confirmed she could handle it, and asked if he had any further requests. He explained it was a simple curiosity about the extent of her abilities and suggested testing how far her senses could be stimulated under concentration. She blushed and stammered in agreement, immediately activating her skill focus while bending before him, confirming she was ready, filling the room with soft moans. The next morning, at the Donghua sewage outlet, he was accompanied by Song, Ziqiang, Alan, and several others, explaining that he had located the site from architectural drawings and traces of mutant rats. Entering revealed a layer of these mutated creatures, and though he could have cleared it himself, he wanted to train strong, reliable men capable of protecting everyone in his absence. He urged them to become the villa's backbone, and asked if they were ready. All knelt and called him master, confirming their readiness. Amused, he told them to rise, declaring that from now on they should call him Brother B instead. Pleased by their excitement, he waded into the water, tore away the fence blocking the outlet, and instructed them to begin. Suddenly, the system notified him that they had triggered the special mission for sewer hosts, and when he asked if the others had received it as well, Song confirmed that she had. Alan explained that the mission required eliminating all mutant rats, defeating the Rat King, and investigating the mutation's source, with rewards depending on their success, and one of the men mentioned that they had received the same assignment. As they entered the sewer, Song noted the darkness and that it was fortunate she had instructed them to craft torches, while Chinbai observed it was cleaner than expected. Suddenly, Chin signaled caution as rustling indicated the mutated rats were approaching at incredible speed. He immediately unleashed his skills, wielding a heavy hammer and bone claws, shouting a warning as the group charged into battle. They fought fiercely, cutting down the rats in their path, and Chin reminded them to stay alert for any survivors. As Alan finished dispatching a group of mutants, one of the men discovered ratskin equipment, and Song reported that nearly 16 sections of the pipeline had been cleared, which Chin confirmed. Then, a man alerted them to new movement ahead. Only a single mutant remained, and Song volunteered to handle it. Chin reminded her to use her scouting skills first, and she activated her insight crystal, her eyes widening in shock as she identified the creature as a level 7 boss. Song noted that she couldn't detect any specific attributes from the boss, though its strength measured 30 and agility 40, and she hesitated as she considered its physique. She was startled when Chin, already activating his bone claws, charged straight at the creature, urging him to be careful, while Zicheon watched in surprise and relief at the unfolding scene. In a single, powerful strike, Chin mauled the boss, defeating it instantly. The system rang, signaling the drop of the Grady set of defense plague boots, which boosted agility by 5, provided poison protection, increased all attributes by 1 as part of the 5th plague set, and required an evolver level of at least 5. Chin observed that the Rat King could indeed drop a full equipment set and quickly equip the boots, noting that even lower grade items, when collected together, could surpass normal equipment of the same tier. With the Plague Rat King defeated, the remaining task was to investigate the mutation's origin. After clearing 5 pipe sections, Song wondered why no more rats appeared, only to be startled when Chin suddenly ordered them to stop. At that moment, the system notified him of new virus points earned, 10 for absorbing the Spore Plague for the first time and 23 for absorbing the Bone Spur Plague. He gained 15 virus points for absorbing the Rotting Plague, 14 for the Mutant Dark Green Spore Plague, and 20 for the Black Death Plague, all absorbed for the first time. At first, he thought collecting viruses and germs in the sewers was normal, but these strains were unlike anything that had existed on Earth before the trials, and their type and quantity could even harm evolvers. It became clear that the source of the mutation must be close. Chen instructed Song to halt and agreed they should retreat for safety, which she accepted. As he advanced, system notifications flooded in, each step increasing his virus points at a faster rate, making him wonder how much they would surge once he reached the origin. Rounding a corner in the pipes, he spotted it, a mysterious corpse clutching a scroll, emanating poisonous energy, and he realized the place was a treasure trove for him. Standing before it, he examined the tied-up body in shock, questioning whether this corpse was the source of the mutation and the plague virus itself. He realized the source of the mutation must be the scroll clutched in the corpse's hand and pulled it free. Opening it, he found no properties or instructions, only a note revealing it was from the Plague Cult, a group he had never encountered in his previous life. Confident that absorbing the viruses from this area would enhance his power, he activated virus absorption on the scroll, and to his shock, his hand began mutating as 2 distinct energies swirled around him. Once it returned to normal, the corpse collapsed and the system notified him that the special sewer mission was complete, granting him 2,000 experience points and a random reward, the Wall of Flesh. A symbol appeared in his palm, identified by the system as the Seal of Plague, a mark of core membership condensed from countless horrific plagues, which could interact with other seals nearby. Importantly, he was not corrupted by the plague but had obtained the seal, triggering the conditions for subsequent missions. The mission, Plague Cult, was issued at SSS difficulty, and the description revealed that the cult had sacrificed old gods and brought immense treasures to welcome the true god of their prophecy. Possessing the Seal of Plague qualified him to challenge this destiny, prompting him to find the Plaguebringer and undergo their test. Jinbai noted the mission's divine significance, and he resolved that becoming the god of plague would allow him to confront Hois directly, so he would pursue the Plaguebringer without hesitation. Suddenly, a portal materialized, and the system indicated the creation of a hell difficulty dungeon, the Plague Sewer, with 29 days, 23 hours, 58 minutes, and 59 seconds remaining, which he immediately recognized as more challenging than even the Cold Incinerator's nightmare level. Jinbai noted that the hell difficulty dungeon would take a month to generate, so he planned to return then to explore it, while a portal appeared for Song Ziqiong, announcing the creation of a normal difficulty dungeon in the Dongshan sewer area, recommended for levels 1 to 10 with a 3 entry per day limit. Surprised when Chen appeared, she realized the dungeon's levels were perfect for her to level up, and after confirming he was back, she had already sent word for others to join in groups to maximize their 3 daily entries. Chen praised her for the initiative, and 20 minutes later, as everyone gathered at the dungeon entrance, he instructed that the confined space made it best to enter in groups of 4 to 8, emphasizing that survival comes first and profit second, which everyone acknowledged. Speaking to the 3 women, he explained they would accompany him but largely handle themselves unless intervention was necessary, and they all agreed. He suggested forming a team and joining the chat group. Song was surprised when notified by the system that Evolver number 1 had invited her to the White Emperor Palace chat, but Chen explained the numbering simply reflected order of evolution. Suddenly, Song Ji confronted him, questioning why she hadn't been invited, and he loomed over her, declaring that only loyal and capable members were allowed, and a little girl once terrified of zombies would not be given a place. Embarrassed yet defiant, Sanji reminded him not to underestimate her, and Chen showed her multiple items, instructing her to gather her equipment and entered the dungeon to demonstrate her growth. Moments later, she moved stealthily behind a pair of mutated rats, signaling to Aelin and Song that they didn't need to assist because she would handle it herself. The system notified Jinbai that Evolver number 10,261,521, Sanji, had accepted his invitation to join the White Emperor Palace, and she looked genuinely excited. Song's joy was evident as she walked away, declaring she would go kill some monsters, prompting Chibai to tease that she was acting like a little princess. Ziqiong reassured him that Sanji was all talk and he shouldn't worry, just wait until the dungeon run ended and they returned to the villa. Song added that she had promised Sanji would call Chibai daddy, and Chibai noted how decisive she was. Song remarked that decisiveness was necessary in this changed world, and for a young lady like Sanji, who had never truly suffered before, having someone like Chibai in her life would mean a great deal. In a luxurious hotel suite, a woman lounges in the bathtub, sighing at the comfort, and noting that following her group leader's advice had allowed her to live so well at the end of times. Suddenly, her system alerts her that Evolver's team has cleared a normal level Dongshan sewer dungeon for the first time and uploaded a video of the run, available for 10 copper coins. Her eyes widen as she recognizes Chen by leading the team, marveling at his achievement. She hesitates briefly at the cost but decides to watch, noting she's never seen a dungeon before and fearing she might go bankrupt. As the video plays, the participants' faces remain hidden, yet she wonders at the many women present. Meanwhile, a man viewing the same footage remarks that the girls seem talented but weak in combat, fast-forwarding to see Jinbai fight. Another observer notes the high-level monsters lurking in the dungeon's depths, acknowledging that even with Jinbai's guidance, victory wasn't guaranteed, and the boss's arrival looks formidable. A group of foreign men watch as well. One questions the power of this Eastern contender, and another admits their luck has run out having never discovered a dungeon. Debate arises over whether Jinbai could surpass their S-rank fighter, Tom, though they agree Jinbai kills the boss in one shot, proving his superior strength. Back in the hotel, the woman marvels at the level 10 boss defeat, impressed both by Jinbai's skill and the fighting methods he taught the girls, wishing she could be among his students and envying those who were. Elsewhere, in Song Ziqiong's villa study, Jinbai notes that after everyone completed the sewer dungeon, they must have collected plenty of low-grade equipment. He suggests that Song Ziqiong, Lingyu, and Lui establish rules for the base's economy and item trading quickly. Showing Song Ziqiong several items, he emphasizes their importance, confident that she will understand their value. Song Ziqiong's eyes widen as she examines the items more closely. She grasps a wall of living flesh and blood, a material that grows by consuming flesh and blood, far stronger than any ordinary wall, recognizing its potential as a powerful barrier if used correctly. Holding a scroll, she notes it allows instant return to the Mark City in 10 seconds, with effectiveness depending on the wall material, something that could literally save a life. With these tools, she realizes, they could quickly establish dominance over Jiangqing. When she lifts the faceless skin, however, disappointment flickers across her face. It's meant to improve appearance and allow transformation into any form. Noticing her reaction, Qinbai asks if she finds it less important than the other items. Song Ziqiang shakes her head, explaining that nothing compares to what pleases Qinbai, as he is the true master of all of it. Qinbai admits he knows little about women's clothing, wondering if she could surprise him, and she hints that the surprise isn't hers alone. She explains that she has promised to have Song Jae call Qinbai daddy, and intends to dress her immediately, asking him to wait. Later, all the lights in the villa are off except for one. Qinbai carries the sleeping Lingyu into a bedroom where Suzin, Song Ziqiang, Ailin, and Lui are already asleep on a large bed. He gently places Lingyu among them, pausing to quietly observe the others resting peacefully. Moments later, Qinbai equips the plague robe, and the system notifies him that he now has 2/5 of the plague set, granting a 5-point boost to all attributes and resistance to weakness debuffs. He notes that in that day's sewer dungeon, only one piece of the plague set dropped after 3 runs and calculates that if this rate continues, he could complete the full set in just 3 days. Suddenly, a private chat notification appears from a member named Dreamy, leaving Qinbai puzzled. Dreamy greets him politely, mentioning that she watched his strategy video and appreciated how he tailored guidance to each person's abilities, though she admits she is weak in combat and seeks his help. Qinbai considers this, explaining that to provide proper guidance, he needs a clear understanding of her talents, and asks her to send her talent details so he can assist. Dreamy hesitates at first, but Qinbai clarifies that while attribute details are acceptable, they are insufficient for meaningful guidance, prompting her to immediately share her talent information. He notes that he never encountered anyone named Dreamy in his previous life, but since the group members are at least pioneers, she must be exceptional. Qinbai's eyes widen in surprise when he sees her talent, Dream Butterfly, with 31 dream points, a recognized SSS-level infinite growth talent. He immediately realizes such power could not have gone unnoticed, deducing that she must have died in his past life. Dreamy looks startled as Qinbai explains the complexity of SSS-level talents, and asks her to describe the effects of her abilities and skills so he can understand them fully. Dreamy explains that her talent, Dream Butterfly, allows her to enter a dream world mirroring reality, visit others' dreams, and even extract items from them. She admits she has been practicing dream weaving, a skill to manipulate the dream world, though her control is still limited. To share a dream with someone, she must create a dream totem and invite them in, which surprises Qinbai. He realizes that as long as her true body remains undiscovered, she is nearly invincible. Typing rapidly, Dreamy offers to send him a dream totem in the form of a picture so he can guide her inside her dream world. Qinbai hesitates, noting he would have no protection there, but she insists he cannot refuse, promising to sign an Evolver's contract that guarantees she will not harm him. Astonished, Qinbai recalls that an Evolver's contract recognized by the Universal will cost at least 10 gold coins, so he struggles to understand why she needs his combat guidance. Dreamy explains that monsters she kills in the dream world also die in reality, and by adjusting their spawn rate through dream weaving, she can accumulate exactly enough gold, while offering additional rewards, a D-level skill book, spiritual perception, and an F-grade special item called City Building Order. Qinbai notes that her ability is formidable, rivaling even his Virus King talent. Dreamy bites her lip, desperate, admitting that while strong in dreams, she is weak in reality and fears that without improving her combat skills, her life is in danger. Qinbai acknowledges her instinct is correct. Her talent grants no physical enhancement, a significant vulnerability, and he agrees she should send him the Evolver's contract. Qinbai reasons that since Dreamy is willing to sign the contract, he should help her. Such a powerful talent would be invaluable under his guidance. The system notifies him that Dreamy has sent a copy of the Evolver contract, which promises she will not speak or act in ways that could harm him, with any violation causing her to lose her Evolver status. The contract remains valid for 24 hours, and Qinbai agrees. Moments later, he lies on a bed in the second bedroom of Song Ziqiang's villa, noting that activating the dream totem requires 3 minutes of relaxation and focus, with longer times if the participant is cautious. Suddenly, an image of the dream totem appears, sent by Dreamy. Qinbai thinks that if such abilities could evolve to the point of full interaction in dreams, it would be terrifying. Closing his eyes, he lets the totem transport him, and soon finds himself in a room where Dreamy stands before him. She greets him as Group Leader Brother Bai, introduces herself as Meng Meng, the one behind the Dreamy persona, and confirms she has just signed the contract with him. Bai introduces himself, telling Meng she can simply call him by name, then asks if this is truly the world of her dreams, noting that the current location seems unsuitable for combat training. Meng explains it isn't the right place and opens a portal, revealing a gym she has prepared nearby. Bai is astonished, realizing that her dream replicates the entire city. Peeking into the portal, he comments on its size, remarking that her dream world must be enormous. Meng clarifies that the dream world is independent and doesn't belong to her. As a dream traveler, she can only enter and modify it, and her explorations suggest it mirrors the real world. Bai nods in understanding and suggests they head straight to the gym to begin training. Meng agrees and leads him through the portal. Moments later, they arrive at a basketball court inside the Dreamworld gym, still shrouded in darkness. Snapping her fingers, Meng commands the lights on, and the gym instantly illuminates, ready for training. Bai remarks that Meng looks like a middle school girl, causing her to giggle and mention that she was a novelist before the apocalypse. Bai points out that her goal is to strengthen her abilities in the real world, so the best method is to fight, not rely on dream world boosts. He needs to see her true fighting level. Meng explains that her dream world attributes are amplified by her mental strength, which is at 48, warning Bai to be careful. Bai reassures her to attack with full force, and she charges forward with a yell, throwing her first punch. Bai dodges effortlessly, noting that her weight is off balance, preventing her from striking effectively, and instructs her to try again. Embarrassed, Meng closes her eyes and flails with random punches. Bai jokes about a turtle punch from children's martial arts. Bai guides her patiently. First, control balance, because a punch that cannot be recovered is weak. Second, determine the target instead of striking randomly. Third, watch the opponent instead of focusing solely on her own attack. Observing that she still punches away from him, he demonstrates by appearing in front of her, emphasizing the importance of these 3 points. He notes that his punch speed, about 20, was too fast for her to handle, and Meng apologizes, admitting her weakness. Bai reassures her that there is no need to apologize and encourages her to continue training, which Meng agrees to, promising to work hard. 7 days later, evening falls over the Dongshan Villa area, but one room in Song Ziqiong's villa remains lit. Song Ziqiong is there with Bai, informing him that all the laws have been posted and that staff stand before each billboard to explain them. Bai acknowledges the progress, noting the Dongshan area is now on the right track. Bai remembers that he has been cleaning up the area over the past few days and remarks that the ongoing management will now fall to Song Ziqiong, as he plans to leave early the next morning. Song Ziqiong asked Bai if he was already leaving, reminding him that he had promised to stay longer since his plague set was still missing a piece. Bai explained that he couldn't wait for any set, no matter how powerful, because countless opportunities and rare treasures were out there, and he had to seize them. Song Ziqiong stepped closer, hugging him from behind, urging him to consider the responsibilities he left behind and to return. Otherwise, if the Emperor's palace were flooded, no one could control it. Amused, Bai asked if there really was a flood on her land. He suggested she summon everyone for a proper discussion on closing the water outlet, and she confirmed she would follow his orders. Later that night, Bai's team of ladies were all in bed, filled with pleasure, and he watched with contentment as his vine-like aura enveloped them, leaving the room brimming with butterflies and roses. The next morning, as Bai prepared to leave, he glanced back at the sleeping women, then closed the door and noticed Aylin approaching. He asked if she had come for Ziqiong, but she denied it, saying she was looking for him. Curious, Bai inquired further, and Aylin reported that trouble had arisen at the settlement at the foot of the mountain. Surprised, he asked why she needed him for something like that and whether the Dongshan regulations hadn't already addressed it. Aylin apologized for disturbing him and explained that the situation was under control, but the troublemaker claimed to be one of Bai's classmates. Bai told Aylin to lead him to the troublemaker, and she quickly agreed. Moments later, they arrived at the foot of the mountain, and as soon as the man saw Bai, he exclaimed in shock. Aylin explained that these were people unhappy with paying the daily fee of 1 copper coin, hoping to get free security and stability without contributing, which made Bai pause and consider. As he walked down the stairs, Lycan stepped forward, introducing himself, but Bai responded that he already knew him. He argued that the rules weren't harsh. 1 copper coin required killing a single zombie, and even if they failed, there were other jobs in the settlement to earn money. He asked why they were causing trouble. Juan replied that it wasn't about the money. With the end approaching, people needed to be careful and help each other, and since Chenbai had resources, he should use them to support everyone. Lycan advised that, as student council president, canceling the rules would benefit everyone and win their gratitude. Chenbai dismissed the suggestion, saying he didn't want to waste time on someone like Lycan. He called everyone to attention, declaring that the rule was simple: anyone unwilling to follow it should leave immediately, and anyone remaining after 3 minutes would be shot without mercy. Chenbai confirmed, reminding them that these were the rules there, and defiance would not be tolerated. Alan was asked to begin the countdown, and she calmly agreed, but Li Chen scoffed that there was no need for 3 or 5 minutes since he had no intention of leaving, insisting he was saving money for everyone and deserved their gratitude instead. His words only fueled the guards' anger. One snapped that a single copper coin wasn't a burden to anyone and that freeloaders who refused to pay were nothing but worthless and stingy, unworthy of protection. Another taunted that he was trash if he couldn't even kill a single zombie a day, while one mocked that if he couldn't earn a coin, he should guard his house instead and be paid 2 coppers like a dog. Others told him to get lost, claiming he had no place in the camp since they were the ones who built it. Provoked, Li Chen shouted back that he would leave if forced to, but warned that Chenbai would regret this decision. Just then, Chenbai ordered him to wait. Li Chen sneered, thinking he had changed his mind, but before he could react, Chenbai unleashed his bone claws, slashing him down in an instant. Stunned, Li Chen stared at his own blood gushing as he collapsed, leaving the others horrified. Chenbai coldly remarked that he was right. Those who hold grudges and boast about them always end in regret. At that moment, Alan announced only 1 minute remained, asking if the others would stay. One man quickly knelt, admitting his fault and begging for another chance, promising to abide by the rules. Chenbai considered him clever and offered to restore his standing in a month if he paid 5 copper coins, which the man gratefully accepted. Seeing this, the others rushed to follow, pleading for the same chance, and Chenbai left the matter in Aylin's hands. She assured him she understood, and as Chenbai turned to leave, a sudden notification from Meng flashed before him, catching him off guard. Meng admitted it was difficult to strengthen her abilities in reality, since despite her spiritual energy being high, she lacked offensive skills. Chenbai advised her to stay patient, promising he would help her look for books that could enhance spiritual energy attacks. Curious, she asked where he lived, saying that once she was free to travel, she would make sure to visit. When he answered that he resided in Jiangchang, she lit up, delighted to discover he was close by, as her home was in Wuchang. Excited, she asked if it was true when he offered to come meet her, calling it fantastic. Chenbai then recalled that in his previous life he had accepted an S-grade professional mission tied to Wuchang. Though it wasn't the highest SSS grade, it was valuable enough to exchange for rare materials or key information, so he decided he would head to Wuchang first. Meanwhile, in a hotel room in Jiang City, a man stood at the window and asked how much food remained. The one behind him replied that their supplies were low, barely enough for 10 people to survive 3 more days. The man at the window, Jiang Luoping, cursed their luck, blaming everything on a special zombie that had slaughtered 5 of their men with ease, its heightened senses making it a deadly threat. Jiang Luoping explained that the moment they reached the 10th floor, the special zombie had sensed them, making any chance of slipping out the back useless. Sun Jihe grimly remarked that it seemed they were trapped. Suddenly, one of the women pointed ahead in alarm, urging them to look. Their eyes followed her finger to a figure darting swiftly across the rooftops, Chenbai. Luoping squinted, barely able to make out more than a blur, and muttered if it was some new kind of zombie, noting how it scaled walls with terrifying ease and insisting they should shut the curtains. But the woman stopped him, insisting it was human. Shocked, Sun questioned how that could be possible, and Luoping pressed her, asking if she was sure she wasn't mistaken. The woman Shui, with Ishia at her side, firmly reminded them not to underestimate her abilities and confirmed it was no illusion. Ishia then warned that the figure was heading directly toward them. At that moment, Chenbai landed on a building close to the special zombie, instantly drawing its attention. The creature, a towering tyrant, roared in fury as it noticed him. Recognizing it, Chenbai's eyes lit up. This was perfect fortune, an unexpected reward, for he needed a tyrant's bone to complete a weapon design. Watching the beast bellow at him, he decided against using his heavy hammer since that risked damaging the bone drop. Instead, with calm precision, he unleashed his skill, Bone Claws, declaring it would be cleaner to take the head. At the hotel, Sun admitted he couldn't see clearly and pressed Shui for details. But Ishua quickly warned him not to look, saying the scene outside was too dangerous. Shui, however, kept her eyes fixed on the battle, noting that it had already begun. When she observed the man's hand shifting into claws, Liu Ping scoffed, insisting he had been right all along, that no ordinary human could sprout claws, and called it a monster. Still, Shui continued watching and reported that the creature was dead, its body seemingly being absorbed by the clawed figure, before urging them to wait as she caught a glimpse of his face. Outside, Qinbai had torn through the tyrant with his bone claws, leaving it sprawled lifeless on the ground. The system confirmed his kill of a plague virus mutant, an elite variant with heightened attack and defense, rewarding him with 2,000 experience points. By devouring the corpse, all of his black light virus abilities advanced, granting him 800 virus points and 500 special evolution points. Another notification followed, announcing a new form unlocked, muscle enhancement and shield. Testing it at once, Qinbai noted that muscle enhancement could fortify any part of his body without distorting his form, unlike other transformations, while the shield's defensive power nearly doubled his base strength. He considered it an excellent reward. Back at the hotel, Shui suddenly recognized the figure outside and rushed to fling open the curtains, calling his name. Startled, Qinbai looked up toward the window, confused to see the curtain pulled back and someone inside shouting at him. Liu quickly pulled Shui back, questioning how she could be so sure it was really someone she knew. He warned that it might just be a monster in disguise. But then Qinbai leaned out the window and, upon spotting Shui, recognized her as Sanji's friend, wondering who she was. Shui quickly asked if he knew how Sanji was doing and whether she was safe. Soon after, Qinbai joined their group and explained that he had founded a settlement in the Dongshan Villa area where a few hundred survivors now lived, managed with the help of Ziqiong, assuring them that Sanji was perfectly safe. Shui pressed him if it was true, while Yixu stood speechless in disbelief, and Liu Ping demanded confirmation that he really controlled a settlement of that size. Song went further, questioning if he was serious about the Queen of Giants, Song Ziqiong, assisting him, but Qinbai calmly told them they would see for themselves once they visited, as such a claim was impossible to fabricate. Suddenly, the hotel lobby door swung open and Qinbai's old roommate entered, calling out his name. He recognized him as Lin Qijing, who arrived with their other roommates, Li Feng and Zhao Mu. Kaijiang mentioned he had heard someone call Qinbai earlier, which Zhao Mu confirmed. Qinbai asked why they were there, and Kaijiang explained that on the day everything happened, Liu Ping had led a group of students to help Shui at the script-killing shop where she worked part-time. Zhao added they had wanted to check if Qinbai was free, but Liang assumed he would be busy. Qinbai then asked if many of their fellow students from Jiang University were present, and invited them to his Dongshan Villa settlement, clarifying that newcomers were only asked to contribute 1 copper coin. The group readily agreed, saying that would be no problem. Liu Ping remarked that if not for the monster trapping them, they might have even discovered gold coins, but with the road to the settlement being dangerous, he asked Qinbai to escort them. Qinbai refused, explaining he had other matters to handle, though he reassured them that on his way from Dongshan he had only come across a single tyrant, making Liu Ping realize how rare such creatures were and curse their bad luck for encountering one. Summoning his skill cards, Qinbai called Lin Qijing, Zhao Mu, and Shui over, placing several cards and items on the table. He explained they were low-level gear he no longer needed and was leaving it to them, adding that he was in a hurry and would head out first since they already knew the settlement's location. Liu Ping thanked him, and as Qinbai waved and left, Xiao called after him to take care. Moments later, he was already leaping from building to building when Meng suddenly opened a private chat, telling him that King Han had been complaining in the group. She mentioned her new ability could help him, but Qinbai suggested she speak to him directly instead of in the crowded group chat. As he moved, he reflected briefly on King Han and someone named Han Xiao. Meanwhile, Zhao turned to Liu Ping and pointed out that heading to the settlement was their best option, since a place with more evolved survivors offered real safety. Liu Ping agreed, though he stressed they needed to prepare well, especially since the journey from Jiangqing to Dongshan was nearly cross-city. Liu Ping, about to add his own suggestion, began to speak but was suddenly interrupted. Everyone turned their attention to Qinbai and Shui, curious why he had suddenly come back. Entering through the window, he admitted to Shui that something had come up and he needed a room. Zhao quickly offered his and Lin Qijing's, and when Chinbai insisted he wanted to be alone, Lin reassured him it was fine. He could use the bedroom while they stayed in the living room. Just then, Sherwei remembered something and called after him in the corridor, asking if he knew Sanji's Evolver ID since she wanted to add her as a friend. Chinbai immediately provided the number, 990,225. Lin, curious, asked what his ID was so he and Zhao could add him as well, to which Chinbai calmly replied it was 1. Lin stared at him in disbelief before laughing, joking that while everyone else's abilities had evolved, Chinbai's sense of humor clearly hadn't. Zhao told him he would understand once he tried, and moments later Lin froze as the system confirmed that Evolver number 1 had accepted his request. Still stunned, he yelped while Chinbai called out for him to stop standing around and hurry up. About 10 minutes later, the three of them gathered in the living room, with Lin marveling that Chinbai's ID really was a perfect number. Zhao explained that it wasn't just a number, it marked him as the very first Evolver. He reminded Lin about the time Chinbai had asked in the dorm group chat if the school would change the fitness test date to mid-June. Lin confirmed, recalling how they trained for over a week because of it. Realization struck, and he asked if that meant Chinbai had already known about the apocalypse. Zhao suggested it might have been coincidence, but admitted they had benefited from the exercise regardless. Lin remarked that they had indeed benefited from Chinbai's information, and Zhao Mu agreed. Meanwhile, Sherwei blushed as she glanced at her system screen, and when Lin noticed, he asked why her face was red. She brushed it off, saying it was nothing, then excused herself, reminding them not to enter Chen's room under any circumstance. Closing the door behind her, she lingered for a moment, cheeks still warm as thoughts of him stirred memories of her earlier exchange with Sanji. When she introduced herself in a message, Sanji asked how she knew her code, and upon hearing it was Chinbai who shared it, she sighed that trouble always followed him whenever he went out. Confused, Sherwei asked why, only for Sanji to tease that if they were best friends then from now on she wouldn't be the only one calling Chinbai daddy, leaving Li flustered and doubtful of what she just heard. As her mind raced over the idea of being with Chinbai, Sanji, and everyone else, voices from the other room cut through. Man urged Looping to listen, claiming Chinbai was clearly lying with too many loopholes in his story, and Looping agreed, adding that the part about Song Ziqiang helping him run a settlement sounded like pure bragging. Sherwei stayed quiet, taking in their doubts. Just then, the system shifted them into the dream space magic city inside Han Zhao's home, where Chinbai arrived a little late, explaining he had to make some real-world arrangements. He noticed he was the last to appear. Waiting in the living room were Meng along with two men, one being Han Xiao, also called King Han. Introducing himself, he greeted Chinbai with excitement, exclaiming that he had finally met the Bai Emperor and had always expected him to be as striking as he was. Han Xiao admitted that Chinbai looked even 3 times more handsome than he had imagined, and Meng teased that he really knew how to flatter, though he insisted it was simply the truth. Another man stepped forward, greeting Chinbai as their group leader and introducing himself as Crow. He explained that since Meng was allowed to bring one extra companion, he had come along, adding that his talent was the SSR ability Fear Embodiment. Realizing Meng held an SSS grade Dream Walker ability, while Crow possessed SSR grade, Han Xiao grew disheartened and muttered that his own S-grade mental control seemed the weakest among them. Chenbai reassured him, noting that while his talent might not compare, his timing had been fortunate. Had this been 2 days earlier, Meng wouldn't have been able to assist at all, since back then she could only bring others into the dream world through her own position. Now, thanks to her recent advancement, she could anchor everyone using his dream totem as the core. Meng confirmed this, and Han Xiao laughed, claiming luck had always been on his side. Chinbai then urged them to get to the point, reminding them that Meng couldn't maintain 4 people in the dream world for long. At this, Han Xiao admitted he had complained in the group because of a dungeon mission assigned specifically to him, and promised to share a screenshot with Chinbai as they discussed it on the move. The mission turned out to be a family mystery, an S-grade exclusive quest tied to Han Xiao. In his father's belongings, he had discovered a medical record from Red Star Psychiatric Hospital containing the name of an unfamiliar aunt, along with notes about a hereditary disorder. His curiosity led him here, for the hospital seemed to hold the truth. When they arrived before the portal, he admitted that it had already transformed into a dungeon when he first found it. He had stepped inside once but retreated almost immediately, overwhelmed by the nightmare-level monsters ranging from level 5 to 12. He had planned to return stronger, but abandoning it triggered a warning from the Cosmic Will, telling him someone had noticed his intrusion and might take everything. Hearing this, Jinbai touched the portal and confirmed he understood. The system immediately asked if he wished to lead the team into the Red Star Psychiatric Hospital dungeon, to which he agreed. Moments later, the group materialized within the dream space city that formed the dungeon's interior. Almost instantly, Crow drew their attention to a strange figure ahead, and Meng admitted she felt uneasy about the place. Han Xiao warned that even the starting enemies here were no pushovers. The figure revealed itself as a twisted nurse, moving with an eerie gait. Crow stepped forward, insisting they let him test its strength. The nurse suddenly lunged at frightening speed, but Crow activated his SSR talent, Fear Embodiment, freezing her in place. Her body shook as she collapsed, her wide eyes fixed on the scarecrow image looming over her. Commanding her to sink deeper into terror, Crow unleashed his skill, Lawful Explosion, and the nurse's heart burst from the strain. The system confirmed the crazed nurse had been killed and the experience distributed among the team. Meng muttered that his power felt more like that of a villain boss, while Han Xiao admitted it was terrifyingly strong. Chen Bai, however, simply concluded that it was effective. The group obtained a D-rank active skill called Sharp Screeching Thought Explosion, a mental attack that released a piercing shriek, damaging enemies within range while drawing in nearby monsters. Crow pointed out their luck at receiving a skill drop, and Qinbai noted that since both Han Xiao and Meng specialized in mental talents, the choice should be left to them. Han Xiao declined, saying he only cared about items tied to his exclusive mission and already possessed a similar ability. Meng, not hesitating, accepted the card with gratitude and quickly absorbed it. The system confirmed she had learned the new skill, and Qinbai asked her to demonstrate. She hesitated, explaining that its damage range was limited but the sound carried far, likely attracting creatures from the wards. Qinbai replied that was exactly what they needed since searching room by room was inefficient, and she should not worry. Trusting his judgment, Meng activated Sharp Screeching Thought Explosion. At once, a piercing screech echoed through the halls, and a swarm of monsters came rushing toward them. Watching them pour in, Qinbai remarked with satisfaction that the skill's luring effect worked perfectly. Han Xiao remarked that the dungeon swarmed with monsters, and Crow warned them not to lose focus. Meng asked if they could really handle so many, but Qinbai replied without hesitation that it was fine and the perfect chance to test his upgraded skills. Relieved by the confidence of their leader, Han Xiao summoned a flurry of daggers, declaring it was time to kill, and cut down several monsters at once. Crow followed with Fear's Source Darkness, shadows coiling around enemies as he remarked that they should be strangled by it. Suddenly, a massive blast erupted. Meng stood casually holding a rocket launcher, grinning that it felt amazing and that she wanted another shot. Han Xiao muttered in disbelief at such abnormal dream creation, even asking if she might one day build a Gundam. Crow confidently said she could. While restraining more monsters, Crow noticed Qinbai had yet to act and silently wondered why. At that moment, Qinbai admitted his new power required time to charge, which made it hard to use mid-battle. Finally, he slammed his claws to the ground, unleashing full-charged earth spikes. Gigantic spears of stone tore upward, skewering countless enemies. The others froze in awe at the sheer range and devastation. Meng exclaimed at his strength. Crow wondered if a single skill could wipe them all, and Han Xiao shouted in admiration that it was the White Emperor himself. Dusting off his hands, Qinbai stood tall, but just then, two monster nurses crept up behind him, startling Han Xiao into a panicked cry. Han Xiao hurled his sharp aura at the two remaining nurses, shouting that he would finish them, but Qinbai caught the attack with his bare hands and ordered him to wait. He then restrained the monsters with vine-like energy, explaining that these many-boss nurses were left alive on purpose. Han Xiao muttered in disbelief at Qinbai's casual interception, while Crow sighed and patted Han Xiao's shoulder in comfort. The system notified Qinbai that his Black Light Devourer had evolved, granting him the ability to glimpse part of a target's memory, and even gain a low chance of inheriting their skills. Choosing to absorb their memories, he recalled he had rarely used this power since gaining it on the eve of Doomsday. Images flooded his mind, the body of a woman scarred and strung upside down on a cross, her screams echoing as countless others hung in the same twisted display. A nurse crawled toward her as she begged for mercy, while a man called her nurse calm, mocking her weakness and declaring she would soon be sacrificed to his master. Elsewhere, two nurses whispered to each other, one consoling nurse one not to take rejection too harshly, as everyone remembered Kang's fate. One admitted she too liked Kang and recalled how the woman, once kind, lost her sanity, constantly muttering the number 16 while restrained. Snapping back to the present, Chinbai connected the number 16 to the demonic formation he had just seen. He remembered reading as a demon hunter in his past life that dungeons within mental hospitals were often tied to demons, sometimes even summoning them, though back then his level had surpassed the dungeon's limit, and he dismissed the rumors. Now, he turned to the group, urging them to search carefully for clues to Han Zhao's exclusive mission but warned they must stay close, for strong monsters likely lurked within. Half an hour later, as they climbed the stairs, Han Zhao wondered aloud if all the monsters had already been lured out since 3 floors had passed without a single fight. Meng countered that clues weren't entirely absent, and Crow noted that the number 16 kept appearing everywhere. Still uneasy, he questioned why the dungeon boss had stayed quiet all this time, joking if perhaps he was too scared of Chenbai to show up. Just then, an ominous aura filled the corridor and a cold voice called them arrogant. The group tensed as Han Zhao demanded the speaker reveal himself, and from the darkness stepped a hulking figure with massive claws, declaring himself director of the Red Star Psychiatric Hospital and messenger of Solomon, the 16th of the 72 Pillars, the god of demons and the insomniac. Han Zhao stiffened at the word demon, while Crow was stunned at the claim. The director sneered that their fates were sealed as sacrifices for his master, unless Meng pledged herself and bore his offspring, in which case he would spare the rest. Meng snapped back in disgust, mocking that he should bear the child himself. Chenbai scoffed, calling him a pitiful demon once human, and slammed his claws to the ground, daring him to prove his strength to Grandpa instead of spouting empty threats. The director scoffs that Chenbai is a foolish human unaware of his limits, summoning a towering phantom of himself as he calls upon his master's strength. The massive figure casts its shadow over Chenbai and his group, driving Han Zhao and Crow to their knees under the crushing pressure. Han Zhao trembles, asking what this dreadful feeling is, while Meng bleeds and calls out for Chenbai. Cursing inwardly, he mutters that this is the kind of demon he despises most, one that unleashes relentless mental oppression. Though his will is strong, he lacks psychic skills, leaving him at a disadvantage. Without hesitation, he charges in, determined to end it quickly. The director's colossal arms sweep down, but Chenbai slips past and drives his bone claws into the creature's abdomen, only to find it unfazed as sinister black flames erupt from its body. Chenbai raises his shield to block the blast, and the director concedes his strength while mocking that resistance is futile. He warns that Chenbai cannot pierce the black flames and that prolonged battle will see him crushed by mental pressure. Nervous and strained, Chenbai fights to hold his ground as the director demands they die screaming in despair for his amusement. But in that moment, Han Zhao suddenly steadies himself, laughing as he unleashes a powerful barrier that shields the group. Crow is shocked to find the mental weight gone, and Meng questions why he didn't use the skill earlier. Han Zhao admits he barely understands it himself but suspects releasing his psychic energy weakens the director's pressure. Hearing his name, the director pauses, recognizing him as a descendant of the Han family, a bloodline tied to his master. He sneers that resistance will be meaningless, for even if Han Zhao can withstand mental oppression, his black flames will still reduce him to ashes. Han Zhao mocked the director, asking why a loyal hound of his master would seek to kill his master's own descendants, warning that such betrayal might earn him a beating from the very one he served. The director snarled back that Han Zhao was nothing more than a blood relative plotting against his master, and slaying him might even earn a reward. He declared that Han Zhao would burn to ashes in his black flames, drawing in a deep breath to unleash his power. Crow rushed forward, shouting that they must stop him before he could breathe fire, with Han Zhao and Meng quickly following. But just as the attack was about to come, the director suddenly sneezed, breaking his concentration. The group froze in confusion, Crow asking if he had caught a cold, and Han Zhao wondering if it was some kind of trick. Watching closely, Chenbai noted that the effect took hold a little later than expected, proof that the director's body was quite durable for a low-level demon. The director coughed violently, demanding to know what Chenbai had done. Calmly approaching, Chenbai revealed it was a skill he had recently enhanced, one that forces enemies to sneeze uncontrollably. He called it influenza, lung infection, a technique that, once cast, advances depending on the difference in physique. In its first phase, all attributes begin to weaken, and within 3 minutes, 5 random disease debuffs emerge while all charged spells risk being disrupted by sneezing, leading to misfires, delays, or failure. Once the victim's physique drops below half, the second stage begins, bringing relentless coughing fits that further cripple them. The director staggered back in disbelief, shouting that it was impossible for him to fall ill, demanding how sickness could even touch him. Chinbai followed calmly as his foe weakened, slipping into the second stage where recovery dropped by 90%, concentration shattered, and a swarm of disease debuffs began to spread while his breathing grew shallow. Furious, the director insisted he was a higher being, yet his body betrayed him, collapsing into the third stage where he could no longer breathe, choking and trembling as air refused to come. Chinbai remarked that it worked simply because even demons needed to breathe, and the virus points spent had been worthwhile. With that, the director crumbled to the floor, and a system notification declared the death of Hell Apostle Zhao Chonglin, level 12, rewarding 30,000 experience points based on their battle contribution. When Chinbai turned to his companions, he found them pale and trembling in silence. Confused, he asked what they were doing, startling them into holding their breath. Han Xiao blurted that it was the virus, Meng admitted she feared catching a cold, and Crow quickly agreed. Shaking his head, Chinbai reassured them that unless they were directly targeted, they had nothing to fear, and relief swept through the group as they all exhaled at once. Catching their breath, Meng praised him as incredible and declared his skills invincible, while Han Xiao offered a thumbs up. But Chinbai dismissed the praise, saying it only worked on weaker demons and warning that many others didn't need to breathe at all. Chinbai told the group he had received a notification about the dungeon being cleared and the release of the strategy videos, then asked Han Xiao about his mission progress. Checking his panel, Han Xiao was puzzled why it still hadn't been completed, and Chinbai concluded that a hidden clue must still be inside the dungeon, urging them to search quickly. Chinbai then mentioned he would upload a video guide on clearing the dungeon and asked if anyone wanted to reveal their faces to gain fame. Crow immediately requested that his appearance be hidden. Meng agreed to conceal hers as well, and Han Xiao advised that they stay low profile for now and focus on finding the mission clues before checking what loot the boss had dropped. Soon after, the strategy video for clearing the nightmare level dungeon, Red Star Psychiatric Hospital, was published with a viewing price of 5 copper coins. The notification spread quickly. Song Ziqiong and Alan were startled upon receiving it, while Lin, Shiwei and others at the hotel also saw it, with Shiwei left in awe. Elsewhere, a man resembling Shui Chuan smirked knowingly when the same notification reached him. On the 15th floor of a hotel in Jiangqing, Yixi remarked that despite the concealment, she could never forget those claws. The White Emperor shown was unmistakably Chinbai. She returned to Li Feng, questioning why he stayed silent when they had just called Chinbai a fraud. Li Feng dismissed it, saying even if it was him, the footage only proved combat ability, not that his talk of a settlement was true. Luo Ping agreed, adding that if the settlement really existed, it was even more concerning, suggesting Chinbai might be exploiting others for his own gain. Shiwi interjected, reminding them everyone knew Li Feng and Chinbai had a poor relationship because Chinbai distributed gear to the group but excluded Li Feng, and she accused Luo Ping of being biased. To shift the talk, she asked them to look at the video she just shared, which revealed a grotesque wall of flesh standing as a barrier around the Dongshan Villa settlement. Shocked, Yixi demanded to know what it was, and Shiwei explained that Sanji had sent it, urging them to watch together. The recording showed the settlement grounds as Sanji narrated, explaining the wall of flesh acted as a defense system, devouring only corpses. She teased Shiwei for looking uneasy, reminding her that she had insisted on seeing the settlement despite the high cost of recording time. Since she had purchased only 10 minutes, Sanji said it should still be enough to view the entire mountain. She pointed out that the foot of the mountain was the busiest area where anyone could enter for 1 copper coin per day, though causing trouble there was fatal. The mountainside, she explained, housed many of their relatives and was being expanded with leisure and entertainment facilities. Finally, she described the villa district at the peak, where she still lived, a secure area barred to outsiders. Smiling, Sanji suggested that Shiwei might end up living there soon as well, since even though Chinbai hadn't made a move on her yet, it was only a matter of time. Sanji teased that it was only a matter of time since Chinbai was a shameless flirt, urging Shiwei to come quickly as she had much more to share and warning that without training her physique in a dungeon, none of them could ever handle him. Hearing this, Jiang Yixi asked if she had at least questioned Sanji about how many women Chinbai had, but Shiwei snapped back that it wasn't the point. Flustered, she admitted she should have previewed the video herself before sharing it. Lian eased off, saying he hadn't realized Chinbai was that powerful and only meant to suggest possibilities, but Zhang Luopin cut in, declaring that Shiwei could never be Chinbai's woman. Offended, she demanded when she had ever implied such a thing, and Luoping doubled down, saying Chibai was too fickle with women and she would never fall for him, unlike himself who only wanted her. She sternly ordered him to stop, insisting that his desires were irrelevant, reminding him she had rejected him repeatedly even before Doomsday. She stated once more that she had no feelings for him and never would. Meanwhile, inside Dream Space, the 4th floor of the Red Star Psychiatric Hospital dungeon, the group fell silent as they watched Chinbai consume the demon Zhao Changgang. Suddenly, he froze at a system notification that the organism contained a special blood factor, giving him the option to either devour or expel it. Wondering aloud if demons could pass bloodlines to dogs as well, he chose to expel it. The system then confirmed he had devoured a special species, earning 500 exclusive evolution points tied to the Black Light virus, absorbing its skills, and unlocking the powerful ability known as Hellfire. The expelled blood factor condensed into an item, revealed as a weak demon's blood essence that could grant a lesser demon bloodline if consumed, which Chinbai confirmed aloud. Chinbai observed that the essence materialized instead of vanishing and asked the others about their loot. Han Xiao excitedly announced they had gained not just good items but incredible ones: the Hell Messenger Professional Scroll and the Hell Black Flame Skill Book, both rare rewards. Meng added they also obtained the blueprint for Hell's Cry Shepherd's Horn, a D-grade piece of equipment. Spotting that it required pureblood demon horns, Chinbai mentioned he knew where to find them and declared he would hold on to the blueprint. He distributed the rest fairly, leaving the scroll to Han Xiao who bore the demon bloodline, the skill to Meng, and the equipment to Crow for his contribution. Han Xiao approved of the distribution, praising Chinbai, while Crow expressed gratitude and Meng as left speechless. Han Xiao then reminded them of his mission clue and thanked everyone for their help, though his actions left the group momentarily silent. Soon after, they entered Zhao Chonglin's office where Han Xiao speculated the clue would be found unless another secret room existed. Pushing open the door, he swore at the sight of a massive demon statue. Meng whispered that its aura was overwhelming and asked what kind of demon it was. Chinbai explained it was Japai, the 16th demon of Solomon's 72, the very master Zhao Chonglin had mentioned. Chinbai added that the statue carried such power because Japai had some form of access to it, making him wonder if they might uncover a way to summon that demon god within the hospital. About a century ago, a woman from the Han family fell in love with Japai's avatar on the Blue Star, and from then on every generation of the clan gave birth to twins, a boy and a girl. The girls, once grown, were destined to live in the hospital as Japai's brides, while the boys unknowingly married and carried on the lineage. Meng explained that over a decade ago, Han Zhao's father Haiyang discovered the truth about this inheritance, and desperate to break the cycle and save his daughter from a lifetime of servitude to a demon, tried to kill her at birth. Zhao Chonglin stopped him, reported the matter to Japai, and Han Yong was stripped of his bloodline for the betrayal, while his daughter was taken to be raised by the demon. In return, Zhao Chonglin was rewarded with demon blood. Meng summarized that the director's diary was filled with jealousy of the Han bloodline, curses against Han Yong's foolishness, and long oaths of loyalty that tied reward to service. When she finished reading, Han Xiao received his next mission and thanked her, admitting that he always got a headache from long passages. She smiled, saying she enjoyed piecing together clues. Noticing Chinbai had been studying the statue closely, she asked if something was wrong, to which he replied that of course there was. The room suddenly shook as a hidden door opened. Crow asked what it was, and Han Xiao answered it was a secret chamber. Meng wondered if it was a hideout as their footsteps echoed while they descended. Chinbai questioned if they had really gone from the 4th floor to ground level in that space, but Han Xiao noted they were already 2 or 3 floors underground, having counted the steps. Chinbai remarked they should arrive soon, and if he was right, the next chamber would be a summoning room, a place meant for communicating with Japai and offering worship. They entered a chamber where inverted crosses circled a large magic array, the air heavy with the stench of blood. Crow remarked on the smell while Meng asked Japai what he had uncovered. He told them he had opened the share so they could see for themselves, a special item, the teleportation core of Hell's summoning formation. It could activate a ritual to call Japai into the Red Star Mental Hospital dungeon, requiring the sacrifice of 16 lives along with their blood and souls. A system prompt clarified that the summoned demon would still be bound by dungeon rules, capped at level 12, and that summoning him would raise the dungeon's difficulty to Hell level. Meng exclaimed that defeating such a demon would bring unimaginable rewards, but Chinbai, still at level 8, asked for their levels. Meng admitted she was 5, Crow 4, and Han Xiao said he was just reaching 4. Chenbai firmly warned that summoning Japai now would be suicide. They weren't even level 10, lacked professions, and had no proper equipment. What courage did they have to think they could kill a level 12 demon god? Han Xiao simply answered that it was because Chenbai was with them, leaving him speechless. Chenbai explained again that even with him, the gap was too great, and Han Xiao especially should understand the difference between a god and a demon with diluted blood. He concluded they should return once they reached the dungeon's cap and unlock their professions. Crow requested to join them when that day came, and Meng promised to prioritize him. Soon after, they left the dungeon, and Meng remarked that it marked the end of their raid. She asked if Han Xiao had anything else in mind, and he admitted confusion. He wondered aloud if being a demon's descendant with a hidden sister had only begun after Doomsday. Chenbai replied that he didn't know whether such things appeared from nothing or had always existed, only that they were real now. He then asked Han Xiao if he had noticed anything unusual about his father before the catastrophe, but Han Xiao shook his head, saying they had never been close. To him, his father had always seemed like an ordinary man, the only unusual thing being that after the disaster he became a different kind of zombie than the rest. Crow asked if Han Xiao's father had turned into a demon zombie, calling it cool, but Han Xiao denied it, explaining that his father became a plague zombie covered in purple and green plaques that gave off a terrifying sense of danger, making him too afraid to even approach. He admitted that this fear pushed him to quickly master his psychic powers, as if it were his father's final lesson to him. Han Xiao suggested it might have been due to the chemical factory where his father worked, since his co-workers also developed plaques on their bodies. Hearing this, Chenbai speculated that it might be linked to the SSS-level plague cult mission and said he was very interested in visiting that factory when he reached Shanghai, asking Han Xiao to take him there. Han Xiao agreed without hesitation. Just then, Crow called out, saying he had questions about Chenbai's abilities, and Chenbai encouraged him to use the chance to ask or share any information. A little later, Chenbai reflected that at least they had gained a lead on the Plague Lord mission. When he returned to the present, the sound of heavy coughing filled the room. Several men were wheezing, and when he asked what was wrong, they complained that he had told them not to enter his room, yet they did and were now suffering the consequences. Chenbai calmly explained that he had released a large number of viruses as a precaution, which was why they were infected. One man groaned that he had over 24 disease debuffs, while another moaned that he had nearly 30 and all his stats had dropped to 0, leaving him on the verge of death. They begged for an antidote, but Chenbai assured them he had already purged the viruses from their bodies and their attributes would soon recover on their own. Chenbai told the others to stay put while he went to deal with Luping, though he momentarily forgot the man's full name. At that point, Shiwei stepped up and revealed that Luping had come with the intent to kill him. Curious, Chenbai asked why, and she explained that both Zhang Luping and Liang doubted the existence of the settlement he had described. To verify it, she asked Sanji to record a video, but things spiraled beyond what she expected. After she turned looking down, he lashed out, blaming Chenbai for everything, screaming insults, and even trying to kill him as if removing him would solve his problems. Chenbai muttered in disbelief at the stupidity of such logic. Shiwei went on, calling Luping vile, revealing how he threatened everyone she had ever known, even forcing her childhood friend to drop out of school. She said that if not for Sanji's protection, she would have suffered the same fate as other girls he preyed on. Life in the hotel with him had been unbearable, but luckily his talent was weak, preventing him from forcing himself further. She admitted that seeing Chenbai's strength, and knowing Sanji was still alive made her truly relieved. Soon after, she accompanied him to Luping's room, which was eerily quiet. She wondered aloud if he might already be dead, but Chenbai shook his head, explaining that ordinary viruses lose potency quickly, so while he wouldn't die instantly, it would still take time. Suddenly, Shiwei declared she had an idea. When Chenbai asked what she planned, she confessed she hated Luping so deeply that she wanted him to die with open eyes. They opened the door and found him trembling and gasping. Luping froze in shock when he saw Chenbai lean close to Shiwei and kiss her. Turning to her, Chenbai asked if one kiss would be enough to enrage him. Flustered, she said it was, but quickly demanded what else he was trying to do, reminding him that this had been her very first kiss. 2 days later, Chenbai made his way through Wuchang Forest in the mountains outside the city when the system suddenly notified him of a private voice chat from Song Ziqiang. Answering, he asked what was going on, and she quickly reported that their men had found Shiwei along the river and were already escorting her back. He acknowledged her efforts with approval, but she added there was something else. Lately, The Evolution Forum had been buzzing with talk about a mysterious chat group filled with top experts, and rumors claimed Chinbai himself was the leader. Curious, she asked if it was true. He replied by asking if she meant Group 1, reminding her of the post he once had her promote before the Doomsday, which confirmed it for her. She then wondered aloud if those experts could be of use in the future, pointing out how the forum discussions about Group 1 were growing. Chinbai told her not to worry for now, saying he would decide after reviewing the post himself, and instructed her to just send him the titles of the most talked about ones. She agreed immediately and promised to get on it right away, sending him the titles soon after. Looking over them, Chinbai remarked to himself that the time had come to make Group 1 truly famous. Chinbai reflected that making Group 1 famous would not only create influence and deterrence but also rally the public, instill unity, and attract the strongest talents in the future. As he walked deeper into the forest, the surroundings suddenly withered, trees decayed, and corpses filled the ground. The system alerted him that he had entered a secret village devoted to demon worship. He muttered that he had finally found it, remembering how in his past life he received the S-rank Demon Hunter transfer quest there, which involved 3 tasks: stop the villagers from summoning a demon, kill the contaminated villagers, and finally slay both the summoned demon and the corrupted villagers. One could exit the realm after each task, yet he recalled how Shinichiro once led a team there under the guise of fairness, promising gold compensation if loot was missed. Back then, he had believed those lies and joined for coin, never expecting Shinichiro to deliberately fail and allow the villagers to summon demons. Once the ritual succeeded, Shinichiro pulled his team back, using everyone else as fodder to weaken the demon. Declaring that survival required exhausting the creature first, he had already arranged an ambush, surrounding the battlefield and slaughtering evolvers who tried to flee. Nearly 100 people, mostly loners and small groups, were dragged into the trap, unable to organize resistance, and perished under the combined assault of the demon and Shinichio's squad. When hope was gone, the survivors could only fight desperately, clinging to an illusion of life until the last fell, at which point Shinichio swooped in with his team to strike the weakened demon. What he had not expected back then was that Chinbai would survive. Chinbai knew exposure meant death, so while others fought he struggled to the edge of the realm, using the mechanism that allowed departure after completing the first 2 tasks. By chance, just before he escaped, Shinichio's group killed the demon and triggered the loot roll. The system announced that Chinbai had obtained the S-level Demon Hunter job transfer scroll, and he sneered that the very roll system Shinichio used to bait cannon fodder had cost them the greatest prize, proof that fate had its twists. In the present, standing at the realm's edge, he recalled how Shinichio had hunted him relentlessly afterward, forcing him to abandon Shuwei and find refuge elsewhere, though he still regretted not seeing his enemy's expression when he realized the loss. His attention shifted as he spotted a dead contaminated villager, and noted that someone else was inside the realm. Remembering that Shinichio was supposed to be the first to clear it 2 months later in his past life, he wondered who could have found it so soon. Meanwhile, in the central square, the system informed Shinichio's team they had finished Task 2 and could leave. His men praised his accuracy, planning to return later to face the boss, but then reported an intruder. When Chinbai arrived, he asked if they were leaving and whether they minded him taking the boss. Shinichio replied indifferently, telling him to do as he pleased, and one of his men warned him that the boss was a level 11 demon. Chinbai thanked him and moved on. The demon mocked him as a fearless little worm ready to die, but Chinbai retorted that it had simply been a while since he fought a lone demon, as he usually slaughtered them in groups. The demon snarled that a human like him should perish, but Chinbai declared that in his past life as a veteran demon hunter he had slain countless demons, memorized every weakness, and understood each muscle's movement. He unleashed bone claws, slashing the creature until its body was riddled with wounds. The system confirmed the kill, rewarding him with 13,500 experience, completion of Task 3 with 5,000 experience, and a Grade C Demon Blood Potion. Exhaling, Chinbai muttered that the sensation was familiar, and his skills had not dulled. One of Shinichio's men cheered that he received the 5,000 experience participation reward along with a bloodline item, and another quickly confirmed the same. Curious, one of them asked if Chinbai had absorbed the boss's corpse, prompting Shinichio to suggest they should go over and check. At that moment, the system notified Chinbai that he had devoured a special species, gaining 350 exclusive evolution points for the Black Light virus, and choosing to expel the bloodline factor in exchange for a greater ordinary demon bloodline potion. Soon after, Shinichio and his men appeared where he stood, and Chinbai coolly asked if they had returned to share in the spoils. Shinichirong laughed, saying Chinbai was joking, and asked how he could share spoils when the final boss was killed by him alone. Chinbai mused that it sounded reasonable, though he already knew the man's true colors, and teased if he was really unmoved by the loot, mentioning B-grade lesser demon bloodline potions, A-grade demon bloodline potions, and even S-level demon hunter transfer scrolls. He pressed Shinichirong on whether he wasn't tempted at all. Just then, Shinichirong gathered the potions everyone had received, and Jinglong pointed out they were all bloodline rewards, while Shinichirong admitted it would be a lie to say he didn't want them. Still, he claimed he wasn't ignorant and insisted Chinbai deserved all rewards for completing the mission. Chinbai noted he spoke well, then asked if he hadn't returned simply to congratulate him, telling him to speak plainly if he had something to say. Shinichirong revealed it wasn't a big deal, only that he wanted to make friends and ask where he lived, explaining he had been cleaning up the western outskirts of Wuchang and didn't want to trespass by mistake. Chinbai thought of Meng's neighborhood near the western outskirts gym and figured Shinichirong was probing for control in his territory. He told him not to worry, stating his settlement was in Jiangcheng at the western outskirts of Wuchang, and that he only knew of one gym. Inwardly, he resolved to find out more about their influence in Meng's area. Shinichirong then added that they had just taken over the western outskirts gym a few days ago and were working on cleaning its perimeter. Shinichirong suggested that with Chinbai's strength, he must hold considerable influence in Jiangcheng, so they could be allies and help each other. Chinbai was taken aback to learn that the gym area had already been seized, realizing that their so-called cleaning was nothing more than conquering and killing, and it dawned on him that this was likely why Meng never appeared in his past life. She was probably eliminated during such a purge. Just then, the system notified him of a message from her, and excusing himself, he read that many evolvers had entered her neighborhood, going house to house as if searching for something, and they would reach her place soon. He told her they were clearing out zombies and evolvers, warned her not to let them in, and promised he would come right away. Summoning his vine-like aura, he startled Shinichirong, who tried to flee, cursing when Chinbai caught him from behind. Using his skills, evolution, devour, and memory reading, Chinbai realized the fragments weren't enough to pinpoint Meng's neighborhood or the gym's exact location. As Shinichirong's men scattered, he decided one needed to be kept alive to lead the way, eyeing the one who had warned him earlier as the best choice. Meanwhile, in the western outskirts of Wuchang, at Jiangqing International Community, Building 16, Unit 1, Meng faced men outside her door demanding entry. They threatened to count to 3 before forcing their way in. She shouted that they were not welcome and warned them not to blame her if she acted. Ignoring her, one man called to the others, noting it was a girl inside, while another mocked her threat, telling her to prepare because they were coming in. Panicked but resolute, Meng screamed and unleashed her sonic blast, leaving the men bleeding from their eyes, nose, and mouth. Yet the power drained her instantly. Her bat fell from her hands, her body weakened, and she collapsed to the floor, cursing inwardly at the skill's heavy toll, realizing it consumed both her voice and half her strength in seconds. As silence settled, she noted with dread that no movement came from outside. With her mental strength, Meng expected the men to faint, but instead one outside coughed weakly, calling his brothers to gather at Building 16, 12th floor, warning that a girl inside could use mental attacks. He explained that his whole team was dead and urged them to finish her off, since she couldn't unleash another strong blast so soon. 10 minutes later, more men arrived, pounding heavily on her door. She braced herself to fight, but the door was forced open and a group rushed in. One leered, remarking that she was prettier than expected, questioning her sweat and why she hadn't screamed, then mocked that while she looked good, her scream was ugly, so he would teach her how a woman should scream. Summoning what little strength remained, Meng unleashed black flames of hell, snarling that they could all burn. The fire roared and began to wane, confirming Chinbai's words that attributes must balance, as pushing one too far left her drained. Another group entered, one man noting she was already spent while another sneered, demanding if she wanted death or to serve him. Dizzy and on the verge of collapse, she thought she would rather die than fall into their hands. Some laughed, saying she had chosen death long ago, while others shouted for more men to come enjoy the play, calling her a troublesome witch who needed to be stopped. Meng could only cry for help inside her mind, until Chinbai appeared at her window. Bursting through, he kicked away the 2 men holding her, pulled her into his arms, and stepped back. She gasped his name in relief, apologizing weakly that she wasn't good at learning. He reassured her not to blame herself, praising her effort, and told her to rest while he handled the rest. His voice turned cold as he declared that anyone who dared bully his student would never leave the room alive. Chinbai faces a group of enemies, one scoffing about reinforcements while another insists no one cares and they should just kill him. Without hesitation, he unleashes his bone claws at one man and raises his shield against another strike, slamming the attacker into the wall. He mutters if that was the last of them, but then Ming's voice reaches him, weary and strained. Realizing she is exhausted from overusing her mental power, he takes her hand and assures her he is by her side. A man tries to ambush from behind, but Chinbai swiftly cuts him down, vowing to protect her. Driving his arm into the concrete, he wipes out several more opponents, determined that no one will ever harm her. An hour later, he notices her complexion looking far better, though the floor around them is littered with corpses. Suddenly, Xinglong appears at the doorway, startling him until the newcomer identifies himself. Relieved, Chinbai says his name aloud and asks if this means Qin Ichiung's forces have been completely wiped out. Xinglong confirms, explaining he had followed Chen's instructions, tricking their enemies into walking into their own death. Now, all of Qin Ichiung's trusted men are gone. When Chinbai asks if Xinglong still has confidants of his own, he shakes his head, saying he has no subordinates, only a wife and children. His talent, true vision, was the reason Qin Ichiung had once forced him into service by using his family as leverage. Xinglong confessed that if not for his exceptional talent, his family would have met the same fate as his neighbors, violated and slaughtered. Chenbai acknowledged his worth, recalling how he was the only one who had warned him about their former leader, and expressed his appreciation. He then asked if Xinglong would be willing to follow him to Jiangcheng City. Hesitant, Xinglong could not answer immediately, but Chenbai reassured him that it was fine, for he did not believe in forcing loyalty and would respect whatever choice was made. After a pause, Xinglong admitted he wanted to join him but hesitated because many in Qin Ichiung's settlement were enslaved as his family once was. Chenbai replied that those people could be taken in as well, though moving a large group straight to Jiangcheng would be difficult. He advised Xinglong to remain behind for now, stabilize the situation, and then decide the next course. Taking out a potion from his storage, Chenbai handed it to him, telling him to use it to strengthen himself, and added that he had sent him a friend request so they could stay in contact. When things settled, Xinglong could then choose whether to develop his path in Wang or follow him to Jiangcheng. Grateful, Xinglong thanked him and departed. Left alone, Chenbai opened his storage again and his eyes fell on a mask he had obtained in the secret realm. He noticed it had warped when he withdrew the potion earlier, its mouth wide open and its gaze turned to the side. He recalled that back in the secret realm the mask had shown no such mutation. The only new additions to his storage since then were the job transfer scroll and the demon blood. Curious, he shifted items around, and at once the mask's eyes slid toward the demon blood, as though drawn to it. Chenbai noticed how the mask's eyes kept fixating on the demon blood potion, its mouth gaping wider, and he wondered if it truly desired to consume them. Since those lesser bloodline potions held no value to him, he decided to let the mask have them, curious to see the outcome, especially as this was a treasure even Leto had coveted. Without hesitation, he fed the mask every potion. Minutes later, its expression almost seemed pleased, as if it had eaten well. Chenbai muttered in disbelief that all his bloodline potions had vanished for a single satisfied burp, yet admitted the mask was remarkable to consume treasures of such potency. Suddenly, the mask spat out a strange lump of flesh. At first, Chenbai thought it absurd. Did the mask use the same mouth to eat and expel waste, and would he be forced to clean up after it? But when he picked up the object, his eyes widened in shock, for it was no ordinary scrap. It was an A+ grade item, purified demon blood essence. Realization struck him at once. The mask had the power to refine demon blood. With access to the secret realm and a steady supply of high-grade demon blood, Chenbai now had an inexhaustible resource to strengthen himself. Chenbai admitted he had rushed to aid Ming without even glancing at the job transfer mission scroll, which turned out to be an S-grade demon hunter assignment. The system indicated the mission required entering the first layer of the abyss, slaying 100 inferior demons and 100 fallen demons to complete it before exiting. At that time, Chenbai had no intention of taking the long, dangerous route and planned to finish quickly. Chenbai reminded him that the abyss was fraught with peril but also ripe with opportunity. Suddenly, Meng stirred, rubbing her eyes in surprise at seeing him and calling out to Chenbai in relief. He reassured her that he had eliminated all the threats and everything was fine. Meng admitted she still felt too weak in the real world and wanted to intensify her physical training, but Bai reasoned that drastic measures wouldn't help much. It was better to stick to the regimen he had designed, focusing on leveling up and mastering her skills. Meng argued that leveling up required immense experience, and that most nearby monsters in her dream world had already been cleared, leaving her unable to rush or locate a dungeon. Bai asked how she felt and suggested waiting until she recovered before returning to Jiangqing, where countless dungeons awaited. Meng insisted she felt strong enough to leave immediately, but he explained that even running non-stop, they wouldn't reach Jiangqing for another month. He instructed her to hold on, keep her eyes closed, and signal him if the wind pressure felt too strong. Then, with her safety ensured, he leapt along the rooftops, moving swiftly toward their destination. After a while, Bai and Meng reached a dense forest in the mountainous region beyond Wuchang, the hidden entrance to a secret village. The system alerted them that they had entered a demon-worshipping settlement, and Meng immediately noticed how the scenery had shifted, confirming it was indeed a secret realm. Bai explained that, unlike dungeons, only secret realms that had been cleared would display entry prompts, making uncharted realms extremely dangerous for evolvers. Meng offered to lure monsters if needed, but Bai insisted she stay near the entrance since every skill she used was critical, and it was safer for her there. Speechless, she watched him dart ahead. As he advanced, Bai realized that the third mission had changed. It was no longer about killing ordinary demons but eliminating all demon followers and dark priests, with no more bloodline potions as rewards. Wondering if obtaining more was even possible, he decided to confront the first boss. Soon, he arrived at the village's central square, where Hai and other followers declared him an intruder and demanded he become a sacrifice for the demon god. Before he could react, Bai vanished, allowing Bai to strike from behind, using Evolution Devour to absorb Hai while other demon followers rushed him. He raised his shield to block their attacks as the system confirmed he had gained 45,000 experience for defeating the level 15 dungeon boss, a dark priest, and noted the creature's special bloodline factor could separate or absorb potions. Smiling grimly, Bai realized he could exploit Evolution Devour for the demon bloodline without hesitation and swiftly consumed all nearby followers. The system notified him that a C-grade low-level demon blood potion had been extracted, and he noted that mini-bosses could indeed yield bloodline potions of the same quality as the main boss. Continuing, he concluded that elite monsters could separate potions while normal ones could not, which he accepted as standard. Meanwhile, at the village entrance, Meng observed from afar, astonished that Bai had already dispatched the boss and numerous mini-bosses. She realized she hadn't contributed or gained any experience herself, feeling both impressed and a little left out. Even if Bai had guided her to confront the boss, it would have been manageable, but Bai called Meng, urging her to prepare her strongest skill. He reminded her to use the most lethal ability she had and reassured her not to worry, as the enemy was not at full strength and her mental resilience would hold. Meng agreed and unleashed Sonic Blast, with the system reporting that she had eliminated numerous corrupted villagers, earning 1,750 experience points, leveling up, and gaining 2 free attribute points. She stared in amazement at the flood of notifications, while the system reminded them that they could leave once all tasks were complete and all monsters defeated. Meng noted the massive experience boost, realizing she had reached level 6.5, while Bai revealed he had advanced to level 9. She thanked him for drawing the monsters out and playfully expressed her affection. Suddenly, the system notified Bai that Song Ziqiong was initiating a video call via pirate chat, and he quickly connected. Bai pressed him for details, noticing their tense expressions, and Song Ziqiong explained that they needed immediate assistance. A goblin claiming to be the god of trading had appeared in the settlement. Bai recognized the name instantly and asked if it was Lido, wondering how he had ended up there. Song Ziqiong confirmed he knew Lido and awaited Bai's response. Outside the secret realm, Song Ziqiong recounted that after spending a day in the settlement, Lido had approached her with an offer to invest a class of Silver City Founding Order. The catch, he explained, was that the Goblin Guild had to be established in the prime section of the city following the construction of the Silver City Foundation, and the guild would enjoy a lifetime exemption from taxes. Bai noted that high-level Silver City Founding Orders were extremely rare and offered numerous benefits, being recognized by the universal will, making Lido's investment a significant advantage. Song Ziqiong agreed but raised a concern. The order could not be held indefinitely. It had to be used immediately. Chinbai observed that using the city order would trigger a monster attack that the current settlement might struggle to withstand, yet reassured her that he would return within a day. Song Ziqiang asked if she should delay the process to allow him to handle the investment, and Chinbai clarified that Lito's offer was directed to her, as he had already taken other investments, advising her to show gratitude and acknowledge Lito. She agreed, promising Chinbai not to worry. He then called Meng over, instructing her to use the equipment he provided to enhance her physique as much as possible. Meng agreed but couldn't help asking what the purpose of it all was, curious about the reason behind the training. Chinbai warned that the situation at the settlement was urgent, and feared that Meng wouldn't be able to keep up if he moved at full speed. Meng acknowledged and prepared herself, reporting that her physique had surpassed 30 and her defenses were greatly enhanced, which Chinbai deemed sufficient. Meanwhile, in Song Ziqiang's villa, she apologized to Lito for the delay and confirmed she would accept his investment. Lito praised her decisiveness and capability, noting that it was no surprise such a large settlement had been established in the early days of Doomsday, and commended her ability to maintain order among evolved people. Song Ziqiang humbly responded that Lito's own skills far surpassed hers, and that it was an honor for their settlement to be chosen for his investment. Lito remarked that her humility and competence made him confident she could manage the city as the finest city-state among evolvers, and requested that she oversee the Goblin Guild when the time came. Ziqiang agreed, adding that some of their settlement's managers had long admired Lito, and when he learned of the Goblin Guild, he had abandoned further exploration to return. Curious, Lito asked who this person was, and Song revealed it was Bai, who had also accepted his investment. Hearing Chinbai's name, Lito was shocked, muttering that the investment might fail. He explained that with Chinbai in charge, a Class S investment was more suitable, revealing that the order provided was a Golden City founding order. He justified the choice, noting that a city class order should not be too challenging for someone of Chinbai's caliber. Chinbai predicted that with his return in time, they might even have a chance to fend off the S-class monster siege. The system alerted Song Ziqiang that Lito had sent her an investment mission, an S-class Golden City founding order, leaving her momentarily stunned. The mission description detailed that after a day of preparation, all nearby monsters would launch an unrelenting assault on the city order's location, persisting for 5 days, with a reward area of 10,000 meters radius centered on the palace, resulting in a city recognized by the universe's will and a gold-level city construction reward. Song Ziqiang noted the massive range compared to a standard class, and Lito confirmed the danger was equally immense, asking if she still dared to accept the investment. Confidently, she replied that with Chinbai there was nothing she couldn't handle. The next day, she waited on the villa's terrace as Chinbai arrived, and he remarked that the journey had taken longer than expected due to monsters gathering along the way. Song Ziqiang expressed her relief at his return, and Chinbai decided to place Meng in her room, asking her to give him a brief on the current situation. She explained that there were fewer than 20 minutes before the siege and that they had arranged 3 lines of defense, with the key area facing Jiangqing. Later in her bedroom, she summarized all preparations, and Chinbai praised her work, acknowledging her efforts. She added that they had cleared the sewer dungeon recently to complete the plague suit, prompting Chinbai to thank her and say choosing her had been his best decision. Song Ziqiang admitted being nervous but felt reassured seeing Chinbai still in control and caring for Meng. Chinbai clarified that Meng was not merely a girl he rescued, she was his apprentice, talented and capable. He emphasized that Song Ziqiang was crucial to the settlement's defense, urging her not to be neglected. She confirmed she understood and would do her best. Chinbai declared it was time to confront the monsters attacking their settlement, and Song Ziqiang nodded in agreement. Beyond the city walls, at the base of Donghua Mountain, monsters of all shapes and sizes had gathered, forming a massive horde. Chinbai wondered if this assault was tied to the S-class city founding order, recalling that in his previous life, his White Emperor city had been only a B-class, and the number of monsters there had been far fewer. Chinbai gazed down at the overwhelming swarm, realizing just how vast the difference was. With 3 minutes left until the siege began, the monsters stood in patient anticipation outside the walls. Using her childlike power to amplify her voice, Song Ziqiang called the attention of the entire settlement, announcing that they were about to endure a 5-day, 5-night siege, but reassuring them not to fear. She reminded everyone that their walls were the strongest in the world, backed by abundant resources and stable support. Hundreds of B-class talents stood ready, alongside nearly a dozen A and S-class experts, including the two most formidable SSS-class individuals. With such strength, Song Ziqiang insisted there was no reason to worry. The settlement would emerge victorious, claiming the largest and most prosperous territory in the world, and its people would enjoy a wide range of benefits at discounted rates once the siege ended. The crowd erupted in cheers at Song Ziqiang's announcement, and she noted that only a minute remained before the siege, asking if everyone was ready to start earning rewards and experience. Their enthusiastic response drew a satisfied smile. Qinbai complimented her speech, calling it impressive, and Song Ziqiang expressed her confidence, crediting Qinbai and the little girl he had brought back. Meng Qinbai remarked that Meng had a natural talent for transmitting and amplifying sound, suggesting she be sent to a safe spot, and Song Ziqiang agreed. He then contacted Luli to check on the live broadcast preparations. Luli confirmed she had chosen the most advanced, controllable camera provided by the Will of the Universe system, and Qinbai approved, allowing her to begin streaming. With 1 minute left until the monster siege, the broadcast went live on the Evolvers forum, sparking discussion. Black Tea wondered if it was a clickbait title requiring a gold coin. Peerless Handsome insisted it was the boss responsible for the Class D city building order, while Ghost Girl pointed out the overwhelming number of zombie monsters made it true. Erickson asked if anyone knew the location, planning to settle there if the city succeeded, and the World Emperor marveled at its presence in the east. As the 5-second countdown began, Qinbai noted the final moment had arrived. The system announced the defense preparation was over and the monsters had been strengthened. Alan questioned why the monsters were buffed at the start, suggesting they could have been eliminated beforehand, but Song Ziqiang reminded her that Qinbai had anticipated this, knowing stronger monsters meant greater experience and gold. Qinbai leapt from the wall, calculating that the tripled monster attributes would yield triple rewards. Using his plague infection infestation skill, granted by his plague set, he hurled a monster into the horde, spreading a fast-moving infectious plague that damaged over time and weakened enemy stats. Though the skill's raw damage was modest, its debuff made it extremely effective, promising to significantly ease the coming siege. Qinbai observed the psychic fluctuations among the infected zombies, noting that some were clustering while others kept their distance, and he deduced the presence of a controlling lord guiding them. It explained why the horde moved in organized waves rather than trampling each other, and he realized that eliminating this lord would make handling the remaining zombies far easier. The challenge, however, was locating the lord, which would take time, and chasing him immediately risked leaving the front lines vulnerable to the full force of the zombie waves, endangering the city's defenders. Yet delaying the strike could allow zombies from other directions to overwhelm the settlement, making the situation even more precarious. Concluding that a perfect solution would require Meng's help, Qinbai summoned his shield in preparation for the oncoming assault. Qinbai noted that Meng needed to awaken quickly, and moments later, she opened her eyes, confused about her location and her master's whereabouts. Sanji relayed the news to Qinbai, who quickly explained the situation. Meng apologized, saying she had fainted from the wind pressure and exhaustion but had learned the situation from Sanji, and would now enter the dream to assist in eliminating the monsters. Qinbai reassured her there was no rush and briefed her on the zombie's appearance. A normal human-like body with raised shoulders resembling armor, a massive head, a fine mesh exoskeleton, several tentacles hanging from its shoulders, and immense mental power. Meng confirmed she would sleep to enter the dream and instructed Sanji to keep anyone away. Sanji, puzzled, wondered how she had fallen asleep so quickly. In the dream space above Dongshan settlement, Meng stood atop the city wall at the mountain's base, surveying the massive swarm of zombies below. She quickly activated her Dreamweaver skill, lifting huge rocks and sending them crashing into the horde, marveling at how effective the dream space made her attacks. Determined to locate the specific zombie Qinbai had mentioned, she reminded herself she could not delay the mission assigned by Qinbai. By evening of the first day of defense, she landed back on the wall, breathless, where Song Ziqiang awaited. Qinbai asked for a report on casualties and wall damage, and Song Ziqiang reassured him that thanks to Qinbai, no one had died, and those few who ventured out when the zombies thinned had only minor injuries. The walls themselves had sustained minimal damage, allowing Song Ziqiang to suggest Qinbai could relax and let the others continue their watch. He, however, remained cautious, warning that the situation was far from secure. Moments later, Song Ziqiang was shocked upon hearing about the appearance of a lord-ranked zombie. She asked if any others remained, and Qinbai explained that only the enhanced versions had appeared so far, with the number of special zombies being countable on one hand. He sensed that the lord was gathering strength, preparing for a strike. Just then, Sanji and Meng called out to him, and Meng came running toward Chenbai, prompting Song Ji to urge her to slow down. Their sudden appearance caught both Song Ziqiong and Chenbai by surprise. Chenbai quickly instructed Song Ziqiong to tell Lily to halt the live broadcast immediately, and she confirmed at once. Moments later, Song Ziqiong noted that Lily had already moved all the camera drones out of the area. Chenbai emphasized that Meng's abilities were extremely unique and must never be revealed to anyone. Curious about her anxiety, he asked if she had located the Lord Zombie, and Meng explained that although she sensed brief energy fluctuations, she could only determine general directions and lacked any tracking or locking capability, apologizing for not finding it yet. Chenbai reassured her that there was no need for constant apologies, acknowledging her efforts. Meng insisted she had not come back empty-handed and pressed for the map, revealing several suspicious clusters of special zombies, each numbering in the hundreds. Near the giant Chang farmer's market, she reported 2 or 3 red-eyed, massive, fatty zombies. Donggang Square teemed with strange zombies lacking arms or jaws. The riverside TV tower and shopping streets of Rangu were crowded with fast, powerful zombies with huge arms. Chenbai noted that the giant fatty, the tank, the predator, and the whistler were all Stage 2 evolved zombies, confirming Song Ziqiong's observation that the enemy intended to achieve their goals in a single decisive strike. When Song Ziqiong asked about the strength of these Stage 2 zombies, Chenbai explained that, based on Meng's report, they were at least level 10 and likely congregated in herds of thousands. He concluded that even if these evolved zombies targeted him alone, he still had a chance to overcome them. Chenbai vowed that under the Lord's command, the evolved zombies would never succeed in sieging him. Instead, they would break into the city in a brutal race to kill as many as possible, leaving hardly 10% of the defenders alive. Song Ziqiong emphasized that the Lord had to be eliminated beforehand and planned to check if any evolvers in the city possessed talents for tracking monsters or sensing energy fluctuations. Chenbai reassured her that he had a suitable candidate in mind and soon messaged Han Xiao, asking if he could track the source of energy disturbances. Han Xiao, initially skeptical, explained that his mental control talent made him naturally sensitive to energy fluctuations. Chenbai clarified the situation and the plan, confirming it was connected to the Lord mentioned in the live broadcast. On the morning of the second day of defense, Han Xiao arrived at the Dream Space Dongshan settlement and marveled at the expansive villa area, far beyond what the live broadcast revealed. He asked if he could claim a villa to live in, and Chenbai confirmed he could choose any of the many empty homes atop the mountain. Grateful and motivated, Han Xiao promised to give his best that day. Meanwhile, Meng debated which special zombie to target first, and Chenbai suggested starting at the Riverside TV tower. Arriving there, they found numerous zombies scaling the slanted building. Chenbai explained that the whistlers were the only species able to bypass city walls, posing the greatest threat to settlements, and that their success would hinge on Han Xiao's performance. Han Xiao assured them he could handle it, with Meng agreeing to assist. Left momentarily alone, Han Xiao wondered if he should learn to fly using his psychic powers. As Meng activated her sonic blast skill on the climbing whistlers, she laughed, claiming she was the strongest in the dream space. Suddenly, the whistlers leapt from the building toward her at incredible speed, and despite keeping her distance, she realized there was no time to evade them as they reached out to grab her. Chenbai called Meng to stay put before moving swiftly and unleashing his Hellfire skill, burning all the whistlers charging at her. Dark spikes erupted from the building, impaling the remaining whistlers, and together, Chenbai and Meng quickly finished off the rest. Chenbai remarked that it was the last one, and the system confirmed he had devoured an elite mutant third-stage speed-type hunting zombie, earning 200 virus points and 50 exclusive Black Light virus evolution points, though the multiple devourers yielded only 60%. Meng noted there were already 297 elite zombies on just the second day of the siege, and Chenbai explained that speed-type zombies gather quickly, likely pulled from all over Zhang City and nearby towns. He added that more would come, but with the Lord dead, their scattered attacks would be ineffective. As Meng suggested moving to clear another gathering point, Chenbai suddenly noticed a dagger flying toward him and concluded there was no need to target another cluster after all. Chenbai explained that the dagger came from Han Xiao, who had already pinned down the Lord's position. They soon reached the mountain area in the northeast of the settlement, and Han Xiao identified the source of the psychic energy fluctuation up ahead in the mountain pass, though Chenbai pointed out it was actually behind them, showing the Lord's cleverness. Han Xiao insisted they head straight for the boss, but Chenbai insisted on returning to the real world to fight the Lord and broadcast it live, noting that the Lord was the perfect stepping stone to fame. He promised Han Xiao that anything valuable that dropped would be his, earning his thanks. Chenbai then suggested Han Xiao help clear out some Stage 2 elite zombies, and Meng asked which type. Chenbai said they would face the Screamers, spiritually evolved zombies that Meng could suppress without close combat, though their screams posed a serious threat as elite enhanced zombies. Meng nodded, and Han Xiao confirmed they would complete the mission. Later, Chenbai moved to the northeast mountain area, sensing the Lord was close due to the scent of a highly evolved virus despite lacking detection skills. Suddenly, two hunters lunged from behind, and Chenbai quickly evaded their attacks, recognizing them as speed-evolved types, likely the Lord's bodyguards, whose fighting style was freeform and nearly as fast as his own. Chenbai decided to feign weakness, exposing his flaws to bait the hunters into attacking him, reasoning that if he startled them and started fighting outright, it would drag on and give the Lord a chance to escape. Spotting another hunter charging from behind, he swung the one he held at it, leaving both confused and unable to react, then smashed their heads with a punch. The system notified him that he had devoured the Stage 4 speed-type hunting zombies, enhancing all Black Light virus abilities, granting 1,900 virus points, 750 exclusive Black Light virus evolution points, and a 10% multiple devour yield adjustment, while unlocking a new blade form. A sudden psychic shock indicated a surge of strong energy, and Chenbai anticipated the Lord might try to flee. Confident, he slashed the Lord in half with the blade form, noting the boss was weaker than expected. Song Xiong called to thank him for eliminating the Lord, remarking the siege was easier without a commander, and Chenbai saw Song, Lulu, and Qin Lingyu there celebrating and praising his reliability. He reflected that the Lord had accurately read his weaknesses and preferences, but his face turned serious as he swung his arms, sending the illusions of the ladies flying, insisting the Lord should not embarrass itself with such illusions. Though perfect, the Lord's creation did not disrupt his judgment, suggesting its mental energy was lower than his, and it trembled in fear at his capability. Chenbai addressed the Lord directly as Mr. Zombie Lord. Comments flooded the live stream as Chenbai confronted the Lord Zombie, viewers stunned by the illusions they could not see. One voice urged everyone to switch to Stream 3 because the frontline attack had begun. Massive zombies surged against the Zhangchang settlement wall, grabbed by second-order evolved berserkers who hurled them high into the air, their sheer strength tossing corpses like ragdolls. Song warned the defenders to stay alert and strike any falling zombies, while the B-level talent evolvers coordinated their throwing, arrow control, and resistance skills to shield the settlement. Rocks and arrows flew skyward, intercepting falling zombies before they could breach the defenses. A screamer finally set foot inside, roaring so violently that everyone winced, covering their ears in pain. Shouts rang out as parts of the 4th sector wall crumbled under the relentless assault, berserkers continuing to launch corpses with deadly precision. Song called for calm, holding the line while unleashing her amethyst spinning blade. Spotting another screamer preparing to strike, she snapped her fingers and activated Amethyst Spike, reminding everyone to stay composed. Chenbai would soon take down the Lord commanding the Horde, and if they survived this wave, victory was within reach. The people of Zhangchang settlement roared, urging each other to strike, while viewers in the live stream marveled at the chaos. One commented on Zichung's strength, while another urged everyone to check on Chenbai, astonished at the number of high-level zombies still present. From the mountains northeast of the settlement, Chenbai unleashed the plague on a tyrant chaser, drawing curses and questions from the audience about the zombie's identity. Some explained it was an amputated form of the tyrant zombie, while others debated whether the newcomer understood the naming conventions Chenbai had assigned. As the battle unfolded, commentators speculated on Chenbai's tactics, noting his patience in waiting for the Lord to call reinforcements, and some criticized his arrogance, insisting he would eventually pay for it. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted, the work of the apostate, a psychic mutant rivaling the Lord's power, forcing Chenbai to dodge swiftly. Viewers debated its offensive capability and his apparent unawareness, agreeing that he was focusing on the Lord first, knowing that interference from illusions could be disastrous. Leaping into action, Chenbai charged at the colossal meat mountain, the Lord's last physical mutant, which one observer compared to a city-sized force that had once swallowed a whole district. Undeterred, he questioned the mutant's intent and unleashed his Hellfire skill, slicing through the mass with precision. Panic flashed in the Lord Zombie's eyes as Chenbai pushed forward, taunting it with the knowledge that it was already too late to escape. Suddenly, Chunbai realized the meat mountain was reaching for him, and the ground trembled as it slammed down. Instead of seizing him, it gripped the Lord Zombie tightly, causing the creature to writhe in agony. Seizing the moment, Chunbai leapt onto the massive appendage, challenging who had given it permission to devour him. Slicing the meat mountain in half, he advanced, prompting viewers to debate why he wasn't absorbing monsters as he had done so casually before. Some suggested it was simply inconvenient during this intense battle. As the chaser swung its tentacles toward him, Chunbai deftly evaded, noting that the plague had significantly weakened it. When Chunbai appeared in front of the chaser, Chunbai decided to use it as a shield against the apostate's psychic flames, taking advantage of its resistance. With swift precision, he struck, slicing the apostate clean in half and declaring the fight over, leaving no doubt of his dominance. Sod had come together perfectly, each one a level above what was required, promising the creation of something powerful. In the live stream, viewers marveled, some asking if they could see it, others expressing disbelief that it was crafted from zombie parts, and a few wished they could glimpse its attributes, though it was impossible. Chunbai examined the creation, questioning if it qualified as C level, and confirmed he had obtained the Biohazard Special Weapon Fist Glove, Class C. Observers noted his slightly dissatisfied expression, speculating that he considered C rank insufficient for such rare materials. He reviewed the stats. The Lord's brain could permanently control 3 creatures with mental power below its own. Mutated Tyrant Bones boosted agility and strength by 30% and offensive actions by 50% for 50 minutes, with a 3-hour cooldown. The mutated Meat Mountain's flesh triggered recovery on enemy kills, restoring energy, mental strength, injuries, and physical power, while increasing all basic attributes except mental strength by 1 per kill for 20 minutes. With no stacking limit, and the apostate's heart generated a mental magnetic field that both defended against psychic attacks and exerted oppressive mental force. The potential of these materials left him quietly impressed, realizing the strategic advantage they could provide in future battles. The equipment triggered a rare forge effect, granting it the special ability Catastrophe Evolution, and Chunbai realized that after eliminating 100,000 biohazard hostile targets and 100 high-level mutants, it would evolve into a growth-type weapon. Even though some key parts had been removed from the zombies to make materials, their absorption value remained high, leaving him uncertain whether the Black Light virus would evolve further. Devouring 4 mutants, he gained 5,200 virus points, and the Black Light virus unlocked a new form, with Palm Whip granting thermal tracking, virus tracking, and Earthquake Slam, achieving 30% of its base awakening and opening the advanced skill tree. He explored the awakening and skill panels, deciding to invest all exclusive evolution points into the virus first, knowing its growth potential and range of new abilities made it invaluable. Eager to test it, he activated Air Dash and left the area. Meanwhile, in a villa within the Zhangchang settlement, Lolui contacted Song Ziqiong to report that Chunbai had fully handled the threat and was now heading to the city wall. Adjusting the live cameras to the front line, Song acknowledged the update, thanking Susan for her tireless efforts and insisting she rest once the attack concluded. Susan hesitated, citing the casualties from the earlier wave, but Song reminded her that Chunbai would not be pleased if she pushed herself too hard, and that her recovery talent would be essential for the private celebration session after the siege. Suddenly, Qin Lingyu contacted Song Ziqiong to report that the situation was becoming critical. Although the siege command had collapsed with the Lord's death and the zombies had slowed their full-speed charges, those within a kilometer of the city walls were still raging with hatred, relentlessly attacking. Worse, the high-ranking mutants, though leaderless, had gathered together, and according to Sherway's observations, 3 sections of the wall were on the verge of being breached. The most perilous stretch was between the 6th and 8th western sectors, where tanks proved powerless against the overwhelming force. From the lookout point inside the Zhangchang settlement walls, Song Ziqiong updated Sherway, explaining that the western 6th section could hold for at most 3 minutes, the wall of flesh and blood deteriorating faster than it could regenerate, and she urgently needed backup. Using her A-level talent, at a glance she zoomed, marked, and locked onto targets, rapidly combining all information in her field of view at the cost of mental energy. Qin Lingyu noted that since the siege began, Shu had been observing the battlefield and coordinating commands, leaving her exhausted. Song Ziqiong acknowledged Shu's skill in reading both allies and terrain, declaring that she would support the frontline while Qin Lingyu arranged someone to relieve Sherway so she could rest, to which he agreed. Meanwhile, on the wall, Sanji contacted Langu for reinforcements, but Langu told her to hold back, warning that she would not be able to keep up with the speed of the zombies. As the horde advanced, Sanji grew anxious, but Langu calmly commanded everyone to follow her lead. Chunbai noticed that Langu had warned Sanji to stay back, yet she continued interfering, prompting him to activate swift slashing and instruct Song Ji to lead the men while assuring them that with the Lord dead, the rest could be left to him. Sanji relayed the news of the Lord's death and Chunbai's return, and Chunbai responded with Earthquake Slam, declaring the battle's outcome already decided, then followed up with Palm Whip form. Sanji urged everyone to attack with full force, reinforcing that victory was secured with Chunbai's presence. As he utilized virus and thermal tracking and unleashed advanced energy spike, Ziqiong and Meng encouraged the fighters to press on. 4 days later, the battlefield outside the walls lay shrouded in smoke and littered with corpses. Chunbai admitted the losses had been far heavier than anticipated, a sentiment Song Ziqiong shared, noting that 5 days of relentless combat had left the walls nearly destroyed. Both acknowledged they had overestimated endurance and underestimated the battle's ferocity, realizing that without Chunbai and Meng, the city could not have held. Amid the devastation, Leto suggested a glimmer of optimism, pointing out that despite the brutal scene, the death toll was lower than expected and congratulating everyone on completing the mission flawlessly, emphasizing that this first city-state since the Doomsday now had the foundation to thrive. The system announced that the S-level Gold City Building Order mission was complete and the reward issued. Song Ziqiong asked if that was all it took to establish a city, but Leto shook his head. Chunbai suggested she come along to the site where the order would be used. Meanwhile, in the Yungchang residential area at the foot of Donghua Mountain, residents murmured curiously about the sudden appearance of something unknown, warning each other to stay cautious. The system confirmed that this was the heart of the city, accessible only to Song Ziqiong and those she authorized, and that using it would allow them to establish a city-state. One resident declared it belonged to Song Ziqiong, while another noted that she and Chunbai were present. Chunbai asked if she had already used it, and she explained that before deploying the order, she had consulted a professional planner to ensure the site was ideal, with mountainous terrain, plains, important buildings, and resources arranged strategically, plus a waterway across the settlement for transportation. Chunbai praised her thorough planning and encouraged her to proceed, but she asked Leto to wait for a moment to consult him, apologizing and saying that although it was his investment, she wanted Chunbai to be the lord of the new city. Leto insisted she didn't need his approval. The heart of the city already belonged to her, and she only needed to honor her promise to build a goblin guild centrally. With that, she gave Chunbai the authority to move forward and begin building the city-state. The system notified Chunbai that he was authorized to use the heart of the city and asked if he wished to proceed, to which he confirmed. It prompted him to name the city-state numbered S1, and after a moment of thought about renewing old grudges, he named it White Emperor City. The system confirmed the naming and unlocked the city management panel, explaining that the possessor of the heart would gain 20% bonuses to experience and explosives. All attributes inside the city would be doubled, while hostile forces would be halved in strength. It also notified that Song Ziqiong had been granted the highest management authority by the Lord, boosting all her attributes in White Emperor City by 80%. With that, Chunbai officially founded White Emperor City, gaining 10 reputation points, and the city defense mission was declared complete, awarding full experience and 3 free attribute points to contributors. Leto laughed, approving the outcome, while Song Ziqiong asked if he was truly happy. He replied that Chunbai now held lordship, she had supreme authority, and everything had gone exactly as he wanted, a perfect deal, and it was time to continue his journey. Chunbai would need to complete his investment task quickly, and though he acknowledged its difficulty, he trusted in his own ability. He handed Song Ziqiong 2 items from the gold-level city building reward, suggesting she optimize their placement. The items were a Galaxy-class supercomputing core and a fully automated integrated production line, capable of producing vehicles, weapons, and other equipment for trials, giving the settlement a major strategic advantage. She noted that things were already different now, and the presence of guns no longer mattered. He explained that the weapons produced by the new production line weren't the pre-apocalypse kind but had special attributes, and she needed to discard outdated concepts before the end of the world. Observing the city-state management system, she realized it seemed ordinary for now, yet in the future, exclusive S-level blueprints would make her awestruck, like a biological backup center capable of cloning her body for a second life, or an anti-gravity base that could let them build a city in the sky, usable only by S-level city-states. She acknowledged that their city-state would undoubtedly become the strongest. Suddenly, Meng called Chenbai, recalling the dream world where she had acquired 3 new skills and urged him to check them. She shared the descriptions: dream totem enhancement, white noise, and sleepiness. He approved, noting that the dream totem alone could guide people into dreams without direct eye contact, and combined with sleepiness, it could even be used in real-world battles. She added that the combination was his idea after he examined the skill tree, but the third skill, the one she unlocked herself, enhanced her ability to enter and exit dreams at will or return dreamers to reality at any active dream totem, prompting him to consider it almost like a teleportation ability. She confirmed it was correct, realizing that if she had pulled Han Xiao into the dream back then, she could have used the dream totem to teleport to him, or even send him to her. He remarked that, judging by her skill selection alone, she was already approaching master level, though she admitted other aspects still fell short. She then asked if he was free, wanting to study the effects of her new skill. He agreed, instructing her to go to the mountainside training ground and wait, while he would arrive soon, and told her to recruit a few people with varying spiritual power levels to test Meng's new skills. She confirmed it was no problem and would gather them at the training ground, but reminded him not to train too late since everyone was prepared to reward the city lord that evening, and he acknowledged it. She mentioned hearing that Song Ji had prepared a surprise gift for him. Meanwhile, at Zichung's villa, the ladies were present, and Song Ji noted it was not bad and quite good. She asked if they felt confident enough to follow her and defeat Chenbai that night, and Qin Lingyu affirmed she did, though she asked not to repeat the previous fainting incident. Song Ji assured her it would not happen, and Qin Lingyu spent all her free attribute points on physique. Chenbai asked why Meng had been looking for her, and she explained that she had inquired about a nearby dungeon to gain experience. He told her to have Meng meet him after completing the dungeon, as he had something to discuss. She confirmed she had already informed her. Everyone hoped he could give pointers on combat skills and skill selection, and Sanji agreed. He noted that her sea-level talent tree was nearly at the end of the list with barely any branches, questioning what guidance she really needed. She replied she simply wanted some direction, and he consented, asking everyone to send screenshots of their skill trees, which excited them all. Chenbai remarked that the S-level amethyst eyes with 3 evolutionary routes were impressive. Song Ziqiang agreed the amethyst evolution path seemed very useful, but he clarified that as a queen, her focus should be on upgrading amethyst evolution first, with spirit enhancement as a secondary focus. He explained that amethyst eyes and profound noble eyes allowed her to understand and even control opponents, making them ideal for her. She elaborated that amethyst eyes could see through attributes, and, with a sufficient mental power gap, read minds, while profound noble eyes could confuse anyone who made eye contact, making them lose their sense of direction. He then asked about her A-level skill, and she said she only had 2 skill trees. He reassured her it didn't matter and advised unlocking Threat View first to highlight potential threats, followed by See What I See, which would allow her to share that vision with her teammates. He remarked that in the future, she would become an indispensable god-level support, and she agreed, promising to unlock the 2 skills as soon as possible. He approved, noting her basic skills were already impressive. Summoning Luli, he pointed out that her B-level illusionary image skill could actually create miracles. She said she had reviewed her skills but found none with damage potential. He disagreed and urged her to consider the recognizing the false as true skill, which had a peculiar effect. If an enemy failed to see through the illusion, it became reality for them. He explained that if they believed a nuclear bomb and the illusion was real, they would experience it as such, which is why the skill had no damage description, its potential was limitless. Song wondered if her ability was too abnormal for a B-level skill, and he clarified that her talent didn't cover disguising energy fluctuations or auras, so pure illusions were easy to detect. Success depended entirely on her skill. He then moved to Susan with her B-level rapid recovery, explaining she could evenly allocate points to stamina, flesh, blood, and spirit recovery, but her skills only affected herself first and couldn't help others until actively used. Though simple, her abilities were practical, and he had yet to see a better medical talent. Sanji asked if Susan had finished, but he explained that seal weaklings always came last. Next was Qin Lingyu's B-level concentration, and she laughed, thanking him. He noted that while her ability seemed like quick thinking, it was actually a god-level talent in one-on-one combat, By setting goals and focusing, she could accelerate her thinking, discard irrelevant information, and make sharper judgments, so she should choose skills to enhance battlefield awareness and practice against opponents with varying talents. She expressed her gratitude and asked to show it through her actions, while Song Ji remarked that she was so focused on him that even if she were stabbed, she wouldn't feel it. He rejected the idea, snapping her out of her focus and explaining that she needed to control when and on whom she concentrated, or else the talent would be purely negative, which she acknowledged and promised to practice. Sanji repeatedly insisted it was her turn, noting that seal talent intelligence enhanced experience, acquisition, and proficiency, so she shouldn't skip any skills. By maxing them all, her comprehension, learning speed, and skill proficiency would be 10 times that of ordinary people, allowing her to master all fighting postures, combat skills, and strategies, though she would never surpass him physically. Frustrated, she complained that he only knew how to bully her and threatened to bite him to death. Song Zicheong then declared that since he had guided everyone on their future growth, they should work hard and not let members of White Emperor City look down on them, which they all agreed to. Meanwhile, Alan requested Chenbai's guidance on skill paths as well. Shortly after, Han Xiao woke up in his house in Magic City, marveling at how impressive Meng's skills were for having sent Chenbai to the group leader, and Meng messaged Chenbai to report that the teleport distance had made her dizzy, to which he explained it was due to sudden mental power depletion and advised her to rest. Han Xiao asked about the progress of his city, and Han Xiao replied that planning and arrangements were complete, with everyone working hard to build White Emperor City perfectly. Chenbai recalled their efforts and asked how many attribute points he had received for building the city, considering he and Meng had defeated many special zombies in the dream world. Han Xiao explained it was only one, because an accident had occurred while they were fighting a group of zombies in the dream space. Everyone had screamed together, causing such a mental shock that he fell to his death while flying with his mental power. A brief, awkward silence passed between them before Chenbai reminded him not to tell anyone outside that he was from Chat Group 1 to avoid losing face, and Han Xiao reassured him that only he and Meng knew, so it wasn't embarrassing, adding that he was about to take him to see the chemical plant. Chenbai laughed it off as a joke, and they headed out with Han Xiao repeatedly exclaiming how great it was. Suddenly, the plague mark on Chenbai's palm lit up, a reminder from the SSS level mission since he was teleported there, confirming its connection to the chemical plant where plague zombies were present. Han Xiao summoned him and directed them toward the site, and Chenbai rushed there as soon as White Emperor City's order was restored, pondering what kind of rewards awaited from the SSS level mission. Chenbai hesitated to look at the mask and Zhang Chang, worried Leto might discover he had hidden it, and he hadn't expected the bloodline potions could be purified into an S-level essence with no usage restrictions. Han Xiao called him, pointing out that they were just ahead, where the green mist lingered, and the two landed safely. Chenbai asked if he knew the interior of the factory, and he confirmed he had seen it before the doomsday, so Chenbai agreed they should move forward. Chenbai hesitated for a moment, uneasy about the green mist, but Chenbai reassured him to stay more than 10 meters away and he would be fine, even offering to take him to the place where his father used to work in case it triggered his mission. Han Xiao reluctantly agreed. The system then notified that the plague mark had been activated, starting the plague cult quest with the objective to find the source of the plague mutation, offering 10,000 experience points and the bacterial cultivation skill tree as a reward, and he declared that they were ready to proceed. When he reached level 10, his talents were enhanced, and though not explicitly mentioned, his control over viruses had greatly increased, allowing him to command all microorganisms and viruses within 10 meters. Han Xiao remarked on how much he was enjoying himself in such a grim place, jokingly wondering if that made him a pervert, then warned of a monster ahead. Chenbai asked if it was a mosquito, leapt into the air, and sliced it in half, complaining about his hatred of mosquitoes. Han Xiao pointed out a plague mosquito guarding a mushroom, possibly the source of the plague. Chenbai cautioned him not to touch it, suggesting that inhaling it might be less painful than hand contact, since it carried both plague virus and bacteria. Han Xiao advised caution but reassured him of immunity, and the system confirmed absorption of the deadly fungal virus, awarding 150 virus points. Chenbai noted that the viral load in a single bite equaled that of several elite zombies, and they agreed to head to the factory where his father had worked. Soon, they arrived at the Plague Factory's employee dormitory in Magic City, and Han Xiao explained that his father's work area held no clues, indicating the mission source was elsewhere. Chenbai decided to join him in locating it, promising to leave immediately if told to run. He noted the highest concentration of plague and viruses was likely in the sewage disposal tank, where chemical plant waste collected in two deep, foul-smelling pools, having made him dizzy on a previous visit. Descending into the sewage disposal area filled with fungus and other organisms, Han Xiao cursed, and Chenbai instructed him to wrap himself in psychic energy to avoid infection. As he complied, Puka Shiomi appeared, summoning the children of the plague and servants of the virus, and charged directly toward Chenbai. Chenbai unleashed his strongest blades, but they couldn't even pierce the defense before him, leaving him to wonder if an A-level boss's protection was always that formidable. Puka Shiomi declared that they offered the most noble worship and devout prayers to their destined god, hoping the divine fire would soon spread the plague's grace across the world. Han Xiao asked if he was kneeling in worship, and Puke affirmed it, saying he was ready to give everything, life and soul, to the great destined god. Chenbai realized he faced a level 71-3 transformation saint, far beyond his previous life's maximum of 79, and reflected on how someone of that power could appear at the start of the trial. The spiritual sense Meng had provided him as a disciple was only D-class, yet he could still perceive the name and rank of a saint, realizing he was nearly defenseless. When he asked if this figure was their destined god, Puka Shiomi confirmed it, explaining that the high priest had guided the cult at the cost of his life, and Chenbai's emergence with the plague seal marked him as the plague god of their destiny. Chenbai recalled that in his past life, the most valuable asset of any high-level talent was exclusive opportunity, and it seemed this opportunity was reserved for the Virus King, making the plague god's power feel far stronger than Han Zhao's demon bloodline story. He asked what he could do for them, and they explained that they had paid a huge price to enter the trial early, all to assist him. He considered himself lucky to encounter them so soon, and every member who arrived could offer a plague cult treasure suited to his strength. They apologized for not being able to provide all the treasures at once, explaining that doing so might trigger the will of the universe to interfere. Chenbai said it didn't matter and appreciated their understanding, then asked what type of treasure he needed. He inquired if they had a job transfer scroll. Puka Shiomi looked startled but admitted he possessed them, listing the S-level Plague Knight, the S-level Zerg Master, and even the cult's most prized treasure, the SS-level Doom Prince, which left Han Xiao shocked. Chenbai sighed and pressed if there was an SSS level, but Puka explained that such professions were almost impossible to obtain at the start, as even gods often rose from lower ranks like S, A, or B before reaching SS. Chenbai insisted he wanted nothing less than an SSS job transfer scroll, and Puka broke into tears, calling it the future of their god and the hope for the plague cult's revival. Chenbai warned that if they didn't have it, he would search elsewhere, which made Puka panic and confess there might be a way. When asked if he had one, he admitted it wasn't guaranteed but Chenbai could retrieve it himself, then revealed he could open a special secret space tied to the greatest plague event in Blue Star's history. Inside, Chenbai would need to collect the seeds of the plague recorded there and condense them into a job transfer scroll, possibly creating the SSS level he sought. Since there was a chance, Chenbai declared he had to try, and Puka swore his life, strength, and soul to become the latter for his god, igniting green flames that consumed him to ash, leaving only his staff behind. The system announced the exclusive secret dungeon, the Howling of 80 Million Souls, with a 2-minute and 58-second entrance duration, and Chenbai quickly contacted Han Xiao to say it was exclusive, so he wouldn't bring him along. Han Xiao admitted that since such a powerful boss sacrificed everything to open the dungeon, he wouldn't dare step inside either. Chenbai reminded him that the portal would only last briefly, so he would send him out first, as going in alone would mean certain death by insects or plague. Moments later, Han Xiao found himself back near the plague factory in Magic City, where he sighed that the day had been overwhelming. He messaged the group chat, saying he was in Shanghai and had just parted from Chenbai, adding that none of them could guess what he had seen. Urged to spill quickly, he teased until Sword Master requested that Chenbai and Meng help him clear a dungeon, only for Han Xiao to reply that Sword Master would have to wait since Chenbai was too busy. Overlord threatened that if he kept stalling, they'd poke holes in his territory, forcing him to panic and beg him to put the gun away, promising to explain at once. He described how an incredibly strong NPC had knelt and offered Chenbai a job transfer scroll, yet it wasn't enough for him. Overlord pressed about how strong this NPC was, and Han Xiao explained that he wore a robe and not even Chenbai's full-force strike could break his defense, which showed just how terrifyingly powerful he was. Overlord doubted the story. Crow asked about the scroll levels, and Han Xiao answered that there had been 2 S-level and 1 SS level. Xu Chuan wondered if Chenbai was still unsatisfied, and Han Xiao confirmed that he dismissed anything short of SSS as worthless. In the end, the NPC sacrificed himself to open a dungeon where Chenbai could seize the SSS scroll. 5 Lightning Whip's successor remarked that the gap between them and Chenbai was already wider than the gap between themselves and ordinary evolvers. An overlord admitted that every time news came of Chenbai's feats, all his pride from slaying monsters evaporated. Han Xiao urged him not to torment himself by comparing with Chenbai's brilliance, but to instead flaunt being in the same group, since belonging to Group 1 was already something to boast about. Yai agreed, yet Han Xiao clarified that he wasn't trying to ride on Chenbai's name, he wanted the opposite. Meanwhile, Chenbai wondered why the hourglass had reacted and froze when he recognized his surroundings. Was this the Roman stone gate? Could the secret dungeon be in Florence, the medieval city of art? He noticed the streets eerily empty until a cough drew his eyes to a dark alley where a frail woman named Alina sat in the shadows, whispering that he should leave because she was filthy, cursed, and stricken with disease. Pitying her, he asked if she wished to live. At once, the system notified that he absorbed the Black Death virus, adding 3 virus points, and revealed this was the plague itself. A hidden quest unlocked, Seeds of Plague, the howling of 80 million souls, promising that the collected plague seeds could form a plague job transfer scroll. He muttered in curiosity what those seeds were and how to gather them, resolving to find out. Elena, stunned as her sickness lifted, thanked him as God's messenger for healing her and vowed to follow him. Deciding that followers would help spread his name, gather information, and uncover items more easily, he told her not to make the sign of the cross since he wasn't that God's servant. When she asked whose messenger he was, he replied that he was no messenger at all but the plague god himself, and he instructed her to spread word that he could heal and to gather everyone at the Lord's Square. Alina urged that everyone afflicted by the pandemic come to the Lord's Square, claiming the god of plague had descended to heal them. From her position on the street, she insisted that no donations, prayers, or bloodletting were needed, only presence at the square, and invited skeptics to see for themselves. Curious onlookers peeked from their doors, questioning who the girl shouting outside was. A man asked, and his wife explained that it was Alina, likely driven mad by illness. Undeterred, she proclaimed herself Elena Henry, daughter of a wealthy merchant who had given his fortune to the church yet lost his family to disease, and insisted that she alone had been cured. An elderly woman doubted her, but seeing her calm, feverless face and hearing no cough, she began to wonder. People questioned whether their children could also be saved, while Chen Bai, standing in the square, observed the chaos and reflected that it must be the 14th century, when cures for the Black Death relied solely on faith and bleeding, and millions perished across Europe and the world. As he considered the pandemic scale, he wondered if the plague's origins might compel him to travel the globe. Suddenly, Alina knelt before him, addressing him as the merciful god of plague and apologizing if she had failed to use the proper honorifics, explaining that she had gathered as many people as she could following his instructions. He invited them closer, calling them poor children who had nothing to fear, and the crowd gasped at his presence. Using his ability to absorb the virus, he drew the disease from everyone, even the children, and the parents wept as their children woke, calling out to them. One child reassured his mother that he was no longer sick, and as he checked on her, she confirmed she felt well. Others soon testified that their fevers and coughs were gone, their strength restored. It seemed a true miracle. Some credited the God of Light of the Holy Church, while others warned not to offend the great God of Plague, expressing gratitude and pledging lifelong faith. Jinbai instructed them to stand and reminded them that their bodies might still feel weak from the damage, urging them to return home and rest for a few days to fully recover, and he pressed them to hurry, knowing many more children were still suffering from the epidemic further along. Jinbai made it clear that he did not desire their kneeling. His only wish was for the plague to end. An elderly woman prayed in awe at his consideration for the suffering and asked how she could honor his greatness. Alina urged the healed not to disturb the god who had driven away the disease and instructed them to follow her from the bridge over the Arno, spreading news of divine mercy throughout Florence. Suddenly, a group of knights arrived at the Lord's Square, one announcing that the Vatican's knights were coming. They had been told someone there claimed divinity and spread heresy, and they demanded the crowd step aside. One knight accused Jinbai of calling himself the god of plague, insisting that plague was God's punishment, and that no such god could exist, labeling him a foolish heretic. Jinbai recognized an opportunity and decided to embrace it, allowing the knights to strike him with their swords. After one knight proclaimed the heretic eliminated, he instructed the crowd to repent, insisting they had been misled by heresy. Yet the spectators were stunned to see him unharmed. Alina scolded the knights for their audacity, and Chinbai calmly told her to stop, explaining he bore them no grudge and would not punish them since their swords could not hurt him. He declared that no matter how many blades were thrust into him, he would continue to save the people from the plague. The crowd erupted in awe, some calling him the true merciful god of plague and pledging lifelong devotion, while the knights stood bewildered and alarmed. At the Holy Light Cathedral, Bishop Haken noted with frustration that in just 3 days the pagan had converted at least 90% of the city's population, while only 7 people had shown up at church that Sunday. He lamented that the entire Knights Templar should have been deployed to confront him in the Lord's Square, but Archbishop John insisted on restraint, and now only 5 knights remained, far too few to defend the cathedral. John maintained his position, recalling how swiftly the stranger had appeared and demonstrated the power to eradicate the plague. In 3 short days he had traversed the city, curing the afflicted, instructing followers on prevention, and guiding them in suppressing the epidemic. Even those still weakened were treated, and his teachings, though obscure, introducing ideas like hygiene, germs, and sanitation, placed no burdens or offerings on believers. He stressed that a merciful God would not force good people to fight each other over faith, making it clear to all who witnessed the day's events who was truly divine. Haken muttered that it sounded more like a plague cult than godliness, questioning whether John was concerned for the Church of Light. John calmly replied that their Lord was the supreme God, so they needed only to focus on themselves and had already reported the incident to the Pope. Meanwhile, Chenbai, standing in a noble room, discovered a plague seed, formed from the viruses he had absorbed, and realized its significance in learning how to acquire and understand such seeds. Despite his efforts, Florence as a whole had made little progress, and the system reported the condensation rate at a mere 0.001. Yet he had acquired a new ability, the Plague Pillar, allowing the prayers and baptisms of believers to transfer the plague into it, and transform it into plague seeds. Realizing he would need to travel the world to fully condense the disease, he was suddenly contacted by Elena, who informed him that his most loyal followers awaited him. Stepping outside, he was greeted with joyous declarations that all things perish yet all beings are immortal, and he assured them that the plague in Florence had been eliminated. Before departing, he left them the Plague Pillar, explaining that those who prayed and received baptism before it could be cured of the plague. His followers thanked him for the miracle, and he cautioned them not to rely on it too heavily, as its power would vanish once he removed the plague from the world. They must remember his teachings on causes, prevention, treatment, and even research, and he encouraged them to live bravely, using his guidance to survive. He emphasized that the lessons of the plague cult should never be forgotten. Alina promised to uphold his instructions, establishing a plague cult church and spreading his knowledge far and wide. Chinbai thanked her and entrusted the mission to her, confident that they might never again suffer from disease, and bid farewell to his devoted followers. The people chanted endlessly, proclaiming that all things perish while all beings are immortal, their voices echoing even as he departed. From a distance, Chinbai noted that their recitations of his teachings carried far, a fanatic devotion that both amazed him and served his purpose perfectly, as it would greatly aid in collecting plague seeds. The fame of a god drew crowds naturally, saving him immense effort on his journey. Without such a reputation, he estimated it would take at least 10 years to fully condense the plague seeds. Now, as a recognized god, completing this dungeon seemed far more achievable. A few days later, at St. Peter's Basilica in Vatican City, Soren hoped for the god's blessing upon the Pope and asked why he had summoned him. The Pope explained that the failure of the Eastern expedition had angered the divine, allowing demons to exploit the chaos and release the plague to harm all living beings. Amid this disaster, a pagan had risen, using the plague to seize the glory and followers of the Church. Soren, Grand Master of the Knights Templar, incredulously asked if the Pope meant the man claiming to be the god of plague who could drive it away, wondering how anyone without firm faith could fall for such a trick. The Pope confirmed that the man had indeed come from Florence and miraculously eradicated the disease. Soren questioned whether Chinbai had truly eradicated the plague and whether such a thing could even be real. The Pope explained that he could, and Soren immediately concluded that this must be a demon, exploiting the disease to mimic miracles, mislead church followers, and prevent them from ascending to heaven. The Pope instructed that the heretic had already arrived in Vatican City, and that people should be gathered in the square to confront him. Soren was told to take the spear of Longinus and slay the demon before everyone, proclaiming the Lord's mighty name, cleansing the evil for the church and its believers, and he prayed for divine blessing to succeed. Meanwhile, in the public square, a child explained that it was the largest in Vatican City and hurried to announce Chinbai's arrival, reminding the crowd of his legendary deeds. Chinbai thanked the boy and instructed him to hurry, noting with a laugh how, after leaving Florence, the holy churches of other cities had either barred him or closed the gates, labeling him a demon. Yet here, he was welcomed by healthy people, a stark contrast to the usual fear and sickness. Standing by the church emblem, he observed that the authorities must be desperate to finally try to eliminate him at their main camp. But this was exactly what he had been waiting for, a perfect opportunity to confront and resolve the troublesome Vatican, eager to see what strategies they would employ. People nearby urged him to come quickly, noting the Vatican's intent to judge the pagan who cured the plague. He questioned if he truly cured it, while others insisted it must be fake, for otherwise the Vatican would not interfere. The Pope declared him a demon, claiming the Lord had decreed his destruction, while Soren announced the spear of Longinus was ready, leaving no escape. Chinbai observed their attire, realizing they were the Pope and Knights Templar, impressed by the stage they had built, and addressed them as servants of the glorious Lord. He declared he came to remove the plague and challenged their audacity in calling him a demon in God's name. The Pope insisted he was a demon from the abyss, using a cruel trick to shake faith by unleashing the plague and pretending to cure it, deceiving the ignorant. Bystanders debated whether he could truly cure the plague, some affirming they had seen it on the way from Florence, while others lamented that the Vatican had not let him act first, fearing for loved ones dying. The Pope realized the plague's terror had already weakened the people's faith, adding that if Chinbai simply removed the plague, God might show mercy and spare his life. But Chinbai's true strength revealed itself when he countered the spear with just the tip of his finger, making it tremble as it struck toward him. Chinbai warned him to stop, noting the spear had already committed one wrongful act against the Son of God and wouldn't risk another, but Soren could hardly believe it. Chinbai reflected on his journey from Florence, finally realizing why the church had persistently blocked him from removing the plague. The Pope himself was a demon in disguise. The real Pope laughed mockingly, prompting disbelief among the crowd, but Chinbai declared that the truth would soon be seen and struck the unguarded Pope. Chaos erupted as knights shouted about saving the people, and Soren admitted he had been bewitched and distracted, confirming the Pope's demonic nature. Chinbai observed that the demon hiding in the throne sought to conceal itself, and then the Pope transformed, growing horns as the crowd screamed in horror. The Pope vowed to kill Chinbai, but Chinbai anticipated this, knowing that his powers alone could not convince people of the truth without exposing the fraud. He had prepared carefully, combining the level demon blood essence he had gathered with the zombie virus, ensuring that one or both would reveal the Pope's true demonic form. As the Pope gathered fiery energy in his mouth, panic swept through the people, screaming that the demon was real and fleeing for their lives. Chinbai realized that the demon horns and fire were effects of the demon bloodline, setting the stage for a clash of immense power. Soren admitted the truth. The Pope was a demon, and Chinbai warned that his body could not withstand such force. He explained that a demon had seized the Pope's throne, twisted the teachings, harmed God's believers, and even blocked Chinbai from curing the plague, crimes beyond forgiveness. That day, divine punishment would fall, and the Pope had to die. The Pope's body exploded, and the people cheered, declaring the demon slain. Soren, humbled, confessed that blinded by the demon, he had committed the grave crime of obstructing Chinbai and accepted any punishment, which Chinbai acknowledged with respect, noting that God did not punish humans and that his purpose was only to end the plague. Soren then pledged to bring all the sick to him immediately. With the demon gone, the Holy Church rapidly declined while the plague cult rose, and Chinbai's movements across Europe went unhindered as cities stricken with disease welcomed him as the plague god. Pillars of plague soon appeared throughout every town and village, but the work of condensing the plague seeds was far from complete. Traveling across Africa, Asia, and Oceania, he encountered diverse races, religions, and dynasties, and after 1 year, 5 months, and 12 days, he finally completed the collection. The next step was to recover the plague within the plague pillar, a task deceptively simple but lethally difficult, and he regretted the time lost to this side quest, realizing that 1.5 years was an invaluable stretch in the pre-apocalyptic era. The system asked if he wanted to collect all the plague seeds in the pillars, and he confirmed. In the courtyard of Florence, Alina wished the great plague god a smooth journey and hoped he could finish his plans quickly, but she froze at the sight of the plague pillar. A knight asked what had happened, and she explained that their god had completed his journey and was returning to the kingdom of gods, urging them to recite his teachings and show that they had memorized them. The knight agreed, and she clarified that the plague cult did not worship catastrophe, death, or corruption, but sought peace and health for humanity. In the streets of medieval Florence, people witnessed the dark pillar surge skyward and joined in reciting, declaring that understanding and controlling the plague would prevent it from harming them, allow them to destroy sin and evil, and unite them rather than divide them. They recognized the plague as a tool, not a curse, and vowed to fight side by side, eventually turning it into their weapon. Across other continents, people also came to worship the plague pillar, pledging to protect lives and fight for the well-being of all. Even the demons that had tormented the earth trembled at the plague pillar, and uncivilized desert tribes came to worship it, believing it would drive away bloodthirsty, cruel demons and destroy the enemies of life. All things in the world would eventually decay, yet billions of lives would strive to endure and achieve immortality. Chenbai sensed their voices and realized they prayed that their Lord's light would shine forever, and he asked if those were their genuine wishes. The system confirmed that the mission was complete, and he left the dungeon to return to the Magic City Plague Factory. As rewards generated, he obtained the Life and Death Job Change Scroll, requiring the Virus Monarch talent. He noted it didn't feel like a conventional ability and felt eager to change jobs. But Lito's mission demanded 2 scrolls rather than 2 SSS-level professions. Since he already had an SSS-level job transfer scroll, he still needed a second, knowing Abyss possessed one. Suddenly, the system warned that the Plague Factory mission had failed. He questioned why, wondering if he had missed the source, but realized that when he encountered Puka, the system hadn't flagged the mission as complete. It became clear that the source the mission sought had been altered by his presence, and after his self-sacrifice, it had lost its power and perished. His mission had failed, and he suspected the mushrooms were to blame. Moments later, he realized he didn't know what was happening in White Emperor City, so he messaged Song Ziqiong to ask about the current situation and everyone's strength. She explained that reconstruction had officially begun. She had selected a location for the supercomputing core and production line, and after his guidance a few days ago, everyone now had a clear direction. However, only 4.5 days had passed, and with everyone helping to rebuild the city, their strength remained unchanged. He was surprised by the short time, considering he had spent 1.5 years in the dungeon, and realized it must be due to the hourglass of time, which had bonded with him and made years pass like days, appearing and disappearing with his consciousness and even manifesting in the dungeon on its own. Suddenly, Han Xiao messaged the group chat, reporting that the Plague Chemical Factory mission he and Chenbai had undertaken had failed. Leaf asked about Chenbai's condition, while Shui Chuan tagged him to check if the quest for the SSS-level scroll had succeeded. Overlord suggested forgetting about the job transfer scroll, as Chenbai's status was uncertain, but Lu Huai reassured them that a mission failure was not serious. Chenbai added that Han Xiao had received a mission as well, but it was clearly different from Chenbai's since he carried the plague seal and would reveal what he had experienced in the coming days. He confirmed in the group chat that the Plague Chemical Factory mission had failed. Leaf asked if he felt sad and offered a warm hug, while Lu Huai joked she could provide many warm places, not just one hug. Leaf suggested a duel, and Crow pointed out that even Chenbai had failed. Shui Chuan reassured everyone, saying failure was normal since he was already the strongest they had seen. Overlord added that a real man never fears failure, though it was unfortunate about the SSS-level profession scroll, while Han Zio explained that bosses over level 70 often sacrifice themselves to create dungeons, making failure understandable. Chenbai grinned, clarifying that the dungeon for the SSS-level scroll hadn't failed. The factory mission failed because the key NPC sacrificed himself to open the dungeon, causing the mission target to vanish. Leaf and Lu Huai were confused, while Crow asked if they had understood, and Nezukawa congratulated him. Overlord exclaimed at the SSS-level profession, and Han Xiao wondered if they should upgrade their chat group to a league. Overlord asked if that meant League of Legends, and Leaf explained that upgrading would allow them to display their alliance's name in speeches or announcements. Lu Huai added that she had read about the benefits, though it was costly, and Chenbai noted he had considered it for a long time but wasn't sure if everyone wanted the formality, as a league carried honor and glory while their chat group was relaxed. He proposed a vote to upgrade the group, suggesting they think it over and decide only if more than 2/3 agreed. Han acknowledged this and invited Chenbai to rest at his place. but Chinbai preferred to visit the Magic City Villa area, which Han Zio had recommended. Upon arriving, he confirmed the villa was excellent and safe, with no thermal or virus tracking detecting life. Meanwhile, in the basement of the villa area, Ji-Yun called Yanqi, scared because someone had entered. Yanqi reassured her she shouldn't be afraid and that she could handle it, though Ji-Yun insisted she shouldn't kill anyone and should just drive the intruder away. Chinbai marveled at how comfortable the modern world was, looking forward to rest after releasing some virus, but decided to use the medicinal pillow he had brought from the dungeon, made with traditional Chinese medicine. As he took it out, he realized it helped him sleep better, but he was stunned to see a status panel had appeared, transforming it into a D-class ancient dragon Chinese medicine pillow. He wondered how a simple dungeon pillow had become an item and began checking his other belongings. The Song Dynasty blue and white vase, the living Buddha relics, the holy gold coin, and the Eye of Horus gold ring had all turned into items. He realized more than half of what he had brought out of the dungeon had changed and noted he had never heard of dungeon loot turning into actual items. He recalled bringing back the Spear of Longinus, once wielded by a sovereign-level powerhouse in his past life, and examined it closely. Before leaving the Vatican, Soren, the leader of the Knights Templar, had gifted it to him. The spear, too, had become an item, though it was an unawakened F-Class one. Chinbai concluded that the Spear of Longinus, which originally existed on Blue Star, had transformed into an item due to the arrival of the universe's will, and that all objects turned into items carried unique hidden characteristics. Although the reason was unclear, the only Spear of Longinus rested in his hands, and he wondered if Mr. Lorca could still reach sovereign-level power without it. Suddenly, his palm stung and turned red, and he realized the spear might be rejecting him. Classified as one of the Thrive types, evil, dark, corrupt, abyssal, or filth, he could not use it safely. At F level, it could burn him, and if upgraded to S rank, it might even melt him. Deciding it was safer to let it gather dust in his inventory, he removed the threat from his world. At that moment, the door to his room swung open despite being locked, and a knife suddenly flew toward him. He caught it with his fingers, but neither virus detection nor thermal vision revealed its source, suggesting a low-level spiritual being controlling it. Hellfire could destroy it instantly, but the bedroom would be ruined, and though he possessed nearly 300 spiritual power, he had only one skill capable of harming spirits. Resolving to use virus points collected from city defenses and dungeons to unlock more cost-effective skills, he noted the black light virus lacked spiritual power capabilities. Exploring the Spirit Power virus series, he discovered no applicable virus existed to unlock the skill tree, so he used his points to enhance the zombie virus. The system confirmed it had evolved the original T-virus into a Spirit Power enhanced T-virus. Suddenly, the knife dropped to the floor, and he wondered why it stopped attacking, speculating it might have fled, and decided to investigate what kind of spirit it really was. The system notified him that the exclusive skill, the Spirit Power Enhanced T-Virus, had unlocked the Psychic Master Path and reached Psychic Perception, successfully enhancing the virus. Consequently, the support skill Psychic Vision became available, and he activated it. Ji-Yun argued that Yanqi shouldn't intervene, insisting they leave, but Yanqi insisted on handling the intruder herself, claiming he was the bad guy for barging in. Chinbai noted the spirit controlling the knife was unusually complete and intelligent for its actions, yet it still attacked only with a kitchen knife, which puzzled him. Using Psychic Vision, he scanned them further with Psychic Perception. Yanqi, an S-rank evolver with a dual spirit body aligned to evil, insisted Ji-Yun let her kill the intruder and protect her. Ji-Yun, a dual spirit body evolver aligned to good, countered that the intruder hadn't harmed her, and Yanqi should calm down. Chinbai observed that both were evolvers, and few he had seen had forms that changed due to their talents. Yanqi snapped and grabbed the knife while Chinbai released his psychic energy, calmly telling her to relax and recognize that he meant no harm. He warned her to sense the difference in power, noting his spiritual power was over 20 times hers, and gave her one last chance, threatening that any further trouble would result in her and her sister's death. Yanqi stepped back while Ji-Yun pleaded with Chinai not to hurt them, and he assured them of their safety, but they had to obey his instructions. Yanqi, however, accused him of harboring perverted thoughts and demanded he come at her rather than her sister. He questioned the claim and realized it was she who was twisting her own thoughts, prompting her to hiss and threaten him. He instructed them to stay put as he asked a few questions, inquiring if they understood the events of that world and could use the Evolver panel. Ji-yoon confirmed they knew what happened and could operate the panel, even reading the Evolver forums, while Yenchi scoffed at her dismissive attitude toward the many who had died, calling them pests. Chaebai questioned why, noting that they were only level 2 and too fearful to gain experience by fighting monsters. Ji-yoon admitted she had restrained her sister, unable to harm anyone despite their past humanity. Yenchi criticized their foolishness, warning that threats capable of hurting them would appear eventually, and asked how they would face them with such weak strength. He cautioned that their talent was dangerous, tied to emotions, and they must not be controlled by feelings to avoid becoming foolish saints or reckless idiots. They needed to close their eyes, sense their power carefully, control it, and think strategically. Ji-yoon resolved to help others and be virtuous, while Yenchi insisted on killing anyone in that cruel world who bullied her sister. Yenchi noted their rationality had eroded, and if left unchecked, they risked becoming low-level spirits acting purely on instinct, turning into monsters. Chunbai decided that to train spirits tainted by emotional energy, he first needed to lessen the energy's influence on them. He planned to use telekinesis to guide them while refining his own control, starting with full suppression. Ji-yoon expressed pain as Yenchi asked what he was doing, and he explained they should resist with all their strength until exhausted, while he practiced shaping and controlling telekinetic movements, an area he had never specialized in during his past life. The sisters struggled, and though he could manage their overall positioning, finer details were off because of their resistance. After a few moments, they stopped struggling, and Chunbai noted they still had some energy left, likely because they trusted he wouldn't harm them. He observed they hadn't yet grasped the gravity of the situation, warning that without learning to control their emotional energy, they could become mindless, vengeful spirits, and at that point, killing them might be necessary. Gradually, the sisters grew tired and rested under the sheets, and Chunbai questioned how they would respond if a zombie attacked a human. Ji-yoon said she would save the human and kill the zombie, while Yenchi added she would do her best and, if possible, eliminate the threat first. Chunbai approved, noting that both seemed to have regained their rationality. Although one sister embodied good and the other evil, either had been driven to extremes by the energy. Ji-yoon expressed gratitude, while Yenchi scoffed, warning that she would one day make him face the consequences of his harsh training. Chunbai explained that they had previously struggled to control the energy, but their talents, absorbing yin and gathering yang, allowed them to naturally absorb it. He decided to start them from scratch, teaching a simple technique to release the accumulating energy, which manifested as clothing. The sisters, initially flustered, managed to manifest the clothing as instructed, and Chunbai noted that the remaining energy could later be refined according to their own ability. He planned to use the coming days of rest to help them slightly improve their levels. Soon after, they arrived at the Magic City Red Star Mental Hospital dungeon, where Ji-yoon applied her good spirit skill to pacify benevolently, and Yenchi used her evil spirit skill to twist malicious thoughts. Yenchi absorbed yin and extracted evil thoughts, while Ji-yoon gathered yang and collected positive thoughts. The system notified that the small boss head nurse had been killed. Yenchi addressed Chunbai as her big brother and asked how they had performed, reminding him not to secretly invade her body with evil thoughts, as it would be ineffective. She remarked that evil thoughts had no effect because he was inherently bad. Suddenly, Chunbai noticed a message from Meng, revealing that the Sword Immortal wanted to assist with a secret nightmare-level dungeon. He acknowledged that he should help if time allowed, and Chunbai suggested sending the dungeon details privately. As the Sword Immortal agreed and promised to send them immediately, Yeezy asked if there was an extra team slot that could go to her little sister. The dungeon was at Shoshin Mountain Path, requiring a team led only by someone who was not the Sword Immortal, with a maximum of 4 members and a level cap of 10. Chunbai realized the urgency was due to this restriction and reflected that in his past life he might have failed this dungeon due to unreliable teammates. He noted the timing was perfect since he hadn't switched classes yet, leaving his level locked at 10, and agreed they should form a team. Overlord insisted that the final team slot be decided fairly by rolling dice, while Lu Huai volunteered, but Janggu pointed out that the Sword Immortal had already coordinated with the channel to accompany them, apologizing to the others. Han questioned the backdoor arrangement, suggesting the old Talus had compromised his dignity, while Overlord offered double payment but emphasized dignity couldn't be bought. Yezi complained about the unfairness, but the Sword Immortal calmed everyone, explaining the dungeon tied to their Dragon Nation's traditional cultivation and that Jinshu's inclusion was necessary this time, with promises to prioritize others for future dungeons. Chunbai chuckled and announced that they should end for the day and return home. Yanqi questioned why they were stopping, insisting she was still capable of fighting, but he explained that the upcoming monsters were far too strong, especially with the boss skilled in mental attacks, and rushing in now would be pointless. Yanqi scoffed while Jiyun agreed to follow his lead. Soon after, Chenbai arrived at the base of a hill in the Shashan range, where a thatched hut marked the dungeon entrance. Meng greeted him and introduced Jinxiu Buxu, who asked to be called simply Jinxiu. Suddenly, Chu Zixuan appeared from behind, excited to finally meet Chenbai, revealing he was from the group. "I really am not a sword immortal," and that his real name was Chu Zixuan. Chenbai expressed that it was nice to meet him and asked if he had a weapon-based talent, given the numerous swords he carried. Chu Zixuan confirmed he did, possessing an S-level sword immortal talent that allowed him to trigger sword energy through sword-type equipment, with strength linked to his mental focus. Chenbai complimented the talent, but Chu Zixuan modestly denied it, calling it average. With everyone present, Chenbai suggested they enter the dungeon, and Chu Zixuan agreed to move forward. At the starting point of the Shushan mountain path, Chu Zixuan asked if everyone had received the task prompt, and Chenbai confirmed that it simply required them to climb from there to the summit to complete the path. Meng noted the briefness of the instructions, implying the climb would not be easy, yet he was eager to see what surprises awaited, urging them to proceed. Moments later, Chenbai grew puzzled as Zixuan pointed out a thickening fog. Chenbai warned everyone to stay alert to their surroundings and watch their footing, suspecting this was the first challenge. Suddenly, a woodcutter appeared, repeatedly warning that the Shushin path was treacherous. Chenbai lunged forward, calling out, and reached the top of the stairs, only to find the woodcutter far ahead, seemingly untouchable despite his full-strength leap. He summoned his weapon, noting that the woodcutter continued to chant about the treacherous path and the 5 elements of heaven and earth forming obstacles. Seeing the woodcutter restored and unscathed, Chenbai realized it must be an illusion. Meng asked what was happening, and Chenbai explained it appeared to be a guiding illusion, advising everyone to pay close attention to the words he was repeating. Chu Zixuan confirmed they were paying attention, explaining that the elements of heaven and earth formed the obstacles and that he was chanting deliberately slow. Zixuan guessed the fog represented the water element of the 5 and asked if it was the first hurdle of their climb. With visibility limited, the woodcutter warned that water rises, the mist thickens, and spotting a flower in the fog made it difficult to return. Chenbai immediately sensed danger and equipped the biohazard disaster gauntlets, unaware a sword was coming from the side. He froze as it accelerated toward him, realizing its penetration power was so strong that even his physique and shield form couldn't fully block it. The sword withdrew, and Meng asked if he was hurt. Chu Zixuan cautioned everyone to stay alert, admitting he couldn't detect it with his sword intent. Zixuan suggested using the talisman he had given him, since his spiritual power couldn't locate it either. Chu Zixuan activated the golden light protective talisman, while Zixuan revealed the sword was approaching from the east and struck with his thunder strike technique. The sword reappeared, but the golden light shield held it. Chenbai praised the sword's craftsmanship, and Zixuan warned the shield wouldn't last much longer. Chenbai reassured them he had already subdued it, and Meng complimented his skill, declaring him truly amazing. Zixuan asked when the sword had been subdued, while Chu Zixuan wondered if the flying sword might have its own consciousness, though it showed no resistance. Chenbai suggested letting him demonstrate the sword's true power, revealing it as the 5 elements sword spirit, water flowing azure, level 12. Zixuan explained that the denser the water vapor, the stronger the sword's power, which explained why the golden light shield had only lasted a fraction of a second in the mist, where its strength was likely tripled or quintupled. Chu Zixuan praised it as a remarkable sword spirit. Chenbai noted it would be even more effective in Chu Zixuan's hands, but he was currently controlling it through special means. Chu Zixuan declined, insisting he wanted to cultivate the sword spirit himself to form a closer bond. Meng wondered if they could gather all 5 sword spirits, given that the obstacles were based on the 5 elements, lamenting that he could control only 3 for now but hoped to collect all 5 eventually. With the danger past, they continued upward, and Zixuan admired Chu Zixuan's power and versatility, confident the dungeon would be conquered. Chu Zixuan added that he now understood why Crow had provided him with equipment and skill books. They were aiming for a higher position. 10 minutes later, Chenbai noted the fog had lifted, marking the end of the first obstacle, though Meng pointed out the mountain path remained long, with only a 5th covered. Suddenly, Chu Zixuan urged caution ahead, spotting the woodcutter observing silently. The woodcutter repeated that the Shushan path was treacherous, formed by the 5 elements, and warned that the forest hid countless monsters, with every tree and blade of grass potentially hostile. Chenbai remarked that it felt like a group battle, which thrilled him, and he readied himself as the sinister trees and grass advanced toward them. He declared that he loved nothing more than charging straight into battle. Jinshi noted that according to the lyrics, this level should hide many monsters in the grass, and the sword might be concealed among the vegetation as well. Chu Zixuan, however, said there was no need to dwell on the woodcutter's song. It was already over. Chenbai found himself surrounded by the bodies of the defeated monsters, all cut to pieces, and he now held the 5-element spirit sword, wood hidden in greenery, level 12. He observed that since water nourishes wood, it blended seamlessly with any grass, wood, or plant, making its ambush capabilities highly effective. Meng muttered that the others shouldn't just stand there and needed to keep moving, sounding like a raid leader fed up with AFK players in a dungeon queue. Jinshi was speechless, while Chu Zixin wondered what he was even doing there. Moments later, the woodcutter repeatedly warned that the Shushan path was treacherous, formed by the 5 elements, with strange rocks and perilous cliffs where one could shatter and fall into the abyss. Suddenly, sand surged from above, catching them in a sandstorm. Jinshi announced he couldn't move forward and intended to activate the golden light protective talisman, but Meng interrupted, advising patience. She wielded the tone of someone familiar with desert death traps, noting that the talisman wasn't easy to prepare and suggesting he use his goggles instead. He commented on her impressive set of equipment, and she replied that it had been made temporarily through dreaming. Chenbai noted that it wasn't so bad since at least he didn't have to block his eyes anymore, though he admitted the sand and dust were still uncomfortable when blown into them. He was startled as the rocks rumbled and a wall protruded, pushing him and Chu off the cliff. Jinshi and Meng called out, their panic sharp as if a hidden boss phase had been triggered mid-fight. He asked what they should do, admitting that the storm was too strong to see where they had fallen. She reassured him, saying she would find them. Below, the sand swirled suddenly, and she paused, asking if it was her master. Chu requested water, joking that he had just swallowed too much sand. Chenbai explained that the dungeon restricted flying, and mid-air dashes consumed more energy, leaving him already exhausted after only a few uses. Had Meng jumped out earlier, it would have been exhausting. She handed them the water silently, clearly reassessing her life choices and hydration priorities. Moments later, Jinshi reminded them to consider how to avoid being pushed off by the cliff sword, noting that the sandstorm could block spiritual detection, making the timing and location of attacks unpredictable. Chenbai clarified that before the wall protruded to strike, there would be a half-second rumble, so they just needed to focus, ignore the wind and sand, and dodge the moment they sensed the vibration. Chu remarked that it was as expected, having caught the detail on the first try. Chenbai said it was enough for now and instructed everyone to stay put and wait for the next attack, noting that anyone unable to react in time should stick close to him. Meng agreed, Chu nodded, and Jinshi confirmed he understood, though his tone carried the same dread as someone re-entering a notoriously bugged platforming section. Soon, the rocks rumbled, and they all dashed forward to dodge the protruding wall. Chenbai commented that it seemed the cliff sword problem had been solved, so they should clear the level quickly. Meng asked if the Earth Spirit Sword should be there, and whether he wanted it, but he declined. Jinshi noted that the Earth Spirit Sword would clash with Chenbai's water and wood swords and even restrain the water sword. Chenbai confirmed he could only control 3, so his last choice should be gold or fire. Meanwhile, the woodcutter kept warning that the Shushan path was treacherous, with the 5 elements forming obstacles and the scorching sun burning fiercely, leaving one dizzy and speechless, feeling more like the prelude to a final trial than a mere caution. Jinshi muttered that he couldn't take it anymore, feeling roasted alive and parched, desperate for water. Chu questioned whether the fire spirit sword was trying to roast them alive, calling it the most insidious spirit sword he had ever faced. Meng added that any water produced evaporated instantly, and even the shade offered no relief, warning that she might dry up completely. Chenbai reassured her not to worry, explaining that fire's brutality is never just about heat. It patiently waits for the right moment, requiring enough fuel to burn fiercely. Chu asked if that meant he already knew when the fire sword would strike, and Chenbai confirmed, referencing the woodcutter song, the attack would come when one was dizzy and speechless. Chu, already swaying and disoriented, suddenly saw a dazzling sword lunging from above, stopping just before it could strike. Chenbai noted he had it, and grabbed the fire heartburn level 12, declaring the fire spirit sword tamed so they could finish the journey and properly rehydrate. Chu commented on how cool it was, just as the woodcutter repeated that the Shushan path was treacherous and the 5 elements formed dangerous obstacles, culminating in a flash of golden light as head and body parted forever. Chinbai considered that the golden spirit sword seemed like a perfect trial to vent his frustration, and with the fire sword already tamed, he could finally make the golden sword suffer. Chu Zixuan pointed out that the place ahead seemed to be the domain of the golden spirit sword, and Meng agreed, noting that the area looked like a straightforward combat stage with a single dull blade embedded in its center. Chu wondered if it might be an unfinished weapon, while Jinshu questioned how it could shine with a golden light without ever being tempered or polished, remarking that it seemed anything but ordinary. Chen Bai, however, brushed aside their speculations, saying there was no need to overthink things and that the truth would reveal itself in battle. He launched an attack, only to have the sword intercept and drive him back, so he unleashed a storm of strikes until the blade shattered, yet to their surprise, it regenerated as if nothing had happened, restoring itself like some immortal being. Watching this, Jin Bai remarked that he could finally grasp its nature, speculating that the weapon might possess the ability to grow stronger through damage, whether by a process akin to steel tempering or golden refinement, though he scoffed that it hardly mattered what the ability was called and declared he would take a closer look himself. Activating his heavy hammer skill, he charged forward, eyes lit with excitement, and brought his fist crashing down upon the blade, the booming impact echoing through the entire arena. On the sidelines, Jinshu asked if the others had caught Chen Bai's words, and Chu confirmed he had, admitting that he too was wondering whether the sword could keep increasing without limit. Jinshu confessed the same thought, and before long, the once dull blade was already shining brilliantly, radiating a glow that seemed to reach a supernal level of brilliance. Jinbai observed the blade's sudden golden flash, noting that though it appeared as thin as paper, the power it contained was immense. He estimated its strength to be nearly 200 and realized that as its stamina decreased, both its power and speed had increased, suggesting that most of its attributes had been shifted into those two areas rather than constitution, which made him wonder what its actual physique stat was. Breaking the sword in half, he received a system notification declaring that the golden spirit sword of 100 refinement had been slain, awarding him 25,000 experience points based on combat contribution. Yet he remarked that it felt no more than 10, and he was glad he had not chosen the golden spirit sword himself, since he disliked leaving victory to chance, dismissing the opponent as embarrassingly easy to kill. Moments later, Meng pointed out the sudden reappearance of the woodcutter, who repeated that the Shushan path was perilous, with the 5 elements of heaven and earth forming its obstacles. Once those elements were surpassed, the mountains still remained, and the endless road to seek the Tao would prove arduous. He warned them that without firm hearts the path would remain hidden, urging them to turn back rather than suffer needlessly in pursuit of immortality. His words carried the cryptic weight of an enigmatic guide. Meng glanced at Chen Bai, asking how the woodcutter's descent should be interpreted, but he only replied that it was not favorable. He then summoned Chu, instructing him to take the lead since much distance still lay ahead. Jinshu reflected aloud that he now understood the meaning of the endless road, admitting that without firmness of heart, the path to the Tao would never appear, concluding that as it was his instant's dungeon, only he could truly hold the heart to seek it. Jinbai acknowledged this, calling him a fellow Taoist whose comprehension was deep, then pressed further, asking him to explain the true meaning behind the woodcutter's sudden appearance. Jinshu admitted with some hesitation that he was not entirely certain of the woodcutter's meaning. Chenbai then shared his own view, saying it felt like a trap meant to mislead opportunists, those who, after enduring a long and exhausting journey, might be tricked into believing the true path lay in descent. He added that when the old woodcutter passed by, he had felt a chill down his spine, and he suspected the figure would kill anyone who attempted to descend the mountain. Chu muttered anxiously that he must be doomed, since he had noticed nothing at all, questioning whether he was truly unworthy of clearing the path. Chenbai reassured him, telling him that simply having the heart to seek the Tao was enough, urging him to stay resolute, since none of them wished to remain walking the endless road for too long. Chu declared firmly that his heart to seek the Tao was indeed unwavering. 4 hours later, the system announced that the Shushan Mountain Path Instance Dungeon had been cleared, and golden light poured down from the sky like a shimmering rain, dazzling like the finale of some grand victory. The system declared that all players who had passed would receive a special reward, the Shushan token, which both Jinshu and Chu obtained. Another notification followed, stating that the rewards had been distributed and they could now leave the instance at any time, as it would convert into a one-time normal dungeon accessible to all evolvers. The Shushan token, however, was unique. It allowed access to the special Shushan map covering levels 10 through 89 and was account-bound, meaning it could not be transferred, gifted, or lent to others. Chunbai regarded it as an extraordinary item and acknowledged that Shushan truly lived up to its reputation, but his focus remained fixed on claiming the second SSS level scroll and completing quest, for without it he would be stuck at level 10. He resolved to return to Shushan only after securing his advancement. At that moment, Chu Zixuan called out, asking him to select his reward first, and Chunbai thanked him in response. Chu Zixuan remarked that Chunbai would be the first to choose his reward, with Meng Meng to follow. Jinxiu reassured the others not to worry about saving anything for him, since receiving the token alone was already more than enough, and he felt deeply grateful. Meanwhile, Chunbai's real body, which had been asleep back at the villa, finally stirred awake. Jinyu immediately pointed out that he had regained consciousness, while Yanqi scoffed, mocking that he must be absurdly weak if he could sleep through the middle of the day. He retorted calmly that even if she exerted all her strength and transformed into a state incapable of interacting with matter, she still would not be able to bring him down. She snapped back that he was just boasting, and with a spark of challenge declared that she could topple him within 3 seconds, radiating full One Punch Woman energy. In response, he revealed that during the secret realm he had acquired a skill book perfectly suited for the two of them, and if she truly managed to knock him down, then the book would be hers. Yanqi admitted that she could not continue, her form already on the verge of dispersing, while Jinyu muttered the same about herself. Chunbai asked Yanqi if she now understood the gap between them, pointing out that he had not even resisted. She then questioned if he had someone he cared for, suggesting that he always acted with caution when dealing with others. He explained that it was simply because his physique was powerful, though he could still control his strength. Since they had both tried so earnestly, he decided it was only fair to reward them. Yet when Yanqi reached for the skill book, it slipped right through her hands and landed on the ground with all the elegance of a glitch loot drop in a game, leaving him momentarily speechless. She told him they should wait until they had fully recovered to learn it anyway, since the book was not going anywhere. He agreed, saying she could pick it up whenever she wished, as he had his own matters to attend to. Jinyu then asked if he was already planning to leave, reminding him that he had promised to take them to River City. He replied that his current task was more pressing, but assured them he would bring them along once he returned. Jinchi accepted this, saying they would wait for him. Holding the Demon Hunter promotion task scroll in his hand, Jinbai reflected that he had already reached his current limits, so it was time to pursue the SSS level promotion scroll within the abyss. Without completing Lito's task, he would remain forever stuck at level 10, nothing more than a side character in a world ruled by towering power ceilings. As he unfurled the scroll, he remembered how, when he first obtained it, he had not intended to chase this promotion since it was said to be a trial that not even gods could overcome. Yet now, with no other leads to another SSS scroll, he had no choice but to try, and in that instant he was transported to the first layer of the abyss. As one demon asked if he was human and another declared they should eat him, Jinbai calmly replied that in his previous life, after becoming a demon hunter, he often ventured into the abyss, so in a twisted sense it almost felt like home, if home meant endless murder attempts and rivers of lava. The system then assigned him a task: kill 100 inferior demons and 100 fallen demons, with his progress showing 3 out of 100 for the latter. He assumed that once the task was completed, he would automatically be ejected from the abyss, so he decided to pace himself, since his true goal lay in the trial deeper inside. A day later, he grew irritated, realizing he could not easily finish the task because the first layer of the abyss swarmed with fallen demons and inferiors that were mindlessly relentless. Even if he shook off one horde, another would soon gather, their persistence resembling low-level mob respawns coated with endlessly looping AI. Just then, the abyss well erupted, and he muttered that luck was against him. While the eruption did not directly affect the trial, it flooded the realm with energy, strengthening every demon-blooded creature. It also spewed out countless demon blood eggs that would hatch into new monsters, sending tens of thousands of enemies raining from above. He concluded he could not afford to stop, or he would risk being overwhelmed, and worried that if he accidentally completed the task while fighting, he would be forced out of the abyss too soon. In the midst of this, a sudden sword strike came from behind, which he narrowly dodged before it buried itself into the ground. A heavy boot pressed down on the blade. Fergus, a level 16 demon warrior, stood there speaking in the demon tongue, proclaiming that he had found himself a fine meal and ordering the human to kneel and give thanks, for he would soon fill Lord Fergus's stomach. Speaking in the demon tongue, Chinbai asked if Fergus was truly a pure-blooded demon warrior, noting how rare such beings were in the first layer and demanding to know if he had come from deeper levels. Fergus confirmed it with mockery, sneering that for someone who could only run away, he seemed surprisingly knowledgeable about demons and even spoke their language, though he added that food knowing things about its eater meant nothing. Chinbai challenged him in return, asking if he understood why only inferior demons and fallen demons had been chasing him all this time. Fergus admitted ignorance but taunted that he would graciously allow him to share the answer before dying, promising to begin devouring him from the head. Chinbai replied that he would give the answer immediately, and before Fergus could comprehend, his body collapsed lifeless on the ground. Standing over him, Chinbai remarked that it was because he had already slain every other species. Realizing danger was closing in, he noted that he must leave quickly before he was surrounded. 6 days later, he finally reached the abyssal well, exclaiming that it felt like spotting a mountain in the distance that only seemed close yet remained impossibly far, the spiritual equivalent of every filler arc escape that never quite ends. He recalled how, in his past life, when he first became a demon hunter, he had taken refuge near the well since most demons of the first layer feared approaching it, making it an ideal place to rest before starting anew. Now, he decided to feed the countless demon bloodline potions he had gathered into the mask, both his storage bag and secret vault overflowing with them, and speculated about what kind of bloodline essence might be synthesized from tens of thousands of BD-grade potions. Suddenly, a voice spoke in the demon language as Kotao remarked with interest that there truly was a human here. Chinbai immediately snapped alert, while Kotao explained that his servant had reported a human moving toward the abyssal well. Kotao revealed himself as a fish demon submariner of level 17 to 18, confirming that he too had heard rumors of a human who had wiped out every kind of demon except for the inferior and fallen, and judging by the sight before him, it had to be Chinbai. Recognizing Kotao, Chinbai instantly calculated that such a being should not even exist within the first layer, and in the demon tongue he retorted, asking what difference it made and whether they all enjoyed coming up to wander whenever the abyssal well erupted. At that, Kotao declared his true identity as a demon prince, announcing that he had come specifically to kill him and demanding how a mere human dared to run rampant in the abyss. Kotao swung his trident and unleashed his skill, Water Blade Slash, sending a sharp torrent of pressurized water surging toward Chinbai. In response, he activated his Hellfire armor, demanding to know if Kotao was truly a demon prince and which layer's lord had sired him. Kotao proudly confirmed that his royal father ruled the 17th layer, flaunting his bloodline as if name-dropping in the middle of a tournament arc, before sneering that Chinbai was pathetic for wielding such inferior hellfire and mocking whether terror had already consumed him. Chinbai answered by triggering muscle reinforcement, and in a flash, Kotao flinched as his head was slammed brutally into the ground. Standing over him, Chinbai remarked that he had been preparing to feed the mask something worthwhile, but Kotao's untimely appearance had interrupted, turning the encounter into the equivalent of a boss fight cutscene, so as compensation, the demon prince's bloodline would serve as a suitable appetizer. The mask's mouth opened wide, and countless demon bloodline potions spilled out like a flood as they poured in, numbering easily in the tens of thousands within his storage. He began calculating the quality of synthesis such a haul might produce, like a gacha player tallying how many SSR pulls awaited him. Among the spoils, he obtained the Blackwater Trident, a C-class polearm that granted underwater breathing and dark vision when equipped. Though not immediately essential, Chinbai admitted that such an ability could prove useful in the future. With those matters settled, he turned to the abyssal well, stepping to its edge and muttering that once he stared into the abyss, the prompt would inevitably arrive. The abyssal well delivered its prompt, declaring that when one stares into the abyss inevitably stares back. Chinbai acknowledged its presence, but under its gaze he felt the creeping onset of panic, the kind that no willpower could suppress. Still, he reminded himself that retreat here meant permanent abandonment with no second chance. The abyss scrutinized him, noting that his level stood at 10, and he recalled how in his past life countless level 10 prodigies, even disciples of peerless masters, had stalled at this very threshold. Of the rare 1 in 10,000 who endured the abyss, none ever returned alive. The abyss pressed on, observing that he had no class advancement, no bloodline, no S-grade or higher equipment, and no temporary external buffs, that every asset he carried was earned by his own hand, that his strength was entirely his own, that he possessed the restraint to hold himself back, yet had no knowledge of what lay ahead, and that it knew his name, his hatred, his fear, and the chains binding him. The system then announced that the Abyss had judged him qualified and would unlock the Abyss trial. Though kneeling and gasping for air, he felt satisfaction. The system declared that clearing the trial would award an SSS-grade Abyss Overlord class advancement scroll, and he confirmed his understanding. With that, the system instructed him to leap into the well to initiate the trial, warning that retreat would count as permanent abandonment. Chinbai answered without hesitation, declaring that he was going, and hurled himself from the edge into the void. At once, the system revealed the trial's content. He would be required to defeat the level 10 projection avatars of every demon lord from each abyssal layer under specific conditions, with rest time earned between fights ranging from a single minute to 1 hour, and if a layer lacked a current lord, the projection of its former ruler would be summoned to stand in its place. The system explained that his status would be fully restored, all skills and items would have their cooldowns reset, and every piece of equipment would be repaired. As he processed this, Chinbai considered whether even the 70-year cooldown on the time hourglass might reset, but the system reported an error, informing him he could not be restored to peak form. He cursed inwardly, hoping nothing critical had gone wrong, only for the next notification to state that the cooldown on return to the past could not be reduced through any skill or equipment effect. The time hourglass manifested on its own, making it clear that the Abyss itself was incapable of resetting that ability. As he weighed his options, annoyed that the system seemed to have pulled a trick on him, a sudden wave of error messages flooded his vision. Then the system declared that return to the past now had no cooldown, his status had been fully restored, and the trial would begin. Relieved, Chinbai concluded that without the hourglass restriction, there should be no real obstacle in completing the Abyss trial. At that moment, the inferior demon Lord Balhak, a level 10 warrior, emerged, and the system notified him that this layer carried no special conditions. Assessing Balhak as little more than a filler mob rather than a true raid boss, Chinbai moved swiftly, and almost instantly the system confirmed Layer 1 cleared, prompting him to select rest time. Progressing rapidly, he cleared Layer 2, then Layer 5, followed by Layer 17, 26, and 34, until he finally arrived at Layer 66. There, the Blood Kai clan's demon lord Aedu, a level 10 demon sword servant, declared in the guttural tones of demon language that the human would die and his journey would end there. At the same time, the system issued its notification. The special condition for this layer required that only strikes to weak points would be effective, while all other attacks would fail. Chinbai blocked Aedu's strike and leapt back, landing cleanly to open the distance. But Aedu dismissed the effort as meaningless and declared that he should already be falling. Tension surged through him before the thrown blade pierced his abdomen faster than he could react. Aedu admitted the human's strength and endurance, only to sneer that it was nothing but blind stubbornness, claiming that the Abyss's rules left no room for his defeat. Then the system triggered, announcing a read from the saved status, and Chinbai realized his opponent had grown overconfident. Aedu flinched in pain as his side was crushed under the counterattack, demanding an explanation, only for the system to mark floor 66 cleared and prompt for recovery timing. To Chinbai, the true fool was the one who flaunted superiority without minding weak points, leaving the battle wide open and the level easy to finish. Soon after, he stepped onto the Abyss's 100th floor, where Gilbert, the level 10 fallen sword master, stood without any special conditions. He wondered how such a weak fallen demon could claim a floor without restrictions and questioned the absence, suspecting the enemy was hiding. The thought led him to reflect on the Abyss's tangled politics, where races, temperaments, and power shifted unpredictably and even frail demons sometimes ended up in charge. This floor seemed to demand a game of hide-and-seek with its lord, yet before he could act, Gilbert had already struck. Chinbai turned at the last instant but was still too late, losing his head in a single blow. Moments later, Chinbai reappeared at the Abyss's first floor and realized he had been instantly killed twice, even with his saved status active from the beheading. The system confirmed his presence against Balha, the level 10 demon warrior without conditions, as Balha mocked him as a pitiful human whose end was near. He understood then that returning to the past, activated purely by will, had spared him from true death. Seeking answers about Gilbert, he pressed Balha on the 100th floor's lord, but the demon scoffed that he would never reveal anything even if he knew. The system quickly marked the floor cleared and offered recovery, while Chinbai reflected on how these demons seemed aware of their projection-like existence, and thus lacked fear of pain or death, convincing him that a new strategy and deeper intelligence were needed before facing Gilbert again. Soon he reached the 72nd floor, a burning grassland, and considered how improbable it was for a fallen demon, whose stats lagged behind even humans, to rise as a lord there. The fallen snarled that his arrogance would cost him and that all intruders perished to their hands. But Chinbai retorted that it was absurd and demanded how one of their kind could ever hold a deeper floor. The demon confirmed it with pride, declaring that Lord Gilbert of the 100th floor was a legend who had attained the Shadow Sword Master class despite his fallen body, a figure whose shadow blade had once slain a demon duke, and he warned that Chinbai would not survive the next encounter. Chinbai offered his thanks as the system confirmed floor 72 cleared and requested recovery, then returned to the 100th floor where he reflected that Gilbert's swordsmanship, beyond its instant kill potential, leaned on shadows for both surprise and deception. The Shadow Sword Master class, a third-tier evolution of the Knight Assassin line, carried an S-tier rank, and while Chinbai lacked any class-based advantage, his raw stats still surpassed the fallen demon. He reminded himself to never lose sight of his own shadow, to avoid wide shaded zones, and to keep moving constantly. If possible, he would spread a virus during his retreats, because Gilbert would bide his time for a single opening, and the infection might prove decisive. Vigilance drained him over time, so he tapped into his saved status to restore stamina, knowing that without it his focus would inevitably slip. Then, catching a glaring light behind him, he wondered if Gilbert was baiting him, but the unease proved real when the fallen struck from behind. This time, however, his shield absorbed the blow, and Chinbai stepped back to disengage. Gilbert spoke with cold composure, saying there was no need to continue. His strength was limited by the trial, and with the virus already embedded, that last strike had exhausted everything. Chinbai asked if he truly meant it, and Gilbert admitted his caution was impressive, then welcomed him to return once he cleared the Abyss trial properly, though with his current strength that day was far away. Even so, he would wait eagerly for the rematch. The system marked the 100th floor cleared and requested recovery time, and Chinbai vowed that next time he would face Gilbert's blade head-on. Chinbai ascended to the 200th floor of the Abyss, where a grand palace awaited, and greeted its master, the fallen angel Elmira. He wondered aloud if she had summoned him to begin the trial, but the six-winged, level 10 fallen angel explained that she had no such intent, admitting that cleaning the palace afterward was a chore, so she had planned to let him pass directly. Still, curiosity tugged at her, so she invited him to sit as a table formed between them. Chinbai asked what piqued her interest, and she replied that she simply wanted to know how someone of his strength had climbed this far, pointing out that even if he had managed to bypass Gilbert, who did nothing but train and ambush, the layers beyond only grew worse, stacked like an endless gauntlet of power scaling. Chinbai told her that his method of victory was his trump card and not something he could reveal, but she assured him she was not prying into secrets, merely passing the time, and suggested he drink and casually recount some of his battles. In return, she would let him through, leaving the decision to him. He asked which floor she was curious about, and after a thoughtful pause, she chose the one on the 105th level, the revolting sludge monster. That was Cerubi's, the level 10 aberrant demon lord of the swamp, a grotesque mass of fleshy mud that spread across the ground, devouring any who touched it. Chinbai remembered how its consuming speed vastly surpassed his own, and the first time he made contact, his body had been eaten away, the sensation disturbingly like embracing Majin Buu mid-digestion. Elmira leaned in with curiosity, asking how he had managed to defeat Cerubi's. Chinbai explained that since it only wanted to eat, he simply fed it, and because he was not exactly easy to digest, he ended up tearing off and feeding it over 100 of his own arms until the creature suffered what was essentially food poisoning, collapsing into a useless puddle of sludge. She laughed at the absurdity, remarking that she hadn't expected Lord Cerubi's to fall so easily, but he corrected her, reminding that ripping off his own arms was far from painless. She shifted the topic to the rancid old creature Chigu, recalling that it usually lingered in the sea. That was the level 10 Hotao fish demon lord on the 136th floor, and Chinbai admitted he had been grateful to the old man's grandson for handing over some decent equipment, even if Chigu himself smelled like a sewer had lost a drinking contest. Elmira chuckled, teasing that he must have taken advantage of the situation back then, but cautioned that no such shortcuts existed with the girl on the 153rd floor. That was Hartley, the level 10 aberrant flame spirit who ruled the lava pool on the mountain slope, and Chenbai agreed, confessing that she was terrifyingly strong. He recalled how she had killed him 15 times in succession, her blazing heat rendering his virus useless, and her molten body offering no proper opening to strike. Every time she was hurt, she vanished beneath the lava again, forcing him to curse in frustration. It took him 5 days of struggle before he finally managed to seal the pool and drain her heat, and even then, she remained the toughest opponent he had encountered across 200 floors. Elmira mused that if toughness was the standard, then the foe on the 186th floor was equally dreadful, a final boss. Chenbai groaned, insisting that bringing that monster up hardly suited such a casual conversation. The 186th floor, known as the Rotting Pit, belonged to the level 10 aberrant Lord Omandi, the Filth Queen. Chenbai described her as the most revolting entity in the entire abyss, forever sprawled within a pit overflowing with corpses and refuse. He muttered that he had once purged the memory of her stench from his mind, yet Elmira's reminder dragged it back up, souring the taste of his drink. She admitted that Omandi was never particularly powerful, but no other demon dared to claim her territory, which said plenty about her presence. She added with distaste that she hadn't taken another sip of wine either since he brought that memory back. Chenbai smirked, claiming he would never risk drinking wine born from a fallen angel's mental energy, since it could very well kill him. Still, he brushed the thought aside, remarking that he had already died once from drinking, and he had no intention of repeating that mistake, even if the bottle promised 100-proof divine punishment. Elmira sighed, warning that once he drank it, she could shatter him with a single thought. She called it unfortunate, guessing she could not finish him while lying flat. He countered, offering to fight if she truly wanted to rise. She waved him off, lazily declaring she had no intention of moving. He remarked that her sloth was truly unmatched, but she dismissed him, saying he should leave, since she planned to sleep. Projections drained her strength, and there were still countless floors ahead, with many more powerful foes waiting above, including 6 beings who carried divine titles. To her, they were no different from elite raid bosses already loaded with cheat codes, so she saw no reason to waste her effort. At that moment, the system voice announced that floor 200 had been cleared and prompted Chenbai to select his recovery time. He considered the warning about the 6 true gods who bore divine titles, realizing that while the hourglass backtracking could let him fight the demon lords repeatedly, it would not apply against those 6. A moment later, the system confirmed entry into the recovery space and began its countdown. As he thought on the divine title holders, he understood that each of them commanded an authority tied to a fundamental rule, and he could only pray it wasn't the kind of power capable of erasing him completely. Still, he steeled himself, certain that as long as he could lean on the hourglass backtracking, even a god would eventually fall to him. Chenbai advanced to the 235th floor, the wilderness, and found himself drifting in a daze as an illusion coiled around his senses. The floor belonged to the level 10 aberrant lord of the Abyss Demon Clan, Salisbury, who imposed hidden special conditions and sneered that the human would slumber forever within the dream. Chenbai answered with a dark, mocking laugh. Salisbury leaned closer in amusement, wondering aloud what kind of sweet dream could possibly captivate him so completely. Within the fabricated vision, Heloise appeared, addressing him as Divine Lord Chenbai and pledging her allegiance. The dreamscape bent around him, filled with the presence of his women, while she knelt in reverence and declared her willingness to offer everything in service to him, whether as servant, slave, tool, or even toy, and insisted that such devotion would be her greatest honor. Chenbai's eyes narrowed as he asked what she would do if commanded to surrender her strength and die. Her body trembled, tears welling as she confessed that despite her oath of loyalty, he still doubted her sincerity. He told her to stop the act, recognizing her words as nothing more than survival instincts dressed up as devotion. To him, her ambition had always eclipsed loyalty, and such a word had no meaning in her world. Yet, he added, he could still spare her, and she quickly bowed again, expressing gratitude while reaffirming her readiness to do anything he demanded. With cold indifference, he ordered her to wear the collar, bind herself to the gate, and take her place as a watchdog. She bit her lip hard to bury her contempt when the leash dropped at her feet, and her silence drew his sharp reminder, asking if she had lost the will to obey. At last, she lowered her head and said she would be his dog, insisting again that it was her highest honor. The illusion cracked at that moment as Chenbai's sneer cut through, remarking that she was finally barking as a dog should. Outside the dream, his voice echoed, confirming the words. Salisbury clicked his tongue at the display, mocking that Chinbai certainly knew how to indulge himself, but promised there was nothing to fear since once he absorbed the human soul, they would be trapped together in eternal sweet dreams. His taunt was met not with surrender but with steel, as Chinbai's swords rose into the air one after another, their edges gleaming against the wilderness haze. The system voice chimed in with a pointed reminder. The special condition of this floor was simple: see through the illusion and break free. Chinbai declared that while the dream carried a certain beauty, it was still hollow, and spending eternity inside would have been unbearably dull. Salisbury demanded to know the moment he had pierced through the illusion and how he had slipped free without rousing suspicion. Chinbai answered that the flaw had been simple enough to notice. Salisbury had failed to recreate the crushing majesty of a god's presence. Perhaps his true form might have achieved it, but here he remained bound as nothing more than a level 10 lord. As for breaking free, that had been even simpler. The sword spirits, each possessing independent thought, had remained untouched by the illusion, anime side characters surviving on pure protagonist immunity. Salisbury clicked his tongue and admitted he could have killed Chinbai long ago, yet had chosen instead to play with him. Chinbai shook his head, clarifying that there had been no intent to toy. He had only needed respite after trudging through over 200 floors, each filled with endless battles, deceptions, and resets. Stamina could always be restored, but the stress, fatigue, and disorientation had been wearing him down beyond recovery. If not for the illusion, his will might have fractured entirely under the weight of a climb with no visible end. Ironically, it had reminded him of his true purpose, grounding him again, and for that, he said he owed Salisbury thanks. The demon lord tilted his head, half amused, asking if he had truly used the illusion as nothing more than a rest stop, muttering that he was nothing but a brazen brat. Still, he assured him not to worry, since only a few battles remained. That raised Chinbai's curiosity, and he asked if the words implied they were nearing the final stretch. Salisbury confirmed fewer than 300 floors were left, though he added that many of those were already empty. Chinbai countered that he must be unaware of how the Abyssal will drag back prior floor lords without heirs to fight him again, noting that the smoke demon on the 215th floor had also ruled the 192nd, and that he had already faced 3 such repeats. But Salisbury shook his head, explaining that empty held another meaning altogether. Those floors had collapsed into pure voids, shattered entirely by previous clashes. When powerhouses fought, he said, entire spatial layers could unravel, and the deeper one descended, the more often such collapses occurred. Chinbai absorbed the revelation in silence, then offered his thanks and remarked that should he clear the trial, he might return for another visit. Salisbury laughed and vowed that next time he would weave an illusion flawless enough to trap him forever, and if Chinbai failed to shatter it, there would be no escape. The system then announced floor 235 cleared and prompted for recovery time. Chinbai chose 1 second, remarking it was the perfect interval to maintain peak condition. Immediately after, the system reported that floors 236 through 238 had collapsed, transferring him straight to floor 239. As he questioned whether collapsed floors could truly be skipped, it became clear that such voided levels were bypassed entirely. He wondered just how many more he might end up skipping before the climb was over. Moments later, the system notified him again, this time that he was being placed on floor 279. Chinbai blinked, stunned at the thought of having skipped 44 levels in one sweep, and muttered that he would have to ask Elmia or Salisbury about it the next time he reset. Before he could think further, the system declared the floor's master, the level 10 Bull Demon Lord, Beast Sovereign Baphomet, and revealed the special condition: navigate the labyrinth and defeat the enemy within. Chinbai recognized the name at once, recalling that Baphomet was not just a floor lord but the deity of the Minotaur tribe, worshipped by the barbarian class, and one of the 6 true gods Elmira had warned him about. His surroundings confirmed the danger, a dim labyrinth with walls smeared in blood and the ground soaked in red. He acknowledged that while the first 200 floors had been brutal, the true trial was only beginning here, in a maze designed to break intruders completely. He forced himself into sharp vigilance. Without warning, Baphomet materialized behind him, massive form looming as he prepared to strike. Chinbai reacted instantly to the heavy thud of hooves. Alarm surged through him as he spun and barely caught the incoming fist. His shield swung wide, forcing the massive figure backward, while his right arm shifted into a weapon that slashed across Baphomet's body. The beast collapsed, but he let his skills fade only after checking its state. Then he saw the body sinking, and when he lunged to finish it, His strike met nothing but stone. The figure had dissolved into blood and vanished. He muttered that it might have been a clone meant to stall intruders, and since his knowledge of the beast's sovereign came only from rumors, he would have to piece its nature together step by step. 10 minutes passed before hooves echoed again. This time, when Baphomet appeared, Chunbai clashed head-on and seized its horns. Activating spiritual perception, he noted its strength had surged far past the earlier version. The system revealed new stats and skills just as the beast rammed him hard enough to throw him back. He swore under his breath, if this was only level 2, then its innate trait was nothing short of broken, the kind of design that made a novice feel crushed by a pay-to-win boss. He retaliated with ground thorns and soon realized that the first Baphomet he had faced was merely level 1. From there, the nightmare escalated. He struck down a level 3, then a level 4, only to eventually confront a level 5 that already matched his own numbers. He speculated there might be 10 in total, each iteration stronger, and shuddered at the thought of facing a level 10. But hesitation was pointless, so he pressed on. 30 minutes later, facing a level 7, he cursed aloud. The stat growth per level was far beyond what he had predicted. His spiritual perception was now useless for exact readings, but during the clash he gauged the beast to be about 1.5 times his strength, nearing double, enough to make even an S-class protagonist sweat bullets. Its horns drove him into a wall, reminding him that not only did it overwhelm his stats, but his virus would take far too long to weaken such a foe. Realizing brute force wasn't enough, he decided exploration was the only way forward. When the maze spat him back to the entrance, he reset the challenge, this time determined to experiment. He wondered what would happen if he avoided killing the weaker versions. Skipping past the level 1 Baphomet, he reached the spot where level 2 should have emerged, only to find it absent. Moments later, Chunbai realized he had already crossed into the zone where the level 7 had spawned, an area he had never reached before. The thought struck him, by sparing the first one, he might be able to bypass every encounter. Yet the idea unsettled him. His instincts screamed just as Baphomet lunged from behind. He spun, but too late, blood sprayed across the stone. In the split second before collapse, he triggered backtracking, shaken by how close he had come to failure. Its speed now exceeded his reflexes, which meant he had just faced level 8 or higher. But confusion gnawed at him. Why had such a high-level version appeared when the mid-level ones never showed? Then the truth clicked. There wasn't a series of Baphomets, there was only one. He had been marked from the start. Kill it early, and it simply reappeared deeper, stronger. Leave it alive, and it would stalk him through the maze. When he first entered, it had been weak, its level low, its stats manageable enough to shove aside. But each step into the labyrinth let it climb higher, its numbers spiking like a boss scaling out of control. Soon, it would catch him no matter how fast he reset. He opened the system menu, desperate for options, and checked his remaining virus points. To his relief, a new option surfaced, Mental Worm. The skill could convert his own spiritual energy into a parasite that infected the enemy's spirit, destabilizing it while dragging up negative emotions strong enough to trigger instability or outright self-destruction. He blinked at the description, realizing this was the first time such a branch had appeared, and only after he had unlocked telekinesis. That twist gave him an edge. If he could trigger mental collapse, he could suppress Baphomet's berserker surges, strip away its stat buffs, and finally force the beast to fall. Chunbai seizes the Baphomet by its horn and drags it through the maze as if hauling a sack of grain, the beast thrashing helplessly but far too weak at level 1 to resist. Its horns may look menacing, yet in his grasp it's no more than a powerless goat, its bulk meaning nothing. He mocks it like a child in need of guidance, pulling it along until they reach the maze's center, where he swiftly ends its life. The corpse collapses, but the battle is not finished. In moments the creature respawns, larger and louder at level 2, its abilities tripled, pride swelling as it charges. Yet its strength is meaningless. He dodges without effort. Then the unexpected strikes. Its chest heaves, coughing fit sees it, and panic flickers across its eyes. Each breath grows labored, every movement slower, its stats falling as a lung disease eats away at it. To worsen matters, the parasite gnawing at its mind drives it into despair, leaving it broken both in body and spirit. Hacking and cursing, it kneels before him, pitiful and weakened. Watching calmly, Chunbai realizes leveling does not cleanse sickness or madness. It only pushes past limits, and when the foundation is already fractured, growth hastens collapse. Seizing the chance, he hurls the beast skyward, knowing that leveling in midair cripples its defense. Again and again, he repeats the cycle, forcing it higher through the ranks until it reaches level 9. At last the clash shifts. The monster brandishes a massive poleaxe, blocking his sword strike with a crash that shakes the arena. For the first time, Chenbai steps back, surprised. Chenbai finds himself clashing with a beast that only moments ago was barely holding together, yet now matches his strikes with ferocity. Rage burns through its body, a red glow radiating from its frame as its stats soar to frightening heights. Checking the system, he notices the infection never left. Instead, reaching level 10 unlocked a new trait, Indestructible Body, explaining the sudden surge. But then the unexpected happens. The once raging monster suddenly sits down, its voice dull and sluggish, muttering nonsense about the futility of fighting. It looks less like a fearsome beast and more like a weary trainer who has lost interest in the gym. The system flashes again, confirming the parasite's effect. Its mind is collapsing under depression, self-doubt, and crushing pessimism. Chenbai observes in silence, realizing the parasite worked perfectly. A creature once feared for its bloodlust is now slumping like a broken philosopher. Lying back with a heavy sigh, it rambles about destroying 44 levels of the abyss out of blind obsession, admitting it thought it was impressive but now sees only stupidity in its past. Listening to this washed-up villain's regrets, Chenbai almost laughs. He plays along, suggesting they simply skip the fight and let him through, and to his surprise, the Baphomet agrees, claiming battle has lost all meaning and even life itself feels like wasted breath. That's when the truth dawns. This pitiful wreck was the very monster that ravaged those 44 levels, now crying over its choices. The conversation drags on until the beast reveals something crucial. Within this maze it can revive endlessly at full strength. Normally that would be terrifying, yet in its current state, it sounds more like a curse. Chenbai stays composed, reminding it that the same rule applies to him, but the creature insists true victory is only when one concedes willingly. Then, almost pitifully, it asks if Chenbai thinks it has lost its mind. The answer is plain. What once stood as a brutal powerhouse has fallen into a melodramatic wreck in record time. Chenbai reflects on the absurdity, both amused and calculating. Chenbai realizes how close he came to death. If the beast's mind had cleared, it would have become unstoppable and he'd already be gone. Instead, the Baphomet now lies there like a weary old warrior who has surrendered, muttering about wanting peace, maybe even a new pastime like gardening or goat yoga. A system prompt confirms it. Level 279 is cleared. Choosing his recovery time, Chenbai drifts back to the rest space where his body sinks into the bed though his mind remains sharp, replaying the fight. The final stats of that horned monstrosity must have been near 3,000 in every attribute, while his own barely broke 500. Without the mental worm tipping the balance, he would have been nothing but fertilizer in the maze. That skill saved him, plain and simple. Now, with the first so-called god defeated, his thoughts move to what comes next. If a broken-down goat was just the start, then what horrors are waiting ahead? The system answers with a new warning, AMB 350. This stage isn't just another floor but a colossal column rising like the spine of the world, fragments of land floating around it like shattered puzzle pieces. In the distance sits the Eye of the Abyss, gazing like a cosmic sentinel. Strange cone-shaped eyes now hover over every level, suspended upside down, while volcanic craters yawn from the ground, spewing purple beams tethered by writhing black energy. Stepping into this strange domain, his thoughts circle back to the one skill that has carried him so far, the mental worm. Since conquering level 279, he has only needed to retreat 3 times, an almost miraculous record in the abyss. Yet level 350 feels different, heavier, dangerous in ways he cannot yet define. His unease sharpens as a new foe materializes before him, the system's voice confirming its name: Serpent, Demon Lord, World Devourer, Winter, level 10. The colossal serpent reveals its rule: to endure the trial of 9 heads, with failure meaning instant death. Before he can even steady his breath, the monster rises, its coiled body exuding raw menace as 9 massive heads sway above like a twisted crown. One head slithers closer, smugly declaring it will be the first to end him, treating the fight like some game. This is no ordinary foe. It is the second god, the World Devourer, a creature born of eternal hunger. Chenbai quickly grasps the reality. He knows nothing of this beast, no strategies, no tricks. Survival seems nearly impossible. The 9th head leans in, voice soft and oddly playful, feigning curiosity as it wonders what kind of test would suit him, even remarking on his looks as if it had been binge-watching human dramas. Keeping his composure, he responds smoothly, flattering its radiant scales, gleaming eyes, and even the absurd flower sprouting from its head like a bizarre ornament. The compliment works. The head beams with delight, declaring him successful, clearly valuing charm over strength. Bowing politely, he addresses it as a refined lady, which only makes it giggle more, as if this were some light-hearted romance instead of a deadly trial. The ninth head then stirs the eighth awake. Still drowsy, it asks a childishly simple math question, which he answers without effort, earning another pass. It reminds him of the so-called angel on level 200, all appearance, no danger. Then the seventh head speaks, its tone mellow, like a flower child preaching peace, saying it despises fighting and would prefer a gentler test. Before it can finish, the fifth and sixth heads interrupt, both impatient. The fifth claims dominion over water, while the sixth insists on fire, bickering like quarrelsome siblings. Instead of a trial, they demand his judgment, each wanting him to declare the other foolish, water calling flames reckless, fire scorning water as weak. Their childish feud shifts the pressure onto him, forcing him to choose sides. He instantly recognizes the trap, side with one, and risk being burned or drowned. Two notifications appear before Chenbai, each one a noose around his neck. The first demands that he take water side and force fire to admit defeat. The second demands the opposite, that he back fire and make water submit. Either choice leads to disaster. Whichever he supports, the other will condemn him. It is a rigged puzzle with no winning answer. He freezes, mind racing as the weight of the trap settles in. If he chooses, he dies. If he refuses, he dies. This isn't a trial, it's a cruel game meant to corner him. The waterhead grows impatient, sneering at his silence, and mocking him for failing to grasp something so simple as water dousing flames. Fire interrupts, scoffing at the notion, bragging about its superiority, and questioning if he's blind not to see it. Their endless squabble rings like bickering children, and in that noise Chenbai finds clarity. There's only one way out, remove one side completely. Without delay, he draws his blade and strikes, aiming to cut through the problem itself. Yet his blows slice only air, failing to land. Both heads recoil in shock, unable to process why a human would suddenly turn his weapon on them. Their egos had left them blind. Water stutters in disbelief, while fire demands to know what madness drives him. Around them, the other heads observe the chaos with twisted amusement. The third, always sharp-tongued, spits out an insult, calling the pair fools without a shred of sympathy. The fourth chuckles darkly, remarking that it's no surprise Chenbai would want to be rid of such idiots. After all, they had given him a trial built to be unwinnable, and for a moment the waterhead falls silent, as if realizing it had walked into his hands without knowing. Then, with reluctant clarity, it admits the truth. The trial is a trap with no solution. Fire agrees smugly, proud of the cruel design that forces failure no matter how he answers. Chenbai can't help but laugh, seeing how these so-called gods had trapped themselves in their own nonsense. To cover the awkwardness, Fire suddenly declares the trial complete, while Water quickly follows, saying all he needs to do now is name which element is stronger. Their childishness leaves him shaking his head. These were meant to be terrifying beings, yet they act like spoiled siblings bickering over pride. Smirking, he asks if they care so much about strength, why have they never fought each other directly? Water tries to sound solemn, saying they are one entity and such a battle would be suicide. Fire agrees but adds that if it weren't for this, it would have burned Water into nothing long ago. Water snaps back that fire would have been drained instead, and once again the squabble spirals into empty insults. Chenbai cuts in calmly, pointing out that since they are only projections here, there's no better chance to settle their fight. They should battle one another instead of dragging him into their mess. Water considers it and accepts, calling it the perfect chance to humble Fire. Fire sneers back, promising to prove superiority once and for all. Before they can start, the first head intervenes, ordering them to save it for later, and like chastised children, they sulkily agree, calling it their elder brother. With the chaos quieted, the fourth head steps forward at last. Speaking with a touch of mystery, it says its trial is simple. Born wandering among the stars and never having seen Blue Star before this cosmic trial, it asks Chenbai to share a story or some history of that distant world. Head 7, not wanting to stay quiet, chimes in with its own trial, asking if Blue Star has beautiful scenery or food worth tasting. Head 2, more thoughtful, wonders if humans have philosophers or great thinkers, saying that sharing their ideas would be enough. To Chenbai, these trials feel like a joke. One wants a history lesson, another craves stories of food, and the last seeks philosophy. Instead of terrifying deities, they sound like curious tourists on a field trip. But Head 3 quickly grows impatient. Scoffing at the others, it demands to go first. Without warning, its jaws stretch wide and a dark void begins to form, pulling the air itself into its depths. Shinbai braces as the head bellows at him, calling him a brat and declaring that he's about to face its first original skill, the devouring bomb, born after reaching level 10. The attack rushes toward him, leaving no room to dodge. He instantly realizes the danger. Creating a skill at that level is proof of godhood. He summons layer after layer of protection, wrapping himself in mental energy, and analyzes the technique. The projectile is slow, its range limited, but the suction is overwhelming. He pushes back with telekinesis, pouring all his focus into resisting, yet the pull only grows stronger. Compared to this, his black light virus seems like nothing. It consumes only flesh, while this devours everything. The black hole swells larger, its pressure mounting. Shinbai turns his hand into a shield, ready to take the blast head-on. Head 2 observes calmly, noting how he matches the attack's pace, stepping back in sync while feeding the void with his regenerative power. Head 3 chuckles darkly, impressed by his resourcefulness, yet warns that once the energy reaches its limit, the skill will erupt in a catastrophic explosion. The arrogance in its tone is almost childish, like someone boasting about a toy without understanding its danger. Shinbai stays steady, his shield pressed hard against the crushing force, until a sharp crack splits the surface, the first sign that it may not hold much longer. A violent explosion rips through the air, shaking the ground as Shinbai's shield shatters to dust. Head 3 cackles proudly, bragging that the blast carries triple the energy it absorbed, boasting like it just invented fireworks. Head 9, wide-eyed, wonders aloud if the human has truly been reduced to ashes, while the pacifist Head 7 hides its eyes and laments that such bloodshed offends its gentle soul. From the haze, the sound of coughing breaks the silence, and Head 9 cheers in relief as Shinbai emerges, body already regenerating. Smirking, he admits the attack was powerful but far from lethal, then casually asks Head 3 if that counts as passing the trial. Annoyed, the third head begins charging another black hole, promising an upgraded version of its skill, only to be interrupted by Head 2, who reminds it the trial is over. Head 3 grumbles in frustration, muttering that it should have used the stronger move from the start, but it's too late. Now, the focus shifts again. Head 2 demands he explain human philosophy, Head 4 insists on hearing human history, and Head 7 eagerly asks about Blue Star's food and scenery. Their demands sound less like trials and more like a messy quiz show. Amused, Shinbai simply winks and begins weaving a story that somehow manages to satisfy all three. After some time, Head 2 remarks that Shinbai's take on human philosophy is intriguing and declares he has passed, with Head 4 questioning if his words even count as history but still giving approval, while Head 7 nods eagerly and adds its own pass. The whole scene feels more like a half-hearted performance than a serious trial, each head tossing out casual acceptance. Turning to the first head, Shinbai asks about the final test. The leader, sounding bored with the entire ordeal, replies that it has no intention of testing him directly. Instead, Heads 5 and 6 will fight to resolve their feud, and if he manages to survive until their conflict is settled, that will be considered success. Shinbai accepts with a faint nod, though inwardly he finds the setup ridiculous. The chamber is vast, and he considers how easy it would be to simply keep his distance and let them tire themselves out. These so-called trials are obviously contrived, so transparent that even the blind could see through them, leaving him to wonder if the heads are truly that lazy or if there is some hidden scheme behind their charade. Head 5 erupts in laughter, reveling in its victory as it turns to gloat at Head 6, demanding if it is finally ready to admit defeat, but Head 6, clearly sour about the loss, dismisses it and mutters that a fight between them at level 10 hardly proves anything, especially since they were still young then. Head 5 keeps pressing, mocking with excuses about bad conditions, low energy, or even being half asleep at the time, refusing to let it go. Head 3, irritated by the childish exchange, snaps at them to quiet down, already frustrated that the second and fourth had let the human pass so easily. It warns them not to push its patience further. Head 4, trying to diffuse the tension, argues that sparing the human is actually a smart investment, pointing out that if he survives Baphomet's trial, he might go on to conquer the Abyssal Trial and even rise as the Lord of the Abyss. Head 2 builds on the idea, suggesting the benefits of having such a powerful figure indebted to them, especially one wielding the devouring ability. Head 3 reluctantly concedes there might be some logic in it but remains doubtful, convinced the boy stands no chance against the wolf god on the 375th floor, a level 10 monster with a deadly assassination gift that comes at no cost. Meanwhile, Shinbai arrives on that very floor, confronted with the task of killing Inugo the wolf god. No shortcuts, no conditions, only a clean assassination. He frowns at the challenge, knowing it demands stealth, the very skill he lacks the most. The weight of perfection presses down on him, knowing one slip could mean death, and he hates it. Facing something with no room for error isn't his style, but there's no way around it. His thoughts cut short when his foot snags a rope, yanking him upside down before he can react. He mutters a curse, shifting his arm into a blade and slicing himself free, but as he drops, he spots rows of sharp horns below. Twisting midair, he barely clears them with a desperate leap, only to land on a sticky fungal web. The strands cling and strain under his weight, and though he slashes himself loose, the damage is already done. The blobs around him begin to crack, and in the next instant they erupt in violent bursts. His reflexes scream into overdrive as he dives and twists past each explosion, scraping through death by inches. When his feet finally touch solid ground, he's left panting, cursing under his breath at the ridiculousness of it all. Already forced to burn through one of his precious save statuses, and the real fight hasn't even begun. Instead of facing the wolf god, he's battling an endless gauntlet of traps. A sudden creak jolts him, confirming his fear that the nightmare is far from over. Snarling, he makes his choice, no more wasting time. Dark flames roar outward as he unleashes his hellfire armor, tearing through the hidden mechanisms and reducing the traps to nothing. As the smoke clears, he exhales sharply, his thoughts sharp with scorn. Wolf god assassination? No, this entire floor is nothing but a god of traps, a cheap, underhanded farce dressed as a trial. The so-called god is nothing but a coward hiding behind tricks and illusions, yet before the thought fully settles, a smooth, mocking voice answers his insult with thanks. He stiffens, scanning the empty air, instincts flaring as he unleashes thermal sight and psychic vision, only to realize too late that the wolf god is already upon him. A blur of motion cuts the gap, claws slash deep, and agony floods his body as he collapses, life snuffed out in an instant. Then the scene resets, dragging him back to the moment he first stepped into the abyss. Failure burns, but he refuses to quit. He recalls the overwhelming strength of his foe, the endless traps that bleed him dry, the stealth that defies even thermal detection. This time he vows to be ready. The answer lies in his viruses, released early, before the chains can restrain him. If he can infect Inugo, virus vision will reveal its position, and stealth will no longer matter. He wastes no time, hands shifting into extensions of his will as he slams them into the earth, channeling viral mana deep underground. The energy spreads like wildfire, detonating hidden snares, collapsing pits, and uprooting concealed devices. Spikes of mana rip upward, setting off a chain reaction that fills the air with chaos. To his shock, the ground seethes with traps of every kind, bee snares, quicksand pits, flying leaf grass, explosive thorn trees, nearly 100 unique death machines crammed into a stretch of mere dozens of meters, each designed to end him in a different way. The overwhelming complexity of the traps makes it obvious this floor was never designed to be fair. It exists only to bleed him dry, piling one obstacle after another until he breaks. Yet the moment he dares to think he's gained ground, the air shifts, danger prickling at his back. The wolf god's voice slides in, mocking as it admits the poison is bearable but the forest of traps was bothersome. Before he can spin or counter, claws rip across his chest, sending him tumbling into darkness. Death claims him again, and time resets, leaving him shaken. The truth settles in. Inugo had never been deceived, never outmaneuvered. It had been there since the start, silently observing every step, every move, letting him dance in circles. The thought chills him. He pushes his vision to its limit, tracking the faint glow of thermal energy, as the wolf god prowls closer with calculated precision. The earlier traps are worthless now. He realizes with a bitter clarity this isn't a fight of strength or endurance, it's a clash of wits, and his opponent has already proven itself the superior hunter. Tricks won't work, stalling won't help, and hesitation is death. The only question left is how to shift the game itself before he's swallowed whole. Shinbai keeps launching assassination attempts against the wolf god on the 375th floor, but each reset ends the same way, with failure. By the 5th and 8th tries, it's clear his strategies are too predictable, while the wolf god's counterattacks are far too swift and overwhelming. His frustration builds as he notes that though its strength doesn't quite reach Baphomet's level, it still surpasses his own by nearly threefold. The forest itself is a death trap, where even a single mistake means instant defeat. Viruses are his only real option, yet whenever the wolf god senses its stats slipping, it strikes him down before the effect can take hold. Even the mental worm, meant to sap its resolve, only fuels its rage. Pushed to the edge, he leaps across mountains and treetops, mind racing for answers, until the only path becomes clear. He must turn the wolf god's own traps against it. He releases pulmonary infection and mental worm in sequence, banking on the viruses and snares to drag the fight out. Darting through the deadly terrain, he keeps dodging, determined to force the beast into its own web. His gamble works for a moment. The wolf god is briefly stalled, unable to land a direct strike, giving him a small but crucial victory. He presses forward, memorizing each trap location, convinced that if he can extend the battle until their stats balance out, he can win. But the wolf god's speed is relentless, and before long it closes in once again, its presence pressing down like fate itself. With a sneer and a flash of claws, it tears through his back, killing him outright. Time rewinds, marking the 10th attempt. As the loop begins anew, Chenbai steadies himself, realizing that though he dies again and again, each failure pushes him a step further. The gift of backtracking gives him room to adapt, to learn, to sharpen his resolve, proof that with persistence, even this seemingly impossible foe can be brought down. His thoughts sharpen. Yanugo's failure is only a matter of time. Yet even with that conviction, each new attempt ends the same, the wolf god's speed and raw strength crushing him without mercy. The 15th run fails, then the 23rd, every death brought about by a fresh method as the beast tears through his defenses. This time, however, the wolf god charges with even greater malice, vowing to torment him to death. Pressure mounts, but Chenbai senses its impatience may be the opening he needs. He shifts one hand into a shield and braces just as the beast's blow crashes down, the sheer force shattering the barrier and sending him sliding back. His body reels, but he remains standing, his arm regenerating instantly. The wolf god, blind with rage, plows into the very traps meant for him, its recklessness turning into Chenbai's advantage. For the first time its power feels reduced, still daunting but no longer an overwhelming wall. He watches, wondering if it will keep charging or wait out the snares, but it lunges forward again, battered yet relentless. Chenbai seizes the moment, transforming his arm into a crescent blade and leaping with full force. His strike drives clean through its chest, the impact sending the wolf god crashing lifeless to the ground. Gasping for breath, he straightens, relief washing over him as the once unstoppable foe begins to fade into nothing. At last, the battle is his. Lowering himself onto the earth, drained but victorious, he watches a system prompt flash before his eyes. Floor 375 cleared, recovery time required. He sits up slowly, reflecting on the brutal fight and the cost of finally seizing this hard-earned victory. The wolf god may have held the advantage early on, but in the end its strength fell short. Even with higher stats, its lack of solid frontal combat left the perfect opening, and Chenbai had taken it. Choosing an hour of recovery, he limps toward the resting chamber, body heavy with aches. He strips off his shredded jacket and tosses it aside, noting how even without durability limits, gear still has its breaking point. A sigh escapes as he takes in the true cost. The Plague Set's bonus is gone, and only 3 of the 6 titled gods remain. Standing later at the cliff's edge, his mind drifts to past talks with Hellos and the ominous mention of Mekantut, the succubus queen. Known as the Queen of Pleasure, Whipmaster, Bound Queen, so feared that even Hell Rose had spoken of her with dread, she seemed the likely opponent awaiting him. Yet as his eyes sweep over the horizon, the truth strikes different. The 400th floor holds no queenly figure. Instead, the ground splits open, and before him rises a vast, unending legion of the undead. The sight sends a chill through him, yet clarity follows. This isn't the succubus queen but an endless undead army. His mind races, weighing the odds, and he concludes it might even be easier than past trials, save for the devouring serpent that once held back. Without hesitation, he readies for battle, summoning all 3 mythical swords to orbit around him like spectral guardians. He triggers Biochemical Disaster, a skill that grants immense recovery with each kill, restoring stamina, psychic energy, and wounds while stacking strength, agility, and endurance with no ceiling, each boost lasting 20 minutes. The swords streak forward, tearing through undead with ruthless precision, their death cries drowned by the flood of notifications echoing in his mind: strength, agility, stamina +1, again and again. The horde comes endlessly, yet every strike fuels his growth, pushing his stats past 2,000. What unfolds is less a contest of strength and more a trial of endurance, but the undead falter against his relentless assault. Charging forward, blades carving arcs of devastation, he feels the rhythm of battle as natural as breathing, reminiscent of his days defending a city, though now the mission is singular: destroy. With newfound confidence in his flying blades, his reach stretches far, shredding enemies before they draw near. Determined to finish with style, he leaps from the cliff and unleashes earth-shaking strike, the ground rupturing on impact as shockwaves scatter the undead like brittle husks. Chaos reigns, bodies torn apart by sheer force, but the moment of triumph twists when he senses an ominous presence. A split-second decision saves him. His psychic shield flares just as an unseen strike lands, the barrier splintering under crushing power and leaving him reeling from the impact. His head throbs from the blow, the narrow escape reminding him of how easily the fight could have ended. The attacker steps into view, Gaber, leader of the undead, cloaked in a black death robe, his aura so heavy it nearly crushes the air. Jinbai quickly gauges the danger, noting the devastating force of the psychic spear against his unbuffed energy, and decides the battle must end swiftly. He transforms his left arm into a claw and drives it into Gaber's gut, ripping a gaping wound. Somehow still alive, the undead leader chuckles darkly, impressed at his persistence despite lacking overwhelming strength. Jinbai recalls bitterly that this isn't the first ambush, having been slain by Gaber twice before in cycles of death and time's reversal, but now at last the tables turn. The enemy collapses to his knees, and though he acknowledges the praise, Jinbai spares no time. Greater trials await. On the verge of death, Gaber remarks that their paths will cross again, and warns that someone named Mekanthud awaits him. Without looking back, Jinbai presses forward, soon stepping onto the 437th floor of the abyss. His gaze falls upon a lavish royal chamber, where the succubus queen of pleasure, Mekanthud, reclines on a grand bed. Her beauty stuns, red hair framing her like a halo, small horns and a flicking tail adding mischief to her allure, her very presence intoxicating enough to shatter focus. For a heartbeat he falters, captivated, until he shakes off the haze, reminding himself she is no goddess of beauty but a predator weaving traps through desire. She greets him in a silken tone, her words flowing with warmth designed to pull him closer, and though her charm tugs at him, he refuses to move. Amused by his restraint, she rises with elegant steps, her aura thickening with every stride, teasing that his suppressed desire must be unbearable. Her tongue traces her lips as she closes the distance, then with a smirk she commands him to kneel. She whispers that with his looks, making him her pet would be effortless, bending him fully to her will. Standing so close, her presence looms over him as she orders him to kneel and kiss her feet, the whip at her side promising punishment. For a moment, he feels the pull of submission, her charm pushing hard against his defenses. She assures him that obedient pets are always rewarded, her words dripping with temptation. His body betrays him as his knees sink to the floor, his will cracking under the pressure. Her smile widens with triumph, her beauty radiating pure temptation, and she mocks that men are all the same, predictable, quick to surrender, though he did last longer than most. Just as she deems him no different from the rest, the scene shifts suddenly. Jinbai now sits at a dining table across from Hellrose, with Jinbai standing nearby, the warmth of familiarity washing over him. Unaware he's been drawn into an illusion, he speaks casually with her, mentioning how her teachings to master desire helped him overcome the succubus with ease. Hellrose listens with a knowing smile, her eyes flickering as she reveals that the method was crafted specifically to counter the power of Mekanthud, goddess of desire. She goes on to recount the succubus's past, explaining that when she first inherited her power, she deeply admired someone she long desired. Yet when that person fell under her spell, they became consumed, humiliating themselves with desperate pleas for her affection. That bitter disappointment shattered her hopes, and from that day, she tested anyone she wanted by unleashing her full charm, watching to see who could endure. Hellrose notes softly that very few ever managed to pass such a trial unscathed. Jinbai is stunned by the revelation. He had always viewed the goddess of desire as a cunning manipulator, yet now he sees her differently. Mekanthud, the controller of all desire, is a pure and innocent succubus, a being wounded by her own feelings. He shakes his head, struggling to grasp how someone so powerful could also be so vulnerable. Helro, watching him with a teasing smile, suggests that if Chinbai were ever caught by Mechantud's charm, it could lead to something unexpectedly intriguing. She's always admired his resistance, someone who would rather walk away than beg, and finds his inner struggle captivating. Defensive, Chinbai insists he isn't opposed to yielding, just not to someone like Mechantud. He admits he would remain loyal to strong, capable people like Helro. When she asks if he truly means it, he replies firmly, of course. Suddenly, he realizes the encounter is an illusion, a test crafted by Mechantud to break his will. Snapback to reality hits, and he refuses to submit, striking without hesitation. Mechantud evades effortlessly, her movements fluid and deadly, proving she is far more than just alluring. With the hunter's whip in hand, she traps him in a swift flick, mocking his efforts and declaring that true pleasure awaits only at her feet. Her seductive tone aims to bend him, but Chinbai stands firm, warning it will be his way or death. He will never beg. Unfazed, Mechantud smirks, promising to see how long he can resist before yielding to her will. Slowly, she approaches, movements deliberate and teasing, then settles into a provocative pose, lamenting her loneliness and suggesting it would be nice to have a willing companion to play with. Chinbai struggles as the whip tightens around his chest, the pain sharp and invasive, crawling under his skin in a maddening itch that seems designed to torment both body and mind. Across from him, Mechantud acts smug, theatrically licking the whip as if performing in some twisted drama, fully convinced that her divine authority makes this instrument irresistible, capable of controlling anyone who feels deeply. Yet Chinbai remains calm, mocking her theatrics and refusing to break under pressure, already judging her opening move as laughably weak. Mechantud steps closer, sultry and provocative, claiming he remains too charming despite the pain, then suddenly grabs his chin and kisses him, a bold and unsettling move that throws his mind into a dreamlike void. In that surreal emptiness, he sees Helrose calmly at a dining table, dropping her usual wisdom and reminding him to relax but stay aware. A flash of starlight brushes past, and instinctively he seizes it, snapping back to reality. The whip's grip falters as his virus armor activates, turning him into an immovable fortress, leaving Mechantud shocked. Her plan to subdue him utterly failed. Before she can react, he vanishes and reappears behind her, his thorn virus armor striking without mercy, leaving her stunned as her charm proves powerless against his resilience. Mechantud screams in pain, counting the spikes piercing her as Chinbai lifts her effortlessly and lands on the bed, done playing nice and letting his tools speak for him. She lies flat, trapped under his unyielding grip, her limbs frozen and pride battered, her mind racing for an escape, even contemplating striking him with her deadly tail. Yet hesitation halts her. The first person to resist her overwhelming charm is before her, and the rare challenge makes her pause. Chinbai notices the shift immediately as her tail lowers, and he seizes the moment, unleashing full force without holding back on someone who literally tried to stab him in the back. Mechantud admits this is only a projection, not her true self, and shifts her focus to observing his reactions. Days pass, and the battlefield of a bed now holds two utterly exhausted warriors, lying flat and barely breathing, the silence reflecting the intensity of their encounter. Chinbai reflects on the chaotic fight, realizing even someone like him was tested. A system message confirms he's cleared the 437th floor, using 21 save points but securing victory. Calmly, he opts for a 1-hour recovery, sitting upright to review his journey, mentor, Hydra, Golden Wolf, the Undead, and now this dramatic encounter with the Demon Queen, each opponent leaving him with unique lessons and tools for the battles ahead. Far away on the 4037th floor, the real Mechantud lounges on her lavish bed, her gaze distant as she murmurs Chinbai's name. A servant asks for instructions, but she doesn't answer immediately, lost in thought. Watching her projection struggle against Chinbai had given her a taste of being overpowered, not by sheer strength, but through mental dominance, and the experience sparks a wild idea. Maybe she could interfere on the 500th floor, eliminate the next monster Chinbai would face, then confront him again at a higher level, chasing that addictive thrill. Her excitement fades though, remembering the floor's guardian, the Lord of Eternal Night, Agars, a terrifying opponent she knows she wouldn't survive against. She sighs, conceding defeat before even trying, all her bold talk evaporating at the first real challenge. Meanwhile, on the 500th floor, Chinbai finally reaches the final stage, facing Agars perched on a cliff like he owns the place. The Demon Lord speaks dramatically, claiming Chinbai's journey ends here, that he'll never become a legend, while the system confirms Agar's status as level 10, the strongest of the strong. No special conditions appear to clear the floor, which Chenbai finds suspicious. Unbothered by the theatrics, he leaps to strike, but Agar's vanishes completely, leaving nothing behind. Chenbai switches to hunter mode, activating heat tracking, psychic vision, and spreading deadly viruses across the battlefield, turning it into a biohazard zone. He climbs the cliff searching, but nothing appears, and every detection method fails, signaling a complex challenge ahead. Then, unexpectedly, a system message pops up. He has cleared the 500th floor without a fight, unscathed, with recovery time ready. Chenbai stands confused, sensing that this sudden, effortless clearance is unusual, possibly a trap, and definitely something more than the viral cloud he had deployed earlier. Agar sits on a cliff behind Chenbai, observing him with detached curiosity and muttering that he's an interesting human. Then, like some emo ghost king, he begins to fade, leaving a cryptic remark about looking forward to meeting again before disappearing entirely. Chenbai turns, trying to make sense of it. Why let him pass and drop such a mysterious message? Frustrated, he curses Agar, thinking these riddle-loving weirdos always act like the universe revolves around their half-baked philosophies, and anyone speaking in riddles instead of plain words deserves a cliff, preferably their own. Not wasting time, Chenbai chooses the shortest recovery option, expecting an instant reset, only for the system to clarify the minimum is 1 minute. He taps yes without hesitation and braces for what comes next, instantly teleported to the 51st floor, or what remains of it. Collapsed space stretches before him, the system noting the entire floor has broken down, and without pause, moves him forward. He floats through the abyss again, darkness surrounding him, and his thoughts grow heavy. Floors are skipping like missing chapters, and he wonders how many have been erased while he has already defeated 6 god-level bosses, the pattern becoming too familiar to ignore. Chenbai hopes there aren't many floors left, but reality ignores his wishes as the system skips 99 levels without warning or explanation, landing him abruptly on the ground of Abby's level 600. The system immediately updates him. No current lord rules this floor, and it's about to summon the phantom of the former demon lord. Chenbai's eyes narrow, knowing trouble is coming, and the system presents a new threat from history. Abby's level 600, Demon Clan, Incarnation of Evil, level 10, Boss of Satan. He freezes, struggling to accept it. Satan, the traitor who turned against the abyss and created hell, has returned as a phantom. A thick red mist twists into a human-like form, the air grows heavy, and a voice echoes with feigned surprise, claiming Satan never expected his mind to wake again here. The phantom claps, theatrically amused, assuming Chenbai is the challenger, and even tries to act friendly, asking who he is. Chenbai sighs internally, thinking the real devil isn't horns and fire, but someone who can't stop talking mid-fight. Without responding, he hides one hand behind his back, releasing deadly viruses, while Satan continues monologuing, claiming his real body no longer exists, expressing a strange fondness for peace, and suggesting a casual chat like old friends over tea. Chenbai ignores him, and sensing no conversation will happen, Satan abruptly charges with a punch, but Chenbai is ready, activating his Hellfire shield just in time to block the explosive force, leaving Satan momentarily surprised. Chenbai notices a flicker of impressed surprise on Satan's face as he realizes Chenbai is wielding Hell's own flames against its original master, bold enough to make even the overdramatic villain react. Satan, theatrically indignant, reminds Chenbai he rules Hell and questions whose power he thinks he's borrowing. With a snap of his fingers, the Hellfire coils around Chenbai like a venomous snake, trapping him completely. The very power he used for defense becomes his prison. Frustration spikes as Chenbai realizes he can either drop the Hellfire armor and dodge, leaving himself exposed, or keep it and remain locked down, cornered with no easy path to victory. Satan watches smugly, theatrically pitying Chenbai for coming so far just to die, then offers cooperation, which Chenbai immediately doubts. Sensing hesitation, Satan pretends civility and snaps his fingers again, releasing him. Face to face, Chenbai demands clarity on this so-called cooperation. Satan, now sounding like a slick salesman, explains that his real body is gone, leaving only this phantom created by the Abyss trial, a perfect chance for a comeback. Chenbai, cautious, sees the phantom as harmless, but Satan claims the Abyss builds projections from leftover life force, and if someone carries that out, even he could return fully. Chenbai asks the inevitable question about the cost, and Satan feigns generosity, insisting there's none. Just carry his soul fragment out and gain a slice of his ancient hell legacy as a bonus, a desperate offer from a demon eager for escape. Chunbai's brief satisfaction fades as he realizes he's using hell's own flames against their master, a bold and reckless move that even earns a flicker of admiration. But Satan, the theatrically dramatic villain, twists it into a grand betrayal. When Satan presents a ring to hold his life imprint, Chunbai examines it, discovering it's the legendary Solomon's Ring, a top-tier SS-level treasure that boosts every stat, reduces skill cooldowns, unlocks the Hell King form, and can even open the gate of hell for limitless power. Chunbai curses internally, knowing trusting a villain is like trusting a cat not to knock things over. Testing the ring, nothing happens. Satan excuses that it isn't fully his yet. Unconvinced, Chunbai attacks, but Satan snaps his fingers again, trapping him in hellfire and reminding him the god of hell always controls the game. Exhausted, Chunbai asks what happens if he refuses, and Satan says killing him is pointless, preferring to stall until a smarter challenger appears. Tired of the stalemate, Chunbai reluctantly agrees, recognizing that cooperation, however uneasy, is the lesser evil in this twisted game. Chunbai drifts in the endless void, suspended between disbelief and anticipation. A soft glow appears, forming a message in midair. He has cleared the 600th floor, completing all trials of the Abyssal Lords, and the Abyss trial is over. His feet finally touch solid ground, and he steps forward, eyes fixed on the stone pillar before him. Hovering above it is the glowing image of the scroll of etherealization, the goal he has chased through blood, sweat, and countless battles. Excitement and disbelief freeze him, memories of every brutal level flashing through his mind. As he approaches, dark mana from all directions begins spiraling toward the scroll, which slowly solidifies, taking shape as if the abyss itself is forming it. Chunbai pauses, using the quiet moment to rest, his mind replaying every trial and the small comforts, like the unchanged time backtracking, that prove the world remains intact. His fingers tighten around the ring Satan gave him, thumb brushing the surface. The moment to act has come. Blood-red smoke erupts from the ring, twisting the air, and the shape of Satan solidifies from shadow to full presence, the ground trembling beneath him. Without hesitation, Satan points toward the partially formed scroll, pride in his voice as he explains that this is no mere reward. It holds the authority of the abyss, granting the power to transfer classes and become a sovereign of this dark realm. His gaze locks onto Chunbai, a rare note of respect in his tone, declaring that Chunbai's name will be remembered across endless worlds, for even gods fear to attempt the trial he has just completed. Chunbai listens intently, but unease gnaws at him. He recalls their battle and knows he never truly defeated Satan. Every move had played into the devil's plan. Satan shakes his head, reminding him that simply overcoming Mechanthot already proves his strength, words that linger in Chunbai's mind. As he reflects, a realization strikes. The Lord of the 500th floor, Agars, was never a mere enemy. He was one of Satan's minions, part of the elite group called the 70, holding the second position among them. This truth settles Chunbai's doubts about the Abyss's 600th floor. He brings up their deal, thinking their cooperation should end, but Satan raises a hand, insisting there is one final step. Chunbai has not fully received the ring or unlocked the inheritance waiting in hell. Hesitant, Chunbai asks if the power will truly be his, and Satan nods with a confident, almost principled tone, but then a sinister grin spreads across his face. His eyes gleam with malice as he reveals the truth. Chunbai will gain the power only to serve as a vessel, allowing Satan to seize control of his body and rise to the highest realm. Panic floods Chunbai's mind as he realizes he has been tricked. Everything was a trap. A crushing force presses on him, his chest tightens, and possession begins. Dark energy wraps around him like chains of pure evil, the air thick and suffocating. Satan's voice echoes with madness and triumph, declaring his return as Abyss Sovereign and vowing to conquer all worlds once more. Chunbai feels the invasion inside him, his eyes slowly turning blood red as he fights to cling to his soul, but each moment slips further from his grasp, leaving him exposed and vulnerable. Panic surges through Chunbai as he realizes his defenses are gone, leaving only one option. Without hesitation, he calls upon his most trusted power, the ability to backtrack time, and activates it, vanishing before Satan can complete the possession. Shock and disbelief widen Satan's eyes. He cannot comprehend how a human soul slipped from his grasp, his perfect plan unraveling. In an instant, Chunbai returns to the moment just after clearing the 600th floor. The familiar world greets him, the dark stone, the glowing scroll, and the silent emptiness echoing memories. This time, Satan remains sealed inside the ring, and a quiet breath of relief passes Chenbai's lips. His soul is untouched, steady, and calm. The hourglass of time linked to him has turned the tide, blocking Satan's grip. He approaches the forming scroll carefully, thoughts lingering on the recent events, aware that Satan may still be hiding, waiting for a new opportunity. Unease gnaws at him as he raises the ring, which sits inert and silent. He tests it softly, expecting a response, but none comes. Trusting the silence feels perilous. The ring had always been Satan's anchor to the living world. Chenbai makes a decision, gripping it tightly in one hand while shaping his other into a sharp claw to crush it for good. Yet just before he strikes, a magical screen materializes, displaying detailed information, the ring's name, powers, and conditions. It is called the King of Hell Ring, linked to the demon Solomon, revealing depths Chenbai had not yet anticipated. The ring's true power is mostly sealed, locked behind a shattered barrier. To unlock it fully, the souls of 72 demon gods must be gathered, lifting the seal piece by piece. It offers boosts to all attributes and harbors a rare ability, a gate to hell that can be used once every 10 days. Yet most of its capabilities remain inaccessible, hidden behind missing souls. The final message boldly states that the ring belongs to whoever dares to claim the throne of the Hell King, if they can reclaim its lost powers. Chenbai sighs, weighing the ring in his hand. Though brimming with potential, it is clearly broken and sealed, making it easier to justify crushing it. Just as he tightens his grip, something unexpected happens. A tiny version of Satan emerges, floating like a miniature genie, his face a mix of panic and forced charm. He immediately pleads for peace, urging Chenbai to hear him out. Surprised, Chenbai lowers his hand slightly, curiosity mixing with caution. Hovering above the ring, the miniature demon bows deeply, speaking in flattery. He praises Chenbai as the strongest and most respected being across all realms, claiming his power is unmatched and his name destined to echo through the universe. With wide, pleading eyes and hands pressed together, he begs for mercy. Chenbai's expression, however, remains cold. He reminds the small demon that words mean nothing without trust, and Satan has proven himself untrustworthy. Sweat forms on the little demon's brow as he quickly adds that, despite his current helplessness, the inheritance hidden in hell is real and was never a lie. Chenbai crosses his arms, dismissing it as an empty promise, nothing more than a trick. The tiny demon panics further, insisting that Chenbai should sense the truth in his words and promising that the treasures are real and destined for him. Chenbai finally decides, his voice firm and resolute, if he ever chooses to claim those treasures, only then will he release Satan. But until that day, the little demon will remain sealed in the storage bag. The tiny Satan pleads one last time, trying to win sympathy with a soft, hopeful tone, asking to stay close, clearly terrified of being locked away again. Chenbai stays calm and explains that only the inventory created by the universe's will is completely secure, ensuring no tricks can occur regardless of what's inside. With no choice left, the little demon is sealed away, vanishing back into the ring stored safely in the inventory. Turning back to the glowing scroll, Chenbai watches as the final traces of dark energy converge, the scroll floating solidly in the air. A bright flash signals its completion, and the system announces it is now fully his second SSS rank class transfer scroll. The scroll, the Abyssal Overlord class, represents the deepest part of the abyss, the dark heart of the universe filled with madness and endless violence, avoided even by gods, beyond the reach of the universe's will. Its requirements, at least level 10 and completion of the full abyss trial, are met by Chenbai, but he remains cautious. Trusting the regular inventory fully feels unwise, so he places the scroll alongside the calamity of living beings, another dangerous item in his possession. With that secured, his next goal becomes clear: summon Leto and complete the final quest to unlock the ability to switch between two powerful classes simultaneously. Chenbai stands once again in the first layer of the abyss, surrounded by empty, dry, lifeless land, dust drifting over cracked ground beneath a gray sky. He takes a deep breath and pulls out the special coin given by Leto, the god of trade, holding the power to summon him directly. Calmly lifting it, he decides the abyss still holds value and calls Leto here in the middle of the desolation. Tossing the coin to the ground, a golden light bursts forth, forming a brilliant portal, and from it steps Leto, tall and proud, radiating the authority of the trade god. His brightness clashes with the abyss's gloom, and he immediately shows his disdain, his voice rising in annoyance. The abyss is far worse than hell, he says, with demons too wild and foolish to understand business, honor deals, or value negotiation. Chunbai watches silently, noting just how much Leto dislikes the realm, and Leto confirms without hesitation that only demons would find any enjoyment here, the air heavy and the place devoid of logic or order. Turning to Chunbai, he cuts straight to the point, reminding him the coin was meant for the investment task and if used otherwise, like calling for help, Chunbai must be ready to pay a new price. Chunbai rubs his hands together, a mischievous smirk crossing his face, signaling clearly that summoning Leto again will come with a price. Nothing comes free, not even from a god of trade. He asks Leto if the contract and rewards for completing the investment task are ready, recalling their earlier agreement. Leto produces a glowing silver scroll, its smooth magical light showing it has been approved by the highest universal force, everything official and ready. He explains the scroll is only to be handed over if Chunbai can collect 2 SS rank scrolls. His tone shifts to curiosity as he studies Chunbai, wondering if he could have truly accomplished such an impossible feat. Chunbai reveals the first scroll, the one earned from the plague world, glowing with a dangerous red power. Leto's eyes widen, hands coming together in impressed applause as he recognizes the plague scroll's destructive force, pleased that Chunbai found a class suited to his nature. His curiosity intensifies as he presses about the second scroll. Before Chunbai can answer, Leto begins piecing things together. Standing in the abyss, his face grows serious, voice uneasy, doubt creeping in. He surveys the desolate layer and starts realizing what Chunbai might have achieved. If the second scroll came from here, it must be the one even Satan failed to claim. Fear and disbelief color his voice. No demon lord has ever obtained it. Calmly, Chunbai produces the second scroll from the abyss, his eyes locking on Leto's with a silent question. Is this the scroll he spoke of? The moment Leto sees it, his body jolts, expression twisting into shock and disbelief. The scroll is the legendary Abyss Overlord class, extraordinary beyond ordinary treasure. Awe and desire mix in Leto's reaction as he names it aloud. Then a strange figure appears behind him, a darker version of Leto himself, its face twisted with greed and hunger. Chunbai senses the shift in the air as a darker version of Leto suddenly lunges at the Abyss Overlord scroll, eyes blazing with hunger and killing intent, forcing him to tense instinctively. But the figure vanishes in an instant, leaving Leto smiling again, his tone calm and proud as he praises Chunbai for accomplishing the impossible. Without hesitation, Leto produces the promised dual-class scroll, tossing it toward him, and Chunbai catches it carefully, his mind caught between awe at the reward and puzzlement over the sudden change in Leto's demeanor, who seconds ago seemed ready to kill for it. Leto then opens the previously prepared investment agreement, confirming that Chunbai has fulfilled the condition of collecting 2 SS-level scrolls and that the dual-class scroll is officially his, while Chunbai's repayment over time can take any form as long as the value matches, a flexibility showing trust and confidence beyond mere business. Leto's excitement grows as he proposes bringing the Goblin Merchant Guild into the abyss once Chunbai rises high enough, spreading commerce even to the most mindless demons, and Chunbai agrees with a calm nod, recognizing the underlying plan. The abyss is vast, layered like planets, full of untapped resources, and the potential profit for a trade guild, and for Leto, is immense. They shake hands, sealing the deal, the investor and the recipient bound by this new partnership, Leto's laughter echoing with satisfaction, before he leans forward, eager to witness Chunbai use the scroll and see the transformation unfold firsthand. Chunbai grips the scroll tightly, aware that this is no ordinary moment. The scroll, crafted from the pinnacle of goblin industry and alchemy, grants the power to wield 2 job classes simultaneously, combining all skills, stats, and growth into unmatched strength. Once fiercely guarded by Rude, the goblin god of trade, it requires the user to be at least level 10 and untouched by prior class changes, both conditions Chunbai meets. He crushes the scroll in his palm, a resonant sound echoing as a message confirms his class limit has risen, and a thick, living purple aura bursts from him, spreading with ancient force. The ground trembles beneath them, waves of mana erupting from Chunbai like a storm, reaching across the abyss and shaking the balance that has endured for ages. Lords from every floor feel the shift. The Demon Lord on the 100th senses a rare disturbance, the Goat Lord on the 200th remembers a humiliating battle, the 9-headed Snake on the 300th celebrates a bet won, Lady Mechanthud on the 400th smiles at an unexpected challenge, and Lord Auguras on the 500th is filled with hope and devotion, dreaming of multiversal rule. Back in the real world, the villa girls freeze before the glowing screen as a grand announcement proclaims Chunbai as the first to complete a full class transition, unlocking regional rankings and signaling that the cosmic trial has entered a new stage, his name now known across the stars. Bizarre, Clown chases the boy, Anthony Douglas talent dry shifter, through the shifting stones of the arena, its body releasing floating, punching hands that whirl aggressively around him. He dodges and leaps across the stones, each balloon-like fist bursting as it strikes the terrain, but the monster follows relentlessly. Finally, with a well-timed leap, Anthony lands above the last floating hand and declares victory, ending the clown's game. From the fallen monster, he retrieves a colorful capsule and, with a determined grin, declares that the first person to change a job must be him. Breaking the capsule, a screen materializes. The cosmic trial recognizes Chenbai, announcing him as the first to complete a job change, unlocking the next stage in regional rankings. Shocked voices echo. Yezi and Yorking of the Han Overlord express their frustration, while discussions ripple through the spectators. The screen confirms his camp assignment to the Dragon Nation, noting he has 10 minutes to adjust it. Once fixed, further changes will be costly. Chenbai confirms his choice, and another notice explains that only those above level 10 with a completed job change can enter the level ranking. Top 10 positions grant reputation boosts to all evolvers in the same camp, with the global leader receiving an extra 20% drop rate bonus. Chenbai contemplates the advantages, noting that his own methods have already enhanced his drop rate, and realizes that the full potential of these rankings has yet to be revealed. The screen announces the details of Chenbai's first occupation, Source of Living Things. Each level up grants 10 points to strength and agility, 15 to physique and spirit, plus 20 free attribute points, alongside a few skills revealed through panels. The bonuses look promising, though the skill descriptions are vague, so he decides to test them. He activates Sun of Plague, and a massive, greenish sun forms before him. Not a real sun, but its blinding light forces the nearby monsters to shield their eyes, pushing back in confusion and shouting. Within seconds, most demons within several thousand meters are gone. Leto observes, impressed, confirming the power's effect, but warns that Chenbai's current mental strength isn't enough to perfectly control all the plague suns, cautioning him to avoid harming allies. Chenbai nods, acknowledging the risk, then moves on to the second occupation, Lord of the Abyss. This one offers no attribute gains on leveling, and skill improvements depend on the level of Abyss control, but the power potential is massive. The screen details the occupational power Infinite Abyss, outlining hundreds of abilities, level gaps, and the immense strength available. Even conquering the 600th floor would yield over 1.8 million in attribute gain. Holding his hourglass, Chenbai realizes he can access any Abyss level, with 9 bloodlines and reincarnation powers comparable to the hourglass, though the Abyss's acceptance mechanics remain unclear. Leto, raising 2 glasses of wine, teases that Chenbai has taken stock of today's gains and offers a toast. Chenbai drinks, praising the quality, and Leto gifts him a goblin-crafted pocket shop device, allowing him to open a store anytime and trade goods with him. They clink glasses, toasting both their harvest and the promise of future cooperation. Chenbai steps into the 19th layer of the Abyss, muttering that he can't directly conquer layers without a lord. Layers 1 through 9 have already been secured, granting him 45 attribute points. He attempts layer 19, only to see the screen declare failure and instruct him to conquer layer 18 first. Undeterred, he turns to abyssal assimilation, producing the last item in his backpack, the zombie mask, clearing space for the absorbed demon bloodline potion. He channels the purple abyssal energy around the mask, noting the screen's comment that using abyssal power to modify is somewhat wasteful. A thought strikes him, and he pulls out his Great F spear, recalling how it resisted and burned him under previous attempts. He envelopes it in purple energy again, marveling as the overwhelming abyss power from the abyssal well surpasses its resistance, remodeling it completely. Confident, Chenbai sets his sights on the 500th layer, arriving to find Agar's bowing deeply, proclaiming his honor to witness Chenbai's revival. Suspecting Agar's assumes he is Satan, Chenbai commands him to pledge loyalty, receiving a burning purple soul flame in return. Holding it, he recognizes a significant upgrade, worthy of a second in command. Seeking further power, Chenbai requests a boost for his weakened body. Agar's offers the essence of the great hell demon Lord SS bloodline, a potion still potent even if not triple S rank. Chenbai takes it, satisfied, while Agar's recoils, shouting in confusion, questioning who he truly is. Chenbai, calm and commanding, asserts that he is now master, asking why Agar's clings to the fragment of a lingering soul. Agar's growls that Chinbai cannot make him submit and demands the whereabouts of the master, promising to spare his life. Chinbai laughs, reminding him of his current profession, Abyss Dominator. He declares himself the Abyss incarnate, and around him the stones begin to crack and splinter. He adds that as long as he does not actively harm any Abyss creature, none can harm him either. Agar grits his teeth, insisting he still will not submit. Chinbai acknowledges his loyalty, noting that such devotion is impressive. At that moment, the little demon Satan appears, commenting that sensing Agar's presence was trivial. At his level, the only thing he truly remains loyal to is the next step up, always seeking to climb higher. Silence hangs between Agar's and Chinbai until Agar's cautiously asks if the master is still alive. Chinbai confirms it and tells him that if Satan remains alive, he may yet serve as his subordinate in the future, but for now, he must stay and wait. With that settled, Chinbai moves on to the 37th layer, where the queen rests. She acknowledges his arrival, and he explains that he seeks someone who truly understands the abyss and can help answer his questions. She agrees, warning that she dislikes dull conversation and will only speak if engaged in something interesting, handing him a whip. Chinbai takes it, twirling it in his hands, and remarks with a smirk that this will indeed be interesting, ready to demonstrate his skills. Laid back on the bed, she asked if he had nothing more to demand, teasing that she had much left to reveal. He shook his head, dismissing it as uninteresting, noting that without the whip, he could not even harm her. She countered, urging him to try harder, her projection avatar hinting that her true body eagerly awaited their next encounter. He murmured that only time would tell if he could, and she whispered in his ear that their discovery was theirs alone and that she trusted he would not keep her waiting, warning that impatience would bring real consequences for the Lord of Abyss. He chuckled, intrigued. Meanwhile, at the high-end Demon City villa, a man entered the house, surprised to find two little darlings there, and wondered how they had evolved so far. Yankee warned to leave quickly, but the other refused, insisting they would not go. The man pointed out that they were indeed two gifted servants of God, only in need of training. He explained that the Ghost King, obsessed with killing, could enhance mental strength and transform creatures into ghost servants, granting them extraordinary control over spirits. Both youngsters attempted to wield the dual spirit of good and evil, but the man countered their efforts, forcing them back and throwing them across the walls. In an instant both disappeared, leaving the area eerily empty. He wondered what they had passed through. Had they gone through the wall? He opened the room door and called out, insisting he hadn't tried to kill them and warning that hiding was useless. They were already destined to be his ghost servants, and misbehavior would be punished. Yet he was caught off guard to see Chinbai seated on the sofa with the two girls. Chinbai pointed out the man's threat of punishment and asked Yankee how he should die. Yankee growled that he should be torn apart, declaring he was a bad man who needed to vanish quickly. The man laughed, warning that finding a master wouldn't save them, claiming he could turn all three into ghost servants and make their master watch. Chinbai recognized him instantly as the Ghost King, one of the 8 city lords from his past life. Without hesitation, Chinbai struck him in the abdomen. The man coughed blood, admitting Chinbai's power was indeed white imperial, and then Chinbai finished him in one blow, thinking that many innocents had already suffered under him, so this ending was just. Yankee hugged Chinbai in gratitude, and he turned to the goblin shop to help the girls, noting they were now level 7 and searching for suitable transfer scrolls. Leto appeared, teasing that they had just parted, asking if there was news, and Chinbai explained he had mastered Abyssal floors 1 through 9 and wanted to help the girls find a transfer scroll. Leto smiled, revealing a scroll specially created for investment purposes and gifted to them to celebrate the Goblin Merchant Guild's upcoming establishment in the Abyss. He explained the scroll could eventually lead to the City Bond Spirit, or even Earth God professions, and had 2 development paths, potentially making the girls dual profession users like Chinbai. Chinbai thanked Leto, who then departed, and Yankee expressed her gratitude, noting they could now maintain physical form longer. Chinbai reassured them that shared feelings were optional and wouldn't be forced, but the two immediately began bickering, yapping and fighting with each other as usual, leaving him amused and exasperated. The standby sipped his tea, remarking that Chinbai's skill was impressive, and Yankee responded that she was glad he liked it. She asked if he had disagreed with what had happened earlier because of her, and he explained that while he hadn't forced anything, that wasn't the real point. He clarified that those with him must either truly love him or be completely loyal, and he disliked anyone trying to repay him with their body or personal deals. Yankee apologized, and he admitted he was curious about the logic behind repaying favors in such a way, noting that it was an idea only someone like her, an incarnation of Wilk, would have. She argued that striving for something better for oneself wasn't evil and could be a good deed if it didn't harm others, which he found interesting, suggesting she go practice with Yankee as it would help her. Later, messages flew among Krang, Crow, Overload, Mizukawa, and Han discussing Chinbai and the job change scrolls. Reading them, Chinbai recalled the Red Star Mental Hospital and how Jai Pai could be summoned there, and that one of the 72 demon gods could also upgrade the Saturn ring, asking Han why not attempt it. Han prepared to enter, noting the dungeon entrance was visible and popular, and Chinbai reminded him to stay attentive to the task and report any changes. Behind them, a puppet doll clung to Han, startling him until Ding Ding appeared, explaining she needed to act quickly to protect her paper man and teasing Han for being soft. Chinbai declared they were all ready, and a bald man named Along approached, telling the trio to stay back. Ding Ding explained that Along had cleared 2 normal dungeons and 1 hell dungeon in motive and that only a few people could challenge the Red Star Mental Hospital. Along, calling himself Brother Long, invited them to join his team, noting that vacancies had opened as some members had urgent matters to attend. Chinbai shook his head, saying a small group was enough, thinking the man seemed harmless yet exuded an unsettling confidence. Along, however, insisted that it wouldn't work, noting that the bosses in the 001 chat group were all level 4. Was something bothering him at level 3? Han interjected, asking if Along even knew how to speak to people. Another man stepped forward, telling Along that this wasn't the same person from the flying knife clearance video in the 001 chat group. Along paused, recalling the moment, and admitted he wasn't great at conversation, cautioning them not to forget it. Han nodded, agreeing that he wasn't a bad person, and suggested they proceed to clear the dungeon while allowing Brother Long to act as he wished. Along confirmed the others were inside, and Long recognized them as well, announcing that anyone following him in the future would make a name for themselves. The team heard him, and all the other members openly praised and admired Brother Long for his reputation and skill. Inside the dungeon, zombies swarmed around them, and Chinbai admitted he lacked experience against such creatures, leaving the fight to Han and Ding Ding, who nodded in agreement. Raising his hand, he activated the ring on his finger, summoning Yankee, who grinned, eager for bloodshed and immediately unleashed attacks. Chinbai noticed her new flames, feeling the breath of hellfire and realizing it had been stored in the ring after leaving the abyss. He adjusted the ring's shielding, questioning if she had been taught these skills. A voice replied, praising her talent and pure evil instincts, explaining some techniques had been imparted secretly due to her rarity. Chinbai planned to remove the ring's shield at the right moment. Sensing more than just Han's hell blood, Satan confirmed the area held Jai-sect energy, which Chinbai acknowledged as the reason for their mission. Yankee announced all external monsters were dead, and Chinbai instructed her to leave 10 alive for later, while Ding Ding confirmed. Han asked about Yankee, and Chinbai explained she was a special form evolver. They moved deeper as Ding Ding controlled the monster with her puppet. Han acknowledged their progress, and Chinbai reminded them that even summoning a 16th of the 72 demon gods of the Jai-sect posed no threat since the dungeon capped at level 12. Ding Ding blinked at his words about demon-held difficulty, and Han teased her, but the group pressed forward, Yankee shouting for the next kill, ready to continue their ruthless sweep through the dungeon. They entered the secret room, its walls covered in crosses, and Ding Ding asked if this was where the Jai-sect would be summoned. Chinbai admitted he could only handle them one by one, lacking a full grasp of spiritual creation, while Han guessed it was his overwhelming mental power making control difficult. Chinbai nodded, then levitated the circular object inscribed with spells. Suddenly, blood seeped from the crosses, dripping eerily across the room, and a notification appeared marking the dungeon as nightmare level, triggered by the hidden conditions of the Red Star Mental Hospital, with difficulty immediately spiking to hell level. The air cracked, splitting open as a monstrous hand emerged, tearing a hole through which a creature stepped out, its presence suffocating. It bellowed in disappointment at the inferior lives sacrificed for its duke, demanding a worthy tribute or threatening death. Han trembled under the sheer power, and the monster's gaze fell on him, noting he carried some of its blood. Han's panic surged as he asked about his sister, but the creature snarled, mocking the idea that blood granted immunity. Before Han could react further, Chinbai stepped forward, voice sharp, calling the creature out and demanding it answer his friend's question, cutting through the tension with authority. The monster sneered at Chinbai, calling him an arrogant and ignorant human, vowing to make him regret it before death. Chinbai responded in the demon language, speculating that the monster's intelligence, or lack thereof, might stem from a genetic mutation, while from his ring, Satan emerged, warning him of the fool he faced. The monster, sensing the ring's presence, froze in shock, realizing it was no ordinary trinket. Chinbai leapt, delivering a powerful kick that sent the monster sprawling, yet it coughed blood and struggled to rise, prompting everyone to gasp at the battle's opening move. Kneeling, the monster pleaded, invoking the Jai faction in desperation. Chinbai reassured it that fear alone need not bind it, and commanded the monster to act, to kill him, and claim the ring. Trembling, the creature obeyed, channeling purple energy, while Chinbai raised a finger, emitting a green hue that synchronized with the monster's aura. Clapping his hands, Chinbai forced the monster's body to fully revolve with the abyssal energy, the creature panicking at the virus coursing through its defenses and begging for mercy. Smirking, Chinbai told Satan that fear had kept it from fighting at full strength, then transformed his arm into a massive claw, asserting that even its soul could be used if it failed to resist. The monster submitted, releasing a fragment of its soul in purple flames, which Chinbai absorbed into his ring, triggering notifications, 5,000 virus points and 2,000 exclusive evolution points for the Black Light virus, alongside continual upgrades. The monster, now fully obedient, confirmed that Chinbai's sister had been relocated in hell under the name Rika, given resources and freedom, and promised to relay her whereabouts if discovered, cementing Chinbai's dominance and the ring's growing power. Chinbai glanced at the monster and remarked on its apparent kindness. The creature admitted freely, saying it treated every bride in hell well, earning the title Duke of Love. Satan interjected, correcting him that his true name was Self-Love-Seeder. Chinbai offered to let the monster speak freely, and from the ring, Satan appeared to facilitate communication. The monster lit up at the interaction, but when Satan asked about the current state of hell, it hesitated, sadness flickering across its features. Finally, it revealed that Lord Beelzebub now ruled hell, claiming Chinbai's former place and inheritance, erasing all traces of his influence, and leaving newly born devils unaware of his name. Satan's teeth clenched at the news, fury coursing through him as he muttered Beelzebub's audacity. Satan asked sharply if hell had truly forgotten him. Jia knelt, explaining that through Beelzebub's preaching, the current hell hailed him as the greatest emperor, the sole leader able to guide hell to prosperity. Only the 72 demon gods who originally followed Chinbai remembered him, but they stayed silent in temporary submission. Satan's anger flared, and Chinbai demanded information on hell's lords. Jia reported that besides Beelzebub, fallen angel Lucifer, and the elites Visago and Paimon were imprisoned for opposing him. Chinbai nodded and dismissed Jia, ordering immediate updates on any developments. A screen popped up showing 0 experience points gained, which Chinbai shrugged off, noting his earlier class range bonus had already shot him to level 12. Turning to Han, he asked about his quest. Han proudly reported completion with AG rating, declaring that the universe itself recognized Imperial Chinbai. He clung to Chinbai's leg, claiming the next quest to find his sister would be effortless. Ding Ding teased him for bootlicking, and Chinbai, annoyed, tried to pick up the dropped items from Jai, but both Han and Ding Ding clung to him, leaving him fuming. Later, Chinbai examined a single dropped item, an ultra-rare blueprint. The screen revealed it as special wings condensed from hellfire, promising immense power, allowing mastery over both skies and flames. He smiled, recalling that the last time he visited, a similarly precious blueprint had dropped, confirming the place was truly a land of fortune. Once outside the dungeon, Chinbai asked if there was a place with a high concentration of zombies and monsters to train Yankee. From behind, Long spoke up, naming Lu Jiakao, a city teeming with monsters that had appeared after the apocalypse. Chinbai thanked him, and with that, he, Ding Ding, and Han surged forward, moving like streaks of fire. Long and the others watched in amazement. At the outskirts of Lu Jiakao, Chinbai organized a formation with Ding Ding, Han, and Yankee, then leapt down, his entire body transforming into the Black Light virus armor. Purple hellfire swirled around his hands, and with a single, devastating punch, he struck the ground. All zombies in the impact radius were burned and torn apart, leaving Han, Ding Ding, and Yankee staring in awe from above the surrounding buildings. At the Yang family villa, Chinbai relaxed on the sofa and said he had finally brought the girls to level 10, ready for their class change, tossing a scroll toward them. Instantly, the area became hazy and slightly invisible as the class change power enveloped them. The girls spun in the air, circling 360 degrees as Satan appeared, praising Qinbai's judgment for selecting the Earthborn Spirit class, perfectly suited to them and enhanced by his use of Slaanish hellfire. Qinbai waved off the flattery, remarking he only wanted to keep Beelzebub in check for now. Satan warned him not to run anywhere on this floor, reminding him most of her possessions remained in hell, some still with Agar's. Qinbai noted the items he needed: phoenix wings, a flame core, and a dark crystal, and planned to visit the abyss again once the class change finished, aiming to secure potential allies like the Hydra. The screen confirmed the change was successful, and Qinbai asked how it felt. One girl showed the screen listing all their new specs. He observed the vast authorities and skills centered on binding the ground and mutual spiritual connections, noting the insane potential if villa materials were upgraded, and mused that in the future they might even use a city as a binding ground, a truly valuable gift. Qinbai asked if she knew about the library, and she nodded, amazed. He arrived there, gathered a large stack of books, and returned to the Abyss's 350th floor, the Hydra territory, spreading the human texts, history, art, scenery, cuisine, across the floor as a gift. The Hydra heads, thrilled, expressed their gratitude, one diving into the history book while another suggested composing a poem in thanks, earning a scolding from the female head. Qinbai observed their playful back and forth, then received the Eyes of Esoterica skill scroll, a powerful astral detection tool capable of analyzing targets and learning their secret abilities. He thanked them, and the fourth head noted that aiding Qinbai also strengthened them, to which he agreed. Later on the 500th floor, Satan reported Beelzebub's rise to power, confirming Agar's had joined Qinbai's side and brought the god tier, hellfire, and the highest grade dark crystal. From above the cliff, Agar's roared his anger toward Beelzebub, and Qinbai asked about his loyal subordinate, with Satan advising that venting was healthy. Back at Yen Villa, Qinbai laid out the gathered materials, Jiapai's horn, Agar's fire, and the dark crystal, and began synthesizing the S-rank horn of the shepherd. Holding the finished horns, he realized it was his first crafted S-rank item. As he wore it, whispers of devils reached him, granting a spiritual power point for a day, but the immense pain in his head threw his thoughts into chaos, reminding him that permanent power came at a harsh cost. At the White Imperial City, Qinbai entered the house where Meng lay exhausted, remarking that teleporting him back had been far more taxing than sending him to the magical city before. He thanked her and told her to rest, and she immediately collapsed onto the bed. Qinbai noticed the strain of teleportation and wondered how much the city had changed during his absence. Stepping outside, he saw massive new constructions, while Song, tense, asked if there had been any news of higher-class evolvers. The girl explained that ranks above theirs were difficult to acquire, and that with only one B-rank evolver in Jiangqing, urgency was needed to maintain order in White Imperial City. She stressed that while Qinbai's presence kept others in check, they themselves needed stronger positions to manage the city and ensure his safety when he ventured out. Song promised to seek clues for higher-class ranks, and girl emphasized she could not leave the city far at present. Qinbai arrived then, praising her thoughtfulness, and his wife warmly greeted him, remarking that it had been a month since they last met, though Qinbai reflected that his memory of the year and a half spent in the Plague Dungeon, Shu Mountain Dungeon, and the Abyss made it feel far longer. Song suggested calling everyone over, and soon all the girls arrived, welcoming him. One leaned in, saying she had perfected the laws and rules of White Imperial City except for his personal room, which he could now set, promising full obedience. Another noted that his intelligence system had not updated stamina and skill data for a long time. One of the girls leaned toward Qinbai, declaring she would show him her full strength. He patted her lightly, teasing that she always took an inch when given a mile. Song explained that the Smithcore zone had been arranged by them as his private area, with personnel carefully screened so he could act freely. Qinbai asked if she wasn't afraid of being overtaken, and she smiled confidently, saying her hard work outside had given her that assurance. He leaned down, telling her any further matters could wait, then later lay on the bed with Song. He mentioned hearing about her job disguise when he first returned, and she admitted it had been a headache, with no suitable jobs in Jiangqing yet. Qinbai reassured her that managing the city was part of his responsibility, and for matters like this, she should simply ask him. He revealed he possessed 4S level and above job change scrolls, prompting her to stand in surprise. He noted the scrolls included the one Pukish left behind for opening the portal and a demon hunter scroll from the Abyss trial. Observing that she had reached level 10, he learned that another girl, Shuang, was 10 levels ahead and had long admired him. Chinbai decided to bring her in to assess her current strength and attributes, intending to select the most suitable job from the 4 available options. Xiaogar held the scroll, announcing her class change to S-rank Demon Hunter, while Song revealed her own scroll declaring her as an S-rank Child of Fortune. Chinbai reminded them that the timing and circumstances for class changes were uncertain, advising them to find a safe place to proceed, and both agreed. He thought the playful moment should be over, but Satan was still teaching skills to Yankee and Yenzui, so he had to wait until that was finished and the sisters' bond villa in Jiangqing was ready before setting out again. Messages started flooding in from everyone, bickering and teasing each other. Seeing them, Chinbai recalled Lu Wang's class in a past life, once an A-rank spirit medium who had given up a chance at S-rank due to the danger, showing how Chat Group 001 motivated people to take risks. He typed a congratulatory message as everyone completed their class changes, including a reminder for him to upgrade his own. He upgraded himself, retaining the name 001, and allowed the Alliance emblem to display on all leaderboards, then renamed the chat group to Alliance 10L001. Messages from the others confirmed smooth class changes, and just then Song arrived, reporting that Chinbai's, Schwanger, and her class changer had gone well, though his sister was at the sewer dungeon dealing with someone seeking death. Chinbai recalled the dungeon, the hell difficulty one that had taken a month to respawn, even worse than the nightmare level dungeon where he had received the plague mark, and decided to check later. Song proudly explained her class abilities, detailing the curse of misfortune and misfortune sharing, noting their practicality and potential to enhance luck in the past life, earning A-rank items for guidance. She admitted the power was enviable and joked that a doppelganger ability could endanger her and her sister, but Chinbai teased that now, with her doppelganger power, he might be the one at risk. She hugged him, multiple versions of Song forming around him, teasingly asking if he wanted to try. Later at the dungeon, Chinbai arrived to find Schwager waiting. She greeted him, "Imperial Bai, you have arrived," and he asked about the plague sewer dungeon, whether it had been recovered. She explained that the guards could not stop those who tried to enter. They claimed they would just inspect the entrance but emerged in less than 3 seconds, all limp and nearly broken, some bones fractured simply from being lifted onto stretchers, the guards' bodies lying scattered around. Chinbai noted that while many were present in the villa, her combat skill was unmatched and reminded her that as part of the harem's guard team, she could not afford weakness, small matters could be delegated, and she should focus on improving herself. Schwager agreed, and he signaled toward the dungeon's opening, saying he would enter first, instructing her to delegate all mundane tasks. Inside the plague sewer dungeon, standing in the water, he reflected that ordinary people could not survive even 3 seconds here. The intensity of the plague alone would kill or cripple them within moments. Suddenly, a massive mutated red man leapt at him, a plague creature, but Chinbai's authority of plague control forced it to kneel, though his body ached from the effort. He acknowledged the power of the scourge of all life, imagining the potential if he could command more plague creatures, lamenting that it was only a dungeon. Then an idea struck him. If the abyss had no plague floor under his control, he could simply remodel one himself. As the Lord of the Abyss, he had already envisioned it. Abyss plague floor remodeling projection begins execution. Chinbai quickly brought more than 100 sewer plague creatures under his control, all standing behind him in formation as he advanced, thinking he was nearing the spot where he had obtained the plague mark. A monster, either a boss or an elite. Soon, a Ram Man archer appeared, and Chinbai assessed it as a boss, noting that its stats and constitution, both around 650, exceeded his own. He attempted to control it, but the gap was too wide, so he accepted the fight. The archer fired arrows as Chinbai dodged with lightning reflexes, realizing that its high constitution and plague traits made ranged harassment a dangerous challenge. Arrows swarmed toward him, but instead of dodging endlessly, he raised a shield, aware that the sewer's confined space prevented the archer from kiting him. Suddenly, the air around him seemed to turn red with his murderous intent, and using a psionic impact, he pushed the archer back. Leaping above the surrounding fire in his reshaped form, he landed a crushing punch, sending the archer to the ground, green blood seeping into the water. Noticing the lack of a kill notification, Chenbai struck again, cleaving the archer in half. The screen displayed that the red shin had sacrificed its life force for the plague incarnation, greatly reducing its quality. Its red skin and plague skill were mostly a form of escape. From deeper in the sewer, A black energy radiated from a level 25 boss guarding the next area, signaling a danger even he would need to respect, though resurrection in the abyss remained an option. The dungeon entry cooled down for 7 days, and back on the first floor of the abyss, Jinbai saw the plague creatures he had collected. Smiling, he noted that using his abyss authority to control them had succeeded, marking the only uncertain step in his plan as complete. Now failure was impossible. A notification appeared, declaring that the abyss had recognized the new species and acknowledged Jinbai as an abyss creator. From the cracking eggs, the newborn plague creatures of the sewer began emerging, wriggling into the abyss. Jinbai observed and said that from now on, demon eggs erupting from the abyss walls would produce these 3 types of plague creatures, gradually growing stronger and delving deeper with each floor. Yet, relying solely on these 3 was insufficient. He would need to cultivate more plague creatures throughout the abyss. The current rules were too simplistic, centered only on killing to gain strength. Endless slaughter could create powerful beings, but it also generated uncontrollable chaos, hardly a stable system for the abyss. It needed new rules, though Jinbai was not yet certain what form they should take. He considered consulting the queen, hoping she might have valuable insights. Jinbai sat on the stone, contemplating, and said he now had a clear direction for the future remodeling of the abyss, thanking everyone for their hard work and the valuable opinions they had offered. The snake acknowledged that under his plan, the abyss would become even stronger, while the snake demon lord and snake queen praised the cultural and structural ideas, with the queen particularly interested in building cities and a goblin chamber of commerce to provide stable roles for her subjects. Gabor expressed his willingness to wait until Jinbai had the strength to remodel fully, and Jinbai reassured them that, as Lord of the Abyss, he would advance it even further, thanking them all for their guidance. The queen reminded him not to let temptation distract him from proper preparation next time, and he promised that once he had complete control, he would act decisively. Once they departed, Jinbai twisted his ring and addressed Satan, acknowledging his loyalty and promising that after retaking Hell and returning it to the Abyss, Satan would regain the throne of the Lord of Hell and forge his divinity. Satan pledged his utmost support, while Jinbai focused on the immediate goal of strengthening himself further, leveling up, acquiring equipment, and securing bloodlines. A thought struck him, reminding him of the mask capable of fusing bloodlines. Though currently limited to 2 SS ranks, he planned to ascend to the 10th floor, gather more bloodlines, and attempt to fuse an SSS rank. After 7 days, Jinbai emerged from the sewer dungeon to find 2 girls waiting. When he asked why they were there, one explained that rumors had spread over the past week claiming he had been trapped and even perished in the dungeon after his level stagnated for 2 days. Sister Song saw it as an opportunity to expose restless factions in Jiangqing, using her illusory image ability to sneak him back to the villa, while Sister Susan accompanied her out of concern for his safety. Jinbai reflected that his rapid level growth had come from farming bloodline potions, which took over 10 hours to feed the mask, and that he had also tested new skills with the sisters on the first floor of the Abyss. He asked if the rumors had produced results, and they explained that a group leader had attempted to challenge Song's authority, but was swiftly dealt with by Sister Schwanger. Jinbai praised them, saying placing Song in charge of White Imperial Castle was one of his best decisions and commended their capability, prompting kisses on his cheek in gratitude. He then inquired about an empty plot in the core area for a villa, and Song had already reserved a large space for keep building expansion. At the villa area, Jinbai introduced 2 special evolvers, earthbound spirits, Yanqi and Yanziu, to Song, explaining that if they matured, they could serve as guardian spirits and land gods of the Imperial City, bolstering White Imperial Castle's strength. The girls introduced themselves, revealing that before the apocalypse, one's soul had split into good and evil halves, giving them twin-like appearances, with one embodying evil thoughts and the other good. Jinbai reassured Song that the evil half had learned to control herself, with only a slightly nasty personality, prompting Song to laugh at the comparison. Jinbai then introduced Song as his trusted partner to manage White Imperial City, instructing the twins to obey her in his absence, and both agreed. Song added that Meng had been sleeping for the past few days, likely due to matters with the 001 chat group and her own class, and Jinbai acknowledged this with understanding. Jinbai knocked on Meng's door, and she hurriedly got up, running toward it but stumbling on the way. He opened the door, asking what happened, and she explained that her legs felt wobbly from lying down too long, but quickly added some good news. She had obtained an exclusive class scroll in a dream that leveled up as she killed monsters, and after a few days of effort, it had reached a rank. Chinbai warned her not to push herself too hard and to move around occasionally, reminding her that more hustle doesn't always mean faster progress, and she nodded in understanding. She then asked if he had checked the group chat, showing him the token for the Flying Sword D dungeon. Chinbai recognized it as the reward from Sword Immortal's exclusive quest dungeon and listened as she explained that after Sword Immortal acquired a class in Shu Mountain, the Path dungeon became open to others, with each participant granted one entry via token. Curious, Chinbai checked the chat and saw a lively discussion with plans to meet in an hour. He realized he had accumulated plenty of virus points and exclusive blacklight virus poison, deciding to use the time to select and upgrade skills for later testing in the dungeon. Soon, everyone gathered on the special map of Shu Mountain, levels ranging from 10 to 89, and introductions began. A man greeted the group, and Chinbai recognized him immediately as Lu Wang, a friend from a past life, agreeing to call him Lu. Other members introduced themselves, Xiu Chuan, Overlord, and then a man arrived, addressing Chinbai as Big Brother. Chinbai immediately recognized him as the Thunder Saint from his past life, a successor of 5 consecutive lightning whips, marveling at the hidden talents within his chat group, full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The newcomer expressed excitement at finally meeting his benefactor. Chinbai marveled, recognizing the man as the famed Thunder Saint from his past life, the furious warrior before whom all evil once fled, and wondered how he had come to be like this. The man enthusiastically wrapped an arm around Chenbai's leg, and Chenbai laughed, telling him not to be so overzealous since they were already familiar with each other. Ding Ding explained that before the call to transaction, Lido had given him the Thunderwalker class change scroll in Chenbai's name, saving him from the deadly investment quiz. The man pledged that he would obey any order without hesitation in the future, and Chenbai smiled, reminding him that they were all in the same alliance and should support each other. Once introductions concluded, Chinbai suggested they head straight to the Demon Locking Tower, and the man agreed, noting that their time in Shu Mountain was limited. Upon entering, the screen revealed countless boss-level monsters sealed within the tower, each guarding its own territory, and warned that higher floors could only be accessed after defeating all bosses on the current floor. Standing inside the tower, Chinbai confirmed that the interior was far larger than it appeared outside. Suddenly, a massive frog-like creature appeared, putting everyone on high alert. One member immediately wrapped a snake around the frog, another launched a conductor lightning strike toward it, while a third used the wind calming technique to manipulate the water around the creature. Coordinating their attacks, everyone leapt at the frog, determined to finish it decisively. One of them tossed out a flurry of tokens, summoning Godspeed talismans, and another shouted in amazement as their movement speed increased by 40%, letting them all leap toward the massive frog. Ding Ding activated puppetry skill, 5 ghosts dismembered, and the puppets surged forward, wrapping the frog's legs in ropes and immobilizing it. One of the team praised the precise control as another ended the frog's immediate threat with a spear strike, yet the frog retaliated, lashing its enormous tongue toward them. They dodged nimbly, landing on the ground and exchanging words of encouragement before charging together to deliver the final, decisive attack. As the team fought through various monsters, each picked up loot and cheered at their gains. One laughed, boasting they had cleared the group in under 10 minutes, and that mere, little totes, were no match for them. A girl claimed a water scroll skill book she wanted, while everyone else grabbed what they needed. Someone asked if anyone had seen Chinbai, and another replied that he had decided to explore deeper into the cave, heading toward the mountainous area across the river. They crossed to the other side, where Chinbai was seated in front of the demon suppression tower in the level 1 mountain area, surrounded by countless beasts, a tiger, a snake, and a massive bull. From above the cliff, one man shouted in alarm, noticing the 3 creatures, exclaiming that Chinbai was under siege and asking if all monsters in the tower had their own territories, questioning if these 3 belonged to the same family. Another man holding a Yunyan sign identified them as level 17, 18, and 19 bosses, and immediately leaped down to help. Chenbai smirked, noting it was nearly over, and raised a finger glowing with green light, unleashing a plague sun that shot toward the monsters, making them roar in pain as the green energy struck them. All the captured beasts were tossed into a bag, and one of the men gawked, asking if Chinbai was merely playing with them. Chinbai explained he had just finished testing a new skill when they arrived. The woman remarked he seemed fine, only that the Lightning 5 whip successor had been overly impatient, while another admitted she had suspected Chinbai had deliberately brought the 3 monsters together but hadn't dared believe it. A screen appeared before him, noting that during dysentery after infection, victims experience abnormal pain and reduced mobility, eventually leading to diarrhea, which Chinbai noted would make the plague sun even deadlier as a permanent debuff. He decided to clean up before continuing, and his hands transformed into monstrous claws. He tested his upgraded ground spike skill, watching as spikes erupted from the earth, piercing the monsters, and realized he could still control them after deployment, even devouring creatures directly through the strike. One man asked to borrow the python corpse, and Chinbai agreed, remembering its connection to his previous life's snake guardian spirit. The man's body then morphed into a snake-like form, ready for action. The boy had fully transformed into a snake, even his tongue resembling the serpentine form, and Chinbai thought how perfect it was to further enhance this immortal strength. Ding Ding commented it was the northeastern snake immortal, one of the guardian gods worshipped in northeast China. After absorbing the snake's energy, the boy landed, apologizing for his aunt's poor appetite and gesturing to Chinbai, who extended his hand and used his Devour special species skill to gain 350 exclusive black light virus points, consuming the entire snake and expanding his own bloodline. From it, he obtained a test tube containing the snake's bloodline. Another boy announced a loot: 3 demon beast inner pills, 2 contribution tokens, a skill book, and 2 pieces of equipment, among other items. Chinbai decided to leave the contribution tokens and inner pills, letting the group divide the remaining items, but one man objected, saying that since Chinbai had hunted the 3 bosses alone, it would be unfair to take the loot without bidding. Another agreed, insisting even within the group, no one should take advantage, and he would oppose it if someone tried. Chinbai suggested they discuss rewards later, focusing first on maximizing gains in the demon locking tower, proposing that the others lure more monsters while he handled the kills, which everyone agreed to. As they waited, Chinbai consumed 1 elixir to boost all his attributes by 10, then immediately ate the remaining 2, feeling the surge in power. Suddenly, a man ran toward him, chased by a massive eagle-shaped monster. Chinbai drew his blade and slashed the beast in one swift strike, and the man thanked him, admitting he had been no help, to which Chinbai replied that simply bringing it here was already a great contribution. After that, the team kept luring wave after wave of monsters, and Chinbai defeated them relentlessly. 2 hours later, he returned to Ming's bedroom. She asked how the harvest had gone, and he replied that it was excellent. He had reached level 18, and if time weren't limited, no one would want to leave. He added that since she had consumed 2 demon beasts in the course, he brought 8 special ones for her, each boosting all attributes by 2, 10 being the upper limit. She thanked him but clarified that she only had 2, the rest coming from others, as they could not get tokens without him. She also mentioned that the boss dropped a lot this time and that everyone planned an auction in the group, suggesting he check the messages and take pictures of anything he wanted, asking Song or her if he lacked funds. Excited, she remarked that an auction in the group was amazing, but wondered why not create a dream world and hold it there instead of just reading words. He agreed but cautioned her not to overexert herself. She confidently said not to underestimate her. She was a triple S level talent. So he smiled and said he would return to his bedroom and wait for her dream totem. Inside the dream space, Ming explored the halls until she opened one marked VIP auction house, finding the layout decent though not too large. Hearing the echo of bids, 8 million for the 30th time, she casually swept away the lingering zombies with her power, then clapped her hands and ordered it cleaned. With a wave of her Dreamwaver skill, the place transformed into a spotless, elegant venue, seats polished and shining. Chinbai soon appeared on one of the chairs, asking if things were ready, and before long the hall filled with chat group members arriving for the auction. A man came forward to introduce himself, and Chinbai greeted him warmly, noting how different he seemed compared to his online persona. A woman stepped out teasing that he was bold online but shy offline, then introduced herself as Lu Huai, and when Chinbai shook her hand and said he remembered her, she smiled in relief. Another man appeared, calling himself the only trash in the group, earning a light remark from Chinbai that the name left quite the impression. Then Ming struck the hammer and declared the auction open, announcing the first item: 4 Demon Beast Trainer Pills from Shushan's Demon Locking Tower, starting at 4 gold coins with each raised no less than 4. One man offered the minimum, explaining he was job hunting and not strong enough to enter Shushan, while another quickly jumped to 40, apologizing to Brother Crow and asking him to step aside. Crow fumed that he could not even afford 40 coins, but the bids climbed quickly until the lot went to the so-called trash at a high price. The next item, Bull Demon Blood Rage, A sea-level skill with powerful effects but harsh drawbacks, opened at 10 coins. The bidding flew, 15, 20, 25, before surging past 100 as rivals pushed each other higher, until again the final bid of 260 from the only trash sealed the deal. Item after item went up, and time after time he purchased them at staggering prices. Concerned, someone warned him not to bid beyond his means, but the boy assured them he would settle everything with Chinbai after waking, even offering to withdraw or resell to group members if they truly wanted something, saying he was helpless in this matter but would make sure no one suffered a loss. Another insisted he needed the tiger tail whip, and the boy promised not to compete, earning gratitude. Watching this, Chinbai grew suspicious, thinking the man had far too many gold coins. Though he himself possessed strategies and loot, he was still far behind. He wondered if the boy's talent was tied to money or if someone powerful backed him, perhaps even a foreign camp or an evil group. Resolving to dig deeper, he said aloud they would talk after the auction, and the boy agreed, adding he also had something to clarify. Ming then struck the hammer again, announcing the next lot, the 5-section tiger whip, starting at 20 gold coins.